Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 2260. Seeing that Cui Hongshan did not want to leave and was still thinking about the bet with Han Bing from Seven Skills Sect, Xiaohua coldly attacked his confidence. Look at the front of Chicken Crow Mountain, how many disciples are still alive? Don't forget, this is only the sword cultivators from one side. If the sword cultivators from the other three sides all come, we will definitely die. That's right. Cui Hongshan's heart quivered. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, we will fight and retreat." At the same time that Cui Hongshan decided to escape, Han Bing and Zhang Xian also made a decision. They had already found out that the sword cultivators were here for the primordial mother of gold and would definitely not let them escape. They naturally had to return to Chicken Crow Mountain and make the second step of their plan. They would make proper arrangements for the primordial mother of gold and then escape. Zhang Xian and Han Bing scanned the area with their divine senses and saw that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were slowly moving towards the outside. Both of them revealed a sinister smile. Zhang Xian made a prompt decision and waved his hand. Another scarlet flame shot up into the sky. This was the signal for all disciples to retreat. Once the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples left and the Imperial Thunder sect disciples were left behind, would they still have a chance to survive? Seeing the scarlet flame flying into the air, the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples were relieved. They all tried their best to break away from the battle and flew towards the restriction of Chicken Crow Mountain. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering sword cry sounded from the north of Chicken Crow Mountain. It was extremely far before, but in an instant, it was right in front of them. Buzz buzz buzz. Clang clang clang. On the battlefield, all the flying swords broke free from the swordsman's hands and flew straight into the air. Countless sword lights flew up, and countless sword cries combined with the huge sword cries. It was actually the posture of 10,000 swords worshipping the ancestor. Ah! Han Bing, Zhang Xian, Cui Hongshan, and the others were all shocked. They looked at the distant horizon in confusion. They saw an extremely gorgeous rainbow streak across the sky. An incomparably huge flying general flashed in the air. At the same time, an unparalleled sword intent enveloped the entire Chicken Crow Mountain. The strength of a nascent soul. No one knew the power of this sword intent better than Xiaohua. Xiaohua shrunk his neck and quietly returned the magic treasure that he had just taken out of the space. He suppressed his magic power to the early stage of foundation establishment and obediently stood there like everyone else. It was a foolish appearance of being controlled by the sword intent. Greetings, Senior Hua Jian. The group of sword cultivators stood in the air and bowed in unison. The flying swords also hummed in unison and trembled slightly, as if they were also paying respect to the huge sword. The giant sword stood in the air and gradually turned into the appearance of an old man. The old man's face was scarlet red, and his gaze was like a sword. With a slight turn of his eyes, he could actually see the entire Chicken Crow Mountain. Xiaohua's body involuntarily felt a chill, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Inside the Buddha fire, the Dream Slayer was also struggling, as if it wanted to compete with the giant sword. "My young master, are you tired of living?" Xiaohua's primordial spirit inside the flying sword sensed the flying sword's unwillingness. He was very anxious and almost wanted to say, "Don't fight now. Just obediently stay here. One day, when this daddy also turns into a sword, I'll bring you out to show off." As if it heard Xiaohua's inner voice, the Dream Slayer obediently fell into the immeasurable karmic fire. Useless thing. A loud sound like swords clashing rang out. You almost ruined this old man's great matter. There are only so many cultivators on Chicken Crow Mountain, so why are you still surrounding the mountain? Just kill them all. As he spoke, the old man disappeared again and the giant sword appeared in the air again. Moreover, the giant sword slowly waved, as if it was controlled by an invisible hand. The spirit chi of heaven and earth within a few miles of the Chicken Crow Mountain swirled and landed on the strike of the giant sword. Xiaofan felt as if his eyes were dazzled. The giant sword seemed to be moving yet not. In almost the blink of an eye, the giant sword flew up again and the old man's figure appeared again. At this moment, a series of earth-shaking rumbles appeared. The entire Rooster Crow Mountain was shaking. Over 1,000 swordsmen had attacked the formation for a day and a night, but they couldn't break through the restriction at all. Now, under Laozi's sword attack, it was actually split open. The sword intent of the huge sword hadn't even dissipated. It deeply cut into the Rooster Crow Mountain, revealing a huge hole that was several zhang long. Good boy. This is the strength of a sword transformation. This young master can't compare. Xiaofan shrunk his neck again and didn't say anything. With the restriction broken, Chicken Crow Mountain was like a woman whose clothes were cut off, revealing all kinds of secrets. Sure enough, it was barren and there wasn't a single person in sight. Looking at the sword transformation old man again, a light appeared in his hand and a sword seal struck Chicken Crow Mountain. Coincidentally, it was the cave that Xiaofan snuck into yesterday. Wang, another violent sound was heard. It was as if Sunset Island had emerged from the bottom of the sea. A giant sword shadow slowly came out from Chicken Crow Mountain. Ah! Flying sword! The giant sword shadow had yet to fully reveal itself. It was incomparably cold and sharp, and its sharpness filled the entire Chicken Crow Mountain. It was the sword intent that suddenly appeared when Xiaofan collected the innate mother of gold last night. Xiaofan suddenly came to a realization. This Chicken Crow Mountain was not only the place where Qiqiao sect refined their flying swords, it was also the place where Huan country's sword cultivators buried their swords. Moreover, looking at the giant flying sword that slowly flew out and the dense Tai azure light on it, Xiaofan knew that this flying sword had an incredible origin. When the sword transformation old man reached out his hand, the flying sword fell into his hand like a pool of autumn water. A hint of joy flashed in the old man's eyes and he casually waved his hand. A flash of azure light appeared. It was completely silent, and a mountain top of Chicken Crow Mountain was sliced off. Ha ha ha. The Tai azure light sword indeed lives up to its reputation. The sword-wielding old man raised his head and let out a long howl. However, when his divine sense entered the Crow Fowl Mountain, he let out a cold snort and pointed his finger. The people of the Crow Fowl Mountain actually foiled my plans. Kill them all. After saying that, his entire body transformed into a sword and suddenly flew up, heading towards the north. After the sword transformation old man left, the situation of the entire Chicken Crow Mountain changed drastically. The sword cultivators who were guarding the three sides of Chicken Crow Mountain no longer had any misgivings. They all roared, and the flying swords beneath their feet shone brilliantly. They flew past the empty Chicken Crow Mountain and charged towards Zhang Xian, Han Bing, and the others. Han Bing had originally sent out the signal to return to the mountain. All the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples had retreated from the battle and their formation had already scattered. Under the sword transformation old man's sword intent, no one dared to move recklessly. At this moment, when they heard that he was going to kill them all, their minds were already in a mess. Their gazes or divine sense swept past, and like scattered flies, they flew towards the gaps that the sword cultivators had yet to close. Assemble, assemble. How could Zhang Xian not know that there was no other outcome other than being killed one by one in this chaos? At the same time as he shouted, he sent another signal into the air. Obviously, this signal was not given in advance. When the group of Chicken Crow Mountain disciples saw this, some of them stopped and looked at the signal in the sky in a daze, guessing Zhang Xian's intentions. However, some disciples did not care at all. Their figures did not stop, and they quickly flew past the crowd. Seeing some disciples fly away, the disciples who stopped also followed suit. They activated their magic power and continued to flee. Seeing that the entire scene was so chaotic, with only a small number of core disciples stopping and gathering around him, Zhang Xian sighed. He knew that the situation was hopeless. He called out to the crowd, "Get into formation. We will quickly kill our way out." Seeing the disciples quickly get into formation, Zhang Xian turned to look at Han Bing. He wanted to call the 7 skills sect disciples to break out of the encirclement together. However, when he turned to look at Han Bing's actions, he was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. Needless to say, Han Bing's actions were faster than his. She had already taken out the flowing cloud flying ship. The remaining 9 7 skills sect disciples had already boarded the flying ship. Under Han Bing's control, the flowing cloud flying ship had already flown more than 100 feet. It was about to rush to the edge of the encirclement of the sword cultivators. Go! A desolation of monkeys scattering when the tree topples spontaneously arose in Zhang Xian's heart. However, Zhang Xian did not have the time to experience such feelings. He quickly ordered his disciples to get into formation. They took out their magic tools and other items. They formed a triangle and flew in the direction where the number of sword cultivators was thinned out. As for Cui Hongshan and company, they were no different from the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples. When the sword cultivator old man appeared, their faces were pale. The quintessential essence in their bodies could not flow at all. They could barely maintain their flying posture in midair. When the sword cultivator old man flew away, they immediately felt relieved and instinctively flew away from Chicken Crow Mountain. When he saw Cui Hongshan fleeing in panic, Xiaofan felt disdain. He thought to himself, the disciples of a cultivation aristocratic family are nothing more than this. How can they compare to us itinerant cultivators? However, he could not help but remind them. He berated them, "Don't rush. Get into formation, or you will all die." His voice was extremely loud. It did not contain any magic power, so it did not cause people to think, nor did it cause them to fall from midair. However, it was still heard by everyone. Everyone was stunned. They hastily turned their heads to look back. Fortunately, the Imperial Thunder sect only had 10 disciples. Apart from Xiaofan, who was still flying slowly and fell several Zhang, and Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng who were rushing in the same direction, the other 6 disciples also broke through the encirclement, but they had scattered. Crisis was indeed the best experience to test one's heart. Cui Hongshan raised his eyes again and looked at the swordsman rushing over like a tide. He let out a long sigh and said, "Disciples, we are the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Now, even if we are facing death, we must die a worthy death. We cannot lose the face of our Imperial Thunder sect. We must make the sword cultivators of Huan country laugh at us. Just now, I was panicking, but I was wrong. From today onwards, I will not leave you, junior brothers." "That's right." Zhen Minghui also shouted, "Even if we die, we, the 10 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, will die together. Ha ha ha, come. Little swordsmen of Huan country, have a taste of your mother's power." Dui Ling also laughed heartily. Unexpectedly, he was extremely free and easy. He slapped his hand, and the thunder seal flew out from his storage pouch. Scattered light shot in all directions as it attacked a swordsman who was already within a few zhang of him. Chapter 2261. Dui Ling. Get into formation. Cui Hongshan thought even more. With a sweep of his divine perception, he knew that the entire scene was in danger. He hastily stopped Dui Ling's impulsiveness and called for everyone to form a back-to-back formation. He and Dui Qimeng were still at the front. "Damn it, this is what this young master wants to say." Xiaofan was flustered and exasperated. This was the phrase he had just thought of with great difficulty. Just as he shouted it, the rest of the phrase was completely snatched away by Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui. However, at this moment, who would care about him? They were all filled with sorrow as they circulated all the magic energy in their bodies. All kinds of magic tools and treasures were summoned. Not only did they cover themselves, but they also protected the nearby disciples. Tisk, Xiaohua thought for a moment and secretly said, "Should I be so impulsive? Should I be so unafraid of death? That old fart has already left. Isn't this Chicken Crow Mountain the world of this young master? As long as the 9 of you don't run around, this young master can protect all of you." Although he thought this, Xiaohua still clapped his hands. The cloud-suppressing seal that he hadn't summoned earlier flew out of the space. Once this cloud-suppressing seal was summoned, it immediately emitted a buzzing sound. All kinds of pearls condensed and rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It emitted a bronze brilliance and protected the 10 people in one place. Of course, this brilliance was extremely thin. It seemed that as long as a sword cultivator's flying sword pierced it, it would break. "Xiaohua, don't protect us. You just need to protect yourself." Seeing this, Cui Hongshan was slightly happy. However, seeing that the brilliance of the treasures was thin, he thought that Xiaohua's magic energy was insufficient. He immediately warned, "Your magic energy is meager. Don't bite off more than you can chew. What do you care? I'm happy to do so." Xiaohua unceremoniously replied to this disciple from a cultivation family. He simply didn't appreciate it. Take it or leave it. Cui Hongshan knew that he couldn't say a single word to Xiaohua because there were many words waiting to hit him back. Go. Moreover, Cui Hongshan didn't have the time to continue wasting time with Xiaohua. The numerous sword cultivators ahead had already approached, and their bright flying swords were either like sowing discord, fine needles, or trickling streams of water as they assaulted Cui Hongshan at the same time. Obviously, they intended to annihilate these disciples of the Imperial Lightning Sect. Kachacha, the 4 lightning pearls collided with each other, and several bolts of blue lightning were produced, all of them thrusting towards the incoming flying sword. Dui Qimeng was right next to Cui Hongshan. She was very clear about Cui Hongshan's cultivation and knew that he would not be able to defend against these flying swords. However, just as she took out her lightning bottle and wanted to help Cui Hongshan, several flying swords that were not any weaker than the ones that attacked Cui Hongshan attacked her. Dui Qimeng understood that if she didn't accept the challenge, not only would she die, but Ming Mao, Xiaohua, and the rest would also be implicated. Feeling helpless, she gritted her teeth and tried her best to activate the lightning bottle. Several lightning webs flew out from the bottle's mouth and flew toward the flying swords. Needless to say, the rest of the people were also being attacked by flying swords, so they had no choice but to use all their strength to face the enemy. Only Xiaohua was constantly waving his left and right hands, throwing out different yellow talismans one after another. Fireballs, water balls, shackles, and other yellow talismans exploded one after another, blocking the sword cultivator several zhang away. The sword cultivator's flying swords were also blocked by the cloud-suppressing seal's defensive brilliance. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about how to escape with the 9 people, a snow-white sword light pierced through the brilliance and pierced into the cloud-suppressing seal's defensive brilliance. Courting death. Xiaohua secretly said, and used soul stab once again. Ah! That sword cultivator suddenly fell from midair, and his flying sword also disappeared. That's great. Dui Ling, who was right next to Xiaohua, saw that the sword cultivator had fallen, and his heart was greatly relieved. At this moment, a flame also rushed into the cloud-suppressing seal's defensive brilliance and attacked in front of Dui Ling. As expected, the sword cultivator who used the flame sword fell from midair again. My goodness, what's going on? Xiaohua was extremely shocked as he asked, Did their brains grow buds? Who knows? Dui Ling laughed and said, I reckon that the heavens saw that this concubine's beauty was peerless and couldn't bear to let this concubine fall here. That's why this swordsman was killed. Xiaohua, you can also bask in my glory. Thank you. Xiaohua curled his lips and replied in a very meaningful manner. In this way, it was very strange. Although Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal appeared to be a transcendent artifact used by early Foundation establishment cultivators, and its brilliance was very thin, it wasn't easy for ordinary flying swords to pierce through. When a flying sword pierced through, the swordsman who used the flying sword would inexplicably fall. After a long time, how could the swordsman not notice? While they were doing their best to kill, they also sent out disciples to search for swordsmen with high cultivation. The 10 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were flying and fighting at the same time. They had already flown several hundred feet and gradually left the front of Chicken Crow Mountain, arriving at a remote area. Although they were surrounded by hundreds of swordsmen, if Xiaohua used his divine ability to open a path, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect should be able to escape with their lives. Just as Xiaohua was thinking of making a move, he heard a loud shout, "Fellow Daoist of the Imperial Thunder sect, help me." Xiaohua and the others scanned the area with their divine senses and saw that the flowing cloud flying ship of Qiqiao sect was flying towards them from the front of Rooster Crow Mountain. Han Bing was the only one on the ship, and behind her were dozens of 4th or 5th grade swordsmen who were on their flying swords, chasing after them aggressively. This bastard deserves to die. Seeing that Han Bing had lured over high-level swordsmen, how could Xiaohua not know what this bastard was thinking? Dozens of 5th grade swordsmen, that was dozens of Middle Foundation establishment cultivators. Their attack power was comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator. How could the 10 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect deal with them? Presumably, Han Bing had no other way out. Seeing that the Imperial Thunder sect was actually able to steadily escape, he wanted to cause trouble. Although Xiaohua was not afraid of these dozens of swordsmen, he did not dare to fight with his full strength. He was afraid that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect would be injured. This would not only cause the Imperial Thunder sect to lose face, it would also cause Xiaohua to lose face. However, Xiaohua was only slightly angry. His divine senses landed on the flowing cloud flying ship again. Damn it, the disciples of the 7 Skills sect are really good. They are even more generous than the Imperial Thunder sect. They knew that I needed a flying magic tool, so they gave me the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiaohua made a new decision in his heart. For the sake of the flowing cloud flying ship, I will also save you. However, Xiaohua only thought for a moment. The distance between Han Bing and the Imperial Thunder sect was more than several hundred feet. This guy had just led the disciples of the 7 Skills sect to escape in a different direction from the Chicken Crow Mountain and the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, the flowing cloud flying ship was extremely fast. He almost escaped. Unfortunately, he was too eye-catching. Not only was he in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, but he also had a flying magic tool. The swordsmen from the other 3 sides of the Chicken Crow Mountain naturally treated him as the first target to kill. Just as he was about to break through the swordsman's defensive line, he was intercepted by several 4th grade swordsmen. Since he was left behind, the result was needless to say. The 8 disciples of the 7 Skills sect were all killed, and Han Bing was also injured. The most terrible thing was that the 4th and 5th grade swordsmen seemed to have their eyes on the flowing cloud flying ship. They all flew towards Han Bing's direction, hoping to kill this guy. Therefore, if Han Bing wanted to fly over from his side, it would take some time. Just as he was about 10 feet away from the Imperial Thunder sect, 2 sword lights, 1 green and 1 red, caught up with Han Bing from behind like 2 intertwining dragons. They only twisted around his head. Han Bing, who was panicking like a stray dog, no longer had any energy left in his meridians to activate his magic power. Under the attack of these 2 swords, the defensive brilliance only flickered slightly before it was annihilated. His head fell onto the flying ship, and his body also fell down. Only the flying ship continued to fly towards the Imperial Thunder sect disciples due to inertia. Seeing that Han Bing was killed by the green and red swords, many swordsmen who were chasing after them slowed down their flying speed. They knew that the flowing cloud flying ship already had an owner. However, their flying direction did not change. They still rushed towards the 10 Imperial Thunder sect disciples. At this moment, the 100 swordsmen besieging the Imperial Thunder sect also stopped, waiting for the arrival of these high-level swordsmen. The Imperial Thunder sect disciples' faces were ashen. However, Cui Hongshan flew up half a foot, turned back to Dui Qimeng, and said affectionately, "Qimeng, I used to have a dream. I hoped that I could become a famous cultivator in the Xiaoyu continent. That way, I could roar in the 9 heavens and command all the cultivators. For this dream, I left the Cui family and joined the Imperial Thunder sect. My dream in the Imperial Thunder sect is still the same, but in this dream, there is another dream. This dream is to marry you to my Myriad Thunder Valley and use our hands to restore the reputation of the Myriad Thunder Valley. We will no longer be looked down upon and ridiculed by others. However, now, before my dream even began, I am about to wake up. Not only did I fail to marry you into the Myriad Thunder Valley, but I also brought you to my mortal enemy. If it weren't for me, you would still be in Sky Patrol City and would not have fallen so early. Husband." Dui Qimeng flew up and came to Cui Hongshan's side. She reached out and held his hand, smiling sweetly. Although some people dual cultivate, their hearts may not be together. Although you and I did not dual cultivate, our hearts have merged into one. This concubine cannot be your wife in this life, but even if I become a ghost, I will still be your ghost bride. In the next life, I will still dual cultivate with you. Good. Cui Hongshan tightened his hand and said, "Wife. A real man has some things to do and some things not to do. Today is the time for your husband to speak his mind. Your husband has become the leader of the first team, so I must have the awareness of a leader. Even if your husband dies, he must die before them. To be able to be accompanied by my wife before I die, I have no regrets in this life." Then, Cui Hongshan glanced at everyone and warned, "This Cui is untalented and has led all of you to a dead end. Don't blame this Cui. This Cui will now go and block those high-level sword cultivators. If you all escape in the opposite direction, you may still have a chance of survival. In addition, senior brother Minghui, this Cui's unworthy junior brother is in your care." Then, he glanced at the green and red double swords that had already flown in front of him. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he coldly said to Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, this Cui knows that you don't like this Cui. To be honest, this Cui is the same as you. However, since this Cui has been entrusted by Master and Master's wife, and you are this Cui's junior brother from the same sect, this Cui will definitely protect you even if it costs my life. Now that this Cui is gone, you should take care of yourself. Sometimes, don't be too willful." Chapter 2262. Sigh. Cui Hongshan seemed to want to say something, but when he saw the green and red swords in front of him and the sharp sword energy cutting off the black hair on his forehead, he knew that he was no match for these two swords. Thus, he hurriedly stopped and pointed his finger. The 4 lightning beads crisscrossed and flashed with lightning to meet the green swords. Dui Qimeng also hurriedly urged the lightning bottle to meet the red swords with great tacit understanding. Captain Zhen Minghui and the others all had tears in their eyes. They really had mixed feelings in their hearts and didn't know what to say. At this moment, an unparalleled pressure came from behind them. Along with that pressure was a kind of aura that could overturn heaven and earth. That pressure and aura continued to skyrocket. A crazy hurricane was born from the center of the aura, quickly sweeping across a radius of several hundred feet. The group of swordsmen, regardless of whether they were high-grade or low-grade swordsmen, all stood in midair, unsure of what to do. Before the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples could figure out what was going on, they saw a golden light emerge from behind them. They only felt their eyes brighten, and they heard two crisp, "Kacha, Kacha" sounds. The sword lights of the green and red dual swords, which had easily killed Han Bing and Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng, paled in comparison to this golden light. Not only that, but the green and red swords' tips were actually cut off by the golden light. Humph. This is what I wanted to say. Why did you steal it? If you all die here, will I still have any face left? A voice that was extremely familiar to the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples rang out. However, it was lazy before, but now it was angry. You want to have a dream? Then I'll give you the chance to realize your dream right now. When everyone turned to look, they saw Xiaofan majestically flying high in the sky and forming seals with his hands. Above his head, a phoenix celestial body floated out of thin air. The scarlet phoenix celestial body spread its wings for more than 300 feet. When the wings flapped, there was the sound of wind and thunder. Under the phoenix celestial body, blue lightning flashed with sharp claws. That aura, that pressure, it was released from this phoenix celestial body. Xiaohua. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were all dumbfounded. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng were also dumbfounded. However, Cui Hongshan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. He finally understood that everything that eldest senior brother Xiang Yang had said was true. Behind this realization, there was a burst of lingering fear, as well as a monstrous shock in his heart. In Cui Hongshan's heart, he immediately recalled his encounter with Xiaohua on the Sky Thunder Peak, as well as his interactions with Xiaohua. Only now did Cui Hongshan understand how tolerant Xiaohua was towards him, or perhaps, how shallow he was. He actually called himself senior brother in front of a senior brother whose cultivation was much higher than his, and he was so disrespectful to this senior brother, so belittling him. Although Xiaohua hadn't made a move yet, Cui Hongshan knew very well that if Xiaohua were to reach out at any moment, Cui Hongshan's life would be in danger. He was truly ignorant and fearless. But, what did I do wrong? After waiting for the regret and shock to recede, Cui Hongshan proudly thought, Xiaohua is only a rogue cultivator. He's only one step ahead of me. If I were to increase my strength, I might not necessarily lose to him. Not to mention, Cui Hongshan's mind turned rapidly, and he looked at Xiaohua again. Go, Xiaohua, who was like a demon god, shook his body. The phoenix Dharma body let out a clear cry, flapped its wings, and flew in front of Cui Hongshan. With a wave of his two claws, several thick thunderbolts struck out, hitting the two sword cultivators who were about to fly to the flowing cloud flying ship. These two third-grade sword cultivators tried their best to resist the lightning bolts. One of them, who was charred black, barely managed to stand firm in midair, while the other directly fell down. It's only a Dharma body. In the distance, a white-haired swordsman anxiously said, quickly surround them. We can kill him with our swords. Hearing this swordsman's reminder, the group of sword cultivators who were shocked by Xiaohua suddenly woke up and surrounded him from all directions. Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body grabbed the flowing cloud flying ship and flew back. At the same time, countless tiny lightning bolts struck out from the tips of its wings, knocking away the flying swords of the cultivators. Quickly get on the flying ship. Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon shears once again cut through the sky, cutting off several flying swords. He hurriedly commanded the cloud-suppressing seal to protect Zhen Minghui and the others. Zhen Minghui and the others woke up from their daze and flew onto the flowing cloud flying ship. As soon as Zhen Minghui landed on the flowing cloud flying ship, he immediately took off Han Bing's storage bag and took out a jade slip. He hurriedly immersed his divine sense in it, looking for the method to control the flowing cloud flying ship. Cui Hongshan, are you still not going? Xiaohua glared at Cui Hongshan who was still standing in midair. Why should I go? Cui Hongshan said coldly, "You hid your cultivation, are you trying to embarrass me at this time? You just want to see me make a fool of myself? TCH, who has the patience to see you make a fool of yourself?" Xiao Hua retorted sarcastically, "Every time you steal my words, I don't even have time to say them. I would rather die than receive your favor." Cui Hongshan said stubbornly. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Hua also laughed loudly, "If not for eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister-in-law's warnings, if not for you being my myriad Thunder Valley's disciple, I wouldn't care about your life or death. It's just that, isn't it too late for you to think of not receiving my favor? You." Cui Hongshan suddenly thought of how the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' opponents inexplicably fell from midair one after another. Needless to say, that was definitely Xiao Hua's method. Ha ha ha, isn't it too late? Xiao Hua was incomparably comfortable at this time. He covered Cui Hongshan with his sleeve, and Cui Hongshan had no strength to resist at all and was immediately restrained by the universe in the sleeve. "You go up." Xiao Hua originally wanted to throw Cui Hongshan into Dui Qimeng's arms, but on second thought, he waved his sleeve and threw Cui Hongshan onto the flowing cloud-flying ship. "Many thanks, junior brother Xiao." Dui Qimeng laughed as she escaped from death. She then followed Cui Hongshan onto the flying ship. "Go!" Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal shone brightly and flew onto the flowing cloud-flying ship, protecting it tightly. "Which one of you doesn't want to live, want to fight with me?" Xiao Hua saw that the matter was settled and waved his hand. The soaring dragon shears floated in midair, and the huge phoenix avatar was also malevolent. He turned his head and roared towards the dozens of fifth-grade swordsmen. The group of sword cultivators saw Xiao Hua's arrogance and unconsciously became sluggish. "I'm here to kill you." A sturdy man who was more than 10 feet tall like an iron tower flew over from nearby with a long staff-like flying sword in his hand. "Humph, a mere fifth-grade swordsman actually dares to challenge me." Xiao Hua snorted coldly. With a wave of his arm, the huge phoenix avatar swooped down from the sky. Insignificant skill. The sturdy man brandished his long sword. The long sword spun like a windmill, and a hurricane was also born from the long sword. It was exactly the same as the hurricane of the phoenix avatar. "Fight!" Xiao Hua sneered and lightly reprimanded. The sharp claws of the phoenix avatar swung down from the sky, and a thick bolt of lightning was born from the claws and directly hit the sturdy man. Pooh! The sturdy man was not nervous at all. He opened his mouth, and a blue pellet flew out. It grew with the wind, and in a moment, it actually became the size of a fist. That bolt of lightning was precisely hit by this object. Zilala, the huge bolt of lightning actually lingered around the bead, and then it was slowly absorbed by the bead. Thunder-trapping bead? Damn it, this guy actually has my thunder-controlling sex artifact. Xiao Hua was furious. This was originally an attack to show off his might, but it was actually broken by this guy. How could he not be angry? Kill! Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He urged his magic power, and the soaring dragon shears flashed again. This time, the golden light was even brighter. It was almost like a golden dragon flying towards the sturdy man. The sturdy man sneered and waved his hand. Ignoring Xiao Hua's phoenix avatar, he actually held the long sword in his hand and slashed horizontally at the soaring dragon shears. With a soft sound, the thick long sword and the golden light brushed past each other. The golden light not only cut through the long sword, but also cut through the sturdy man's body. The sturdy man looked at his long sword that was cut into 2 pieces in disbelief. His expression was very gloomy. Obviously, his primordial spirit was seriously injured. But then, the sturdy man unconsciously lowered his head to look at his waist. He saw that there, a line of red gradually flowed out, and in a moment, it was like a waterfall of blood. Then, the sturdy man's lower body fell off, and the sturdy man himself also fell in midair. Humph, if you die, then you die. Things can't be wasted. Xiao Hua's voice sounded again. The two pieces of the long sword and the sturdy man's storage bag were in his hand. Hiss! The group of swordsmen sucked in a breath of cold air, and their figures retreated again. At this time, the disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain had basically been wiped out. Many sword cultivators had died, and the remaining ones had all gathered. There were actually nearly several hundred of them. I'll fight you. Without waiting for Xiao Hua's challenge, an old man with a sixth-stage drawing sword flew out and said coldly, "You're only at the early stage of foundation establishment, relying on your bloodline avatar." Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed loudly and pointed his hand. "Transform into a sword. I'm the one in charge here. You're just a drawing sword swordsman. You're just throwing away your life. Go." Xiao Hua did not say much. The Phoenix Avatar soared into the air, and the soaring dragon shears similarly slashed through the air, attacking the old man at the same time. Attack! The old man waved his hand, and a green light flew out. Sharp sword chi immediately filled the area within several dozen feet, like the cool moonlight in autumn. Tai green light? Xiao Hua came to a realization and immediately understood why the old man was not afraid of the soaring dragon shears. This old man will receive your Phoenix Avatar. Xiao Hua's Phoenix Avatar had just flown up when a swordsman with an extremely similar appearance to the old man also flew out. With a wave of his hand, a green sword light also flew out. Twin swordsman? Wooden sword? Xiao Hua was somewhat dumbfounded. Rumble. Sure enough, the Phoenix Avatar's lightning was blocked by the wooden sword and could not achieve anything. And the soaring dragon shears and the flying sword tempered by Tai green light were both undamaged when they collided. They're really going too far. Xiao Hua was speechless. Two sixth-stage swordsmen against him, how shameless. Chapter 2263. Go! Xiao Hua seemed to have endless magic power. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon scissors flew out again, and the Phoenix Avatar's sharp claws grabbed out again. Humph! The two old men were somewhat disdainful, but just as the soaring dragon scissors streaked past the old man holding the Tai azure light flying sword, it suddenly accelerated and flew toward the other old man. At the same time, the Phoenix Avatar's sharp claws also passed by the other old man and attacked this old man. These two changes were really too fast, and the distance between the two sword cultivators was not too far. In the blink of an eye, the soaring dragon scissors and lightning arrived in front of the two. All the spectating cultivators were shocked. Ha ha ha! The two cultivators were not in a hurry and actually laughed loudly. The two of them formed inexplicable sword seals, and the same azure flying sword in their hands actually swayed. Kacha! The soaring dragon scissors hit the azure flying sword that looked like a wooden sword, but sparks flew everywhere, and there was no damage at all. The two old men actually used a secret technique to switch the azure flying sword in their hands. Sure enough, when the Phoenix Avatar's lightning struck the other flying sword, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no power at all. Amazing! All the sword cultivators exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts. However, before they could exclaim from the bottom of their hearts, the situation on the field changed again. All the sword cultivators only looked at the azure flying sword in the old man's hand, but Xiao Hua moved at this time. He did not need to use any thunder-controlling movement, only the hibernating thunder escape, and in the blink of an eye, he flew in front of the old man closest to him. At this time, the soaring dragon scissors had just hit the flying sword. Oh! Is this cultivator's brain damaged? All the swordsmen looked away from the flying sword and naturally saw Xiao Hua approaching the old man without anyone noticing, and they were all surprised. After all, Dao sect cultivators had weak bodies, and Xiaohua did not look like a body cultivator. A sword cultivator's body was much stronger than a Dao sect cultivator's, and close combat was a sword cultivator's final killing move. Huh! The old man was naturally startled, but then the corners of his mouth curled up in contempt. The azure flying sword in his hand shook slightly, and actually split into three to slash at Xiaohua. Go to hell! Xiaohua sneered, and a pitch-black spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and he used his strength to stab at the old man's chest. Magic weapon? The old man naturally knew what was good for him. He could tell at a glance that Qiu Yinlu was extraordinary, but he realized it too late. Xiaohua's strength was great, and his speed was fast. The old man only felt a strong wind that was strong enough to suffocate him. He had just swung his flying sword a little when the demonic spear pierced his chest. Ah! The old man screamed. Before his body fell, Xiaohua didn't stop at all. He turned around, used the bright thunder escape, and rushed towards the other old man. When Xiaohua turned around, he didn't forget to put the old man's storage pouch and the green flying sword into the space. Following the elder's death, his twin brother's heart was also pierced with pain. Seeing Xiaohua rapidly rushing over, his eyes turned red. The flying sword in his hand streaked across an azure light, sprinkling all around Xiaohua, as if wanting to cut Xiaohua into pieces of minced meat. Clang, clang, clang! A series of soft sounds rang out as the flying swords all landed on the dragon silver gilt. Although the flying sword didn't succeed, it still managed to obstruct Xiaohua's plan. Just as the old man activated his sword origin and was about to use another divine ability, the surrounding sword cultivators cried out in alarm. The old man was slightly stunned, but then the golden light in front of him shone brightly. The soaring dragon scissors streaked across the golden light in midair, strangely splitting the old man in half. Xiaohua used the soaring dragon scissors as the main force and the dragon silver gilt as the support. True and false, true and false, true and false, he killed two sixth-stage sword cultivators in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, who's a match for a sword cultivator? Who still dares to come and throw away their lives? Xiaohua laughed loudly. He put away his storage pouch and green flying sword and roared loudly. Ignore him. A dignified voice rang out, this cultivator is stalling for time, letting us fight him one by one, so that the cultivators on the flying boat can escape. We don't need to care about him fighting alone. Listen to my command, split into two groups and attack as a whole. One group attacks the cultivators on the flying boat, the other group attacks this guy. Damn it, there's finally someone who understands. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He spread his phoenix Dharma body's wings and blocked the swordsman 300 feet away. He also consumed his magic power to kill and establish his might. Just as the swordsman said, he wanted to protect the people on the flowing cloud flying boat. What he was most afraid of now was these swordsmen forming a formation and attacking. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't afraid of himself, but he was afraid of hurting the people on the flying boat. Moreover, until now, he still hadn't completely revealed his strength. He didn't want to completely reveal it so early. Following the swordsman's command, hundreds of swordsmen began to form a formation several hundred feet away. Xiaohua's divine sense locked onto the swordsman, but he knew that even if he killed the swordsman now, it would be useless. It was better to think about how to escape. Rise! Xiaohua angrily roared, and the phoenix Dharma body once again flew over. Its 300-meter-long wings spread open, and its two sharp claws immediately grabbed the bow of the flowing cloud flying ship. The 30-meter-long flying magic tool was like a small wooden boat. Go! Xiaohua's figure flew, and he used the hibernating thunder escape. He rushed towards a group of about 20 people who had just formed a formation not far away. The soaring dragon scissors turned into a golden light and rushed in front of Xiao Hua's head. The phoenix Dharma body's wings flapped, and waves of wind and thunder rang out incessantly. Lightning flashed in all directions, and its two claws tightly grabbed the flowing cloud-flying boat. It followed Xiao Hua's body and rushed forward. Quick! The group of sword cultivators didn't expect Xiao Hua to rush towards them instead of a gap. They immediately formed sword seals and urged their flying swords to attack Xiao Hua. Go! Xiao Hua's face revealed a ruthless expression. He urged the soaring dragon scissors to cut through the sky, sweeping straight towards the group of sword cultivators in front of him. At the same time, he urged the suppressing cloud seal to fly in front of him to block the incoming flying swords. Ah! 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 The group of sword cultivators miscalculated again. They didn't expect Xiao Hua to not use the soaring dragon scissors to block their flying swords, but to pass through the gap between the flying swords and directly kill them. When they understood, how could they be faster than the soaring dragon scissors? Several miserable screams rang out, and several sword cultivators in the middle were cut in two by the soaring dragon scissors. Moreover, the soaring dragon scissors merely drew an arc in the air, and actually chopped up again from below. Several more sword cultivators were caught off guard and were cut in two. Looking at the flying swords attacking Xiao Hua again, they had already been blocked by the suppressing cloud seal. Following the fall of many sword cultivators, several flying swords were taken away by Xiao Hua. Run! Seeing such a cruel and merciless killing god, the remaining sword cultivators opposite Xiao Hua only had this word in their minds. Ga! The phoenix Dharma body let out a long cry, and like a shooting star, it grabbed the flowing cloud-flying boat and followed Xiao Hua out of the gap between these fleeing sword cultivators. Quick, block them! Following that dignified voice, another group of 30 sword cultivators flew over in front of Xiao Hua, barely maintaining their formation. Ha ha ha! Kill! Xiao Hua had already grasped the method to kill sword cultivators. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent out the soaring dragon shears. Just like before, where the two golden lights passed, another dozen or so lives perished. Xiao Hua also collected another dozen or so flying swords. Damn it, what a pity, there aren't many storage pouches. Xiao Hua was still a bit far from the sword cultivators. Although he collected a few, even more still fell. When Xiao Hua rushed out of this group of sword cultivators, his eyes suddenly opened up. There were no more groups of sword cultivators blocking his way. Only a dozen or so sword cultivators saw him appear and immediately flocked back, fearing that Xiao Hua's soaring dragon scissors would fly towards them. Chase! The voice that Xiao Hua loathed sounded again. Xiao Hua coldly turned his head, and saw a middle-aged swordsman with a square face and red sword armor commanding two groups of swordsmen to chase after him. Without hesitation, Xiao Hua turned back, and the soaring dragon scissors in his hand flickered with a dazzling brilliance, and pounced towards that swordsman. Ah! The middle-aged swordsman didn't expect that Xiao Hua would actually turn back. While he was shocked, he hastily flew behind a group of swordsmen to hide. That group of swordsmen was also frightened by Xiao Hua. Seeing the golden light fly over, they immediately fled, throwing whatever formation and such to the back of their minds. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed heartily. His figure sank into the air, and he waved his hands. The dozen or so storage pouches that fell into his hands. Shortly after, he turned around again, urging the phoenix Dharma body that stopped in midair to fly into the distance once more. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua's unbridled laughter reverberated in the air. The group of sword cultivators actually numbered in the hundreds, but no one dared to chase after him. They didn't even dare to say a single word. It was as if they were afraid that Xiao Hua would turn back again. Silence. Only the sound of the whistling wind was still there. After a long while, an unknown sword cultivator mumbled in a low voice, this guy, doesn't seem to be a disciple of Chicken Cry Mountain. Looking at that lightning cultivator's spell, he should be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. We can't be considered to have disobeyed Senior Hua Jian's orders. These words were like a spring breeze, blowing all the frozen sword cultivators back to life. Their faces were filled with ready-made vitality. That's right. This guy's cultivation is really too high. Didn't you hear what he said? He's invincible under Hua Jian. We're only at the unsheathed sword realm. How can we resist? Yes, the Imperial Thunder sect can't be compared to Chicken Cry Mountain. They're a famous sect, and they actually sent out a disciple comparable to the illusory sword realm in the first stage. It's really not something we can imagine. Forget it. The middle-aged sword cultivator dressed in scarlet sword attire also appeared at this time. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly go clean up the mess. Kill all the survivors of Chicken Crow Mountain. Take away all of Chicken Cry Mountain's treasures as well. The Imperial Thunder sect's disciple has left, but it won't be long before the Dao sect's disciple comes. We can't make another mistake." Yes. The group of sword cultivators didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly took action, either destroying the corpses and destroying the evidence, or plundering the spirit stones. They had already made arrangements beforehand, and everything was done in an orderly manner. Not to mention the fact that the sword cultivators had successfully plotted against Chicken Cry Mountain. Just the fact that Xiao Hua had driven the Phoenix Dharma body and brought the flowing cloud flying ship to fly dozens of miles away in one go was enough. Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense didn't leave Chicken Cry Mountain at all. Seeing that the sword cultivators didn't chase after them, his heart also relaxed. Chapter 2264. Seeing the flat foothills in front of him, his eyes turned, and his face immediately turned sallow. The Phoenix celestial body also began to tremble. Then, with a sad cry, its claws loosened, and the flowing cloud flying ship fell toward the foothills. The Phoenix celestial body returned to Xiao Hua's body, and the cloud-suppressing seal and soaring dragon shears also disappeared. What worried everyone the most was that Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and he fell from the sky. Junior brother Xiao. Xiao Hua. Ming Mao and Dui Ling shouted at the same time. They flew down from the flowing cloud flying ship and rushed toward Xiao Hua at the same time. Ming Mao was naturally a bit faster and hugged Xiao Hua in one go. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed in mid-air, "Su Qing, Qiu Su, you two things, this young master saved you in vain. Seeing that this young master's magic power was exhausted, you didn't even come down from the flying boat. Instead, you let two female cultivators come over. I wanted to faint for a while, but now that I'm fine, how can I do that?" Thus, Xiao Hua opened his eyes slightly, and his figure broke free from Ming Mao's embrace. He barely managed to stand in midair and said, "Thank you, senior sister Ming Mao. I'm fine." "It's okay, junior brother Xiao." Ming Mao said with great concern, "If you can't fly, let me carry you. And, there's still me." Dui Ling rushed over at this time, and said with a look of longing, "Xiao Hua. You're really too brave. You really didn't exceed my expectations. You really made me happy. Don't say too much." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and looked at the flowing cloud flying ship on the foothills, and said with a smile, "Let senior brother Minghui quickly clear the flying ship. And, let's go." Dui Ling nodded and said, "If you can't, then let's fly first." When Xiao Hua flew to the front of the flying ship, the flowing cloud flying ship also slowly flew under Zhen Minghui's control. "Junior brother Xiao, quickly come up." Zhen Minghui called out affectionately, "It's all because I'm stupid, I can only control the flying ship now." "Okay." Xiao Hua didn't say anything else and jumped onto the flying boat with Dui Ling and Ming Mao. The flying boat drew a beautiful arc in the air as it flew towards the north. The further it flew, the more stable it became. On the flying boat, Xiaohua had just sat down when Dui Qimeng walked over with a smile. "Junior brother Xiao, if you still have magic power, release Hongshan's shackles. I tried it just now, but it didn't work at all." Xiaohua looked at Cui Hongshan lying on the flying boat, and his expression was very unsightly. He shook his head and said, "All right, senior apprentice sister Dui, I don't have any magic power in my meridians. I can't break this confinement technique right now, so I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Cui for a while." Fellow Daoist Cui. Although Dui Qimeng didn't say anything, she was shaking her head in her heart. However, since Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua were willing to step forward at the most critical moment and risk their lives to protect each other, no matter what the reason was, whether it was master and mistress's instructions, or senior brother and senior sister-in-law's repeated reminders, it showed the affection between fellow disciples in the Myriad Thunder Valley. He was many times better than those fellow disciples of Xiao Chang's, who only knew how to play the blame game. Therefore, Dui Qimeng wasn't nervous at all. In her heart, she also vaguely felt that Xiaohua might have done it on purpose. "Junior brother Xiao, this is a chief cattail pill, quickly take it." Su Qing hurriedly handed over a pill and said very apologetically, "Just now, senior apprentice sister Bright Eyes was blocking in front of me, so I didn't have time to fly down." "Hee, it's nothing." Xiaohua took the pill with a smile and took it without saying anything. He sat cross-legged on the side and circulated his energy. He usually took green spirit pills, so this chief cattail pill's medicinal power was too little and was basically useless. In any case, he was just putting on an act. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he opened his eyes and saw that everyone was sitting at the side, staring at him without blinking. They really wanted to see him clearly from the inside out. "I don't have anything to look at, right?" Xiaohua looked down and asked. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly open his mouth, everyone was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, "No, nothing." Xiaohua got up and walked to Cui Hongshan's side. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air as if he was holding a heavy object. Cui Hongshan instantly felt his body lighten, and the feeling of being pressed down by an extremely heavy object was swept away. He immediately stood up from the flying boat. Hongshan Dui Qimeng hurriedly walked over and held his hand very sweetly. "Qimeng." Cui Hongshan also revealed his tender feelings and held Dui Qimeng's hand. The two looked at each other, and although they didn't say anything, it was better than 1,000 words. A love that had gone through the test of life and death could be stronger than gold. "Xiaohua, I didn't expect your cultivation to be so profound." Cui Hongshan's hand was held by Dui Qimeng. How could he not know what the beauty was thinking? He thought for a moment and said, "You were able to easily escape from hundreds of sword-drawing cultivators." "Not only that." Xiaohua curled his lips. "This Xiao also killed several sword cultivators." Cui Hongshan nodded. "This Cui, thanks you for saving my life." As he spoke, Cui Hongshan actually let go of Dui Qimeng's hand and prepared to bow. Unfortunately, Xiaohua only slightly raised his hand, and Cui Hongshan's hand couldn't bow no matter what. It was just like how Xiangyang did that year. No need. This Xiao has already said that if you weren't a disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley, if you weren't a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, then this Xiao wouldn't care so much. Xiaohua once again regained his previous laziness, and even somewhat contradicted Cui Hongshan's tone. "All right. Either way, great kindness can't be thanked with words. If you don't want to bow, then don't bow." Cui Hongshan didn't hold back and said as he straightened his body. This is a straightforward person." Xiaohua nodded. "You have some of this Xiao's style." Cui Hongshan treated this sentence as if it had been blown away by the wind and he didn't hear it at all. He probed, "You clearly have such a powerful cultivation, almost on par with Master. Why don't you show a bit in front of Master? At least he'll be a bit happier." "What does this have to do with you?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes again and asked, "Since you've said so, and this Xiao's cultivation is so high, then can't you call this Xiao senior brother?" "Impossible?" Cui Hongshan coldly said, "This Cui entered foundation establishment before you, so naturally I'm your senior martial brother. If you want this Cui to call you senior martial brother, then you can enter Gold Corps before this Cui." "This is what you said." Xiaohua snappily said, "This Xiao wants to see who will enter Gold Corps first." "Hee hee." Cui Hongshan laughed again and glanced at Xiaohua. "With fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation, you'll definitely enter Gold Corps before this Cui. However, fellow Daoist Xiao, don't forget how you addressed this Cui when you were Qi refinement and this Cui was foundation establishment." Pfft. Dui Qimeng, who was listening at the side, couldn't help but laugh. That day when Xiaohua called Cui Hongshan fellow Daoist Cui, Dui Qimeng was there. Now, Cui Hongshan actually used Xiaohua's original words to send him back. It was truly wonderful. Everyone from Thunderclap Palace, as well as Ming Mao and Dui Ling, only when they heard this did they truly understand where the conflict between Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan was. These two people actually almost cut off contact with each other for the sake of a senior martial brother's status. If it weren't for the sword cultivator's coercion today, these two people might have become lifelong enemies. Is it worth it? This was what everyone thought. Yes, is it worth it? Maybe it's because of the two youngsters' grudges, maybe it's because of the opposition between aristocratic families and loose cultivators, or maybe it's because of a gradually deepening misunderstanding. Who knows the specific reason? Forget it, call me whatever you want. Xiaohua waved his sleeves and sat to the side again. He put a few azure spirit pills into his mouth and closed his eyes to cultivate. He wasn't afraid of thousands of sword cultivators, but what about the old man who transformed into a sword? He took away the innate golden essence, and that old man clearly knew that Chicken Crow Mountain had innate golden essence. What if he came to find Xiaohua? "Senior martial brother Minghui, give this little brother the jade slip for controlling the boat." Cui Hongshan ignored Xiaohua and walked to Zhen Minghui's side, saying, "This little brother will also help you control the flying boat." "Oh, that's right, Han Bing's storage bag belongs to this Xiao. Make a copy of this jade slip for controlling the boat." Xiaohua, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "So stingy." Not only Cui Hongshan muttered in his heart, the crowd of Thunderclap sect disciples had the same thought. Also, this flowing cloud flying boat, when we're near Sky Patrol City, this Xiao will also take it away. Xiaohua didn't care about their thoughts and continued to say, "If the 7 skills sect's disciples or our masters see it, how can we have a share?" "All right." Cui Hongshan nodded and said, "This flowing cloud flying boat was seized by fellow Daoist Xiao. We don't have any other thoughts. When we reach the place, we'll immediately disembark. Hee hee, you're all from the first team of Thunderclap sect. You can ride this flowing cloud flying boat at any time in the future. This Xiao will definitely not take your spirit stones." After Xiaohua finished explaining everything, his heart was finally at ease. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui looked at each other. There was both joy and bitterness in their eyes. Needless to say, it was all thanks to Xiaohua that they were able to escape from Chicken Crow Mountain today. Without Xiaohua's help, the 9 people from Thunderclap sect wouldn't have any chance of survival. Looking at the 10 people from 7 skills sect, one could see the fate of the Thunderclap sect disciples. Moreover, with Xiaohua here, not to mention today, even in the future, in the battle between Dao sect and sword cultivators, there was no doubt that they would have a higher chance of survival. However, just like Cui Hongshan's previous shock, Zhen Minghui's heart was also filled with doubts. Xiao Hua's performance just now was not simply the performance of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. To be able to kill a 6th-grade twin swordsman and frighten hundreds of swordsmen into not daring to chase after him, it was absolutely impossible to do this without the cultivation of a golden core cultivator. The strength of a golden core cultivator. Cui Hongshan had been dreaming of this, but he didn't expect it to appear on Xiao Hua, who he had always looked down on. Chapter 2265. Then they thought of Xiao Hua's unfathomable methods. That over 300 feet phoenix Dharma body, the wind and thunder above the Dharma body, the thunder and lightning controlled by the phoenix claws, the fleeting lightning escape technique, the demonic spear that broke the swordsman's defense with a single spear strike, the sure-kill demonic spear, and the golden flash, the magic treasure that took a human life without even seeing the shape of the magic treasure. These, any one of them was a divine ability that they couldn't covet even if they wanted to break their heads. How could they not feel the bitterness in their mouths? Then they thought of Xiao Hua's slack when capturing the green crab. How could he not be slack? That thing simply couldn't enter his eyes. Where did Xiao Hua go? He must have gone to find out where the green crab came from. They were still excited about the bean-sized Tai green light, and he went to find out where the Tai green light came from. This gap wasn't measured by miles. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Xiao Hua. Not to mention that Xiao Hua only revealed less than 50% of his strength. Even if they knew that Xiao Hua had obtained the innate Gold Mother, they would be so shocked that they wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace for several days. Of course, the premise was that they knew what the innate Gold Mother was. Xiao Hua's thoughts were different. He cultivated while pondering. He was somewhat puzzled. How could that old swordsman take out a flying sword from the foot of Rooster Cry Mountain? Was this flying sword tempered with the innate Gold Mother? Or was it absorbing the Tai green light under the innate Gold Mother? Perhaps it's like that. Xiao Hua thought of that green crab again. If it wasn't for the flying sword absorbing the Tai green light under Rooster Cry Mountain, how could the Tai green light leak out and be obtained by the green crab? Damn it, if I knew there was such a powerful flying sword under the innate Gold Mother, why didn't I look down? That flying sword is probably better than the innate Gold Mother. Thinking of the old swordsman's might when he took out the flying sword from the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua almost wanted to drool. If I took the flying sword, wouldn't I be able to kill hundreds of swordsmen with a single sword? In addition, this Huan country's swordsman's scheme is really far-sighted. They actually tempered a flying sword in my country of Xi. If I didn't come here occasionally, this innate Gold Mother would have been taken away by the Huan country's sword cultivators. Heh, this young master's luck is really not for show. However, when he thought about how the primordial mother of gold had been exchanged for by the hundreds of cultivators of the Rooster Cry Mountain, Xiao Hua felt somewhat dejected. The battle between sword cultivators had only just begun, but hundreds of cultivators had already died in front of him. Even he himself had reaped the lives of dozens of swordsmen. The war is truly cruel. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think. At the same time, he thought of Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe, whom he'd met at the Feather Immortal Assembly. Those two female sword cultivators seemed to be very good as well. Captain Cui, Zhen Minghui, who was steering the boat, suddenly thought of something and hurriedly transmitted his voice. How should we report to senior brother Zhen Yun when we see him? Are you going to tell me everything about this place? Oh, that's right. Cui Hongshan was also slightly surprised. Over 1,000 sword cultivators had gathered at Chicken Crow Mountain. Needless to say, their movements would definitely be reported to the Lightning Control Sect. If they did not report it, they would have to bear the crime of not reporting it. But if he were to report it, what should he say? The only thing that needs to be explained is Xiao Hua's cultivation. But Xiao Hua's cultivation was something that even their master had no choice but to conceal. How could he let them speak of it? Although Xiao Hua did not warn them, nor did he make them swear any oath, Cui Hongshan knew that Xiao Hua definitely did not want them to speak of it. And the most important thing was their rejoicing just now. If Xiao Hua was here, then they would have a chance to survive. If Xiao Hua was not here, then they could be drowned by the waves of sword cultivators at any time. Not to mention big waves, just a small wave from Chicken Crow Mountain would have sunk the flowing cloud-flying ship. If Cui Hongshan had told the truth about Xiao Hua's strength, then there was no need to think about it. Cui Hongshan would have guessed that Xiao Hua would definitely have been transferred from his Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. Only now did Cui Hongshan truly know that the matter of Flame Forest Mountain that Xiang Yang had mentioned was absolutely not fabricated. Everything was done by Xiao Hua. This fellow disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley was really a treasure. Senior brother Minghui, how do you think I should deal with it? Cui Hongshan thought about it and had some ideas, but he still couldn't make a decision. He transmitted his voice and asked. Zhen Minghui looked around and transmitted his voice with shifty eyes. Do you still need to say it? This junior brother of yours is so powerful, isn't he our bodyguard? How can we let him escape? Senior brother Minghui means. Cui Hongshan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, we will only talk about the result and not the process? Of course. Cui Hongshan clapped his hands and said, and this result has to be said early. Don't forget that not a single disciple of Chicken Crow Mountain escaped. Aren't we the ones who have the final say in this matter? If they don't agree, they can go find the sword cultivators to verify it. Indeed. Cui Hongshan wasn't a pedantic person like Xiang Yang. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, and I still have the token of Chicken Crow Mountain. Valley Master Zhan Xian can't possibly give it to me after his death. Ha ha ha, exactly. Zhen Minghui heard and couldn't help but laugh out loud. You guys. Dui Qimeng and the rest were sitting cross-legged. They weren't cultivating, but were calming their hearts and carefully recalling the danger just now. Suddenly hearing Zhen Minghui laugh, they all unconsciously opened their eyes. Wait a moment. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said with a smile. Of course, this wave also included Xiao Hua. However, Cui Hongshan knew that Xiao Hua wouldn't open his eyes at all. Sure enough, except for Xiao Hua, the other 8 people all gathered together. Cui Hongshan told them about the matter he had discussed with Zhen Minghui, and finally said, I am going to report to senior apprentice brother Zhen Yun that I left Chicken Crow Mountain long before the swordsman's attack. I wonder what everyone thinks. Of course. Dui Ling was the first to raise his hand and said, Xiao Hua is our first team Xiao Hua. I don't want him to leave. Captain Cui is right. Dui Qimeng also echoed, the war has just begun, and we have to consider our own future. Since we have explained the situation of Chicken Crow Mountain, we have achieved our purpose of coming to Chicken Crow Mountain this time. It's not like we didn't complete the mission. This concubine agrees. No one had any objections. Cui Hongshan reached out his hand again and took Han Bing's storage pouch from the flying boat. Without even looking at it, he handed it to Dui Qimeng and said, Qimeng, this belongs to Xiao Hua. Give it to him. Don't let him think about it when he is cultivating. Yes, this concubine understands. Dui Qimeng smiled at Cui Hongshan and turned to walk towards Xiao Hua. This flowing cloud-flying boat wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Although it didn't have a quiet room to rest, it was at least 10 feet long and was very spacious for 10 people. Xiao Hua was sitting at the stern. When he heard Dui Qimeng coming over, he opened his eyes and said with a smile, Senior Sister Dui, is something the matter? Of course, Dui Qimeng didn't think that Xiao Hua didn't know what happened just now. However, she still handed over the storage pouch with a smile and said, This is Han Bing's storage pouch. Hongshan asked me to give it to you. Also, regarding the matter of Chicken Crow Mountain, he has already said that he won't mention it to anyone else. An. Xiaofan took the storage pouch and put it away without looking at it. He then said as if he didn't care, "This is also good. Everyone doesn't need to make a hard oath." As expected. Dui Qimeng suddenly understood. Xiao Huazhen didn't plan to reveal it. Cui Hongshan was right. Senior Sister Dui, this place is still far from Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua said, "We don't need to rush. We just need to fly at about the same speed as before. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain. Also, this little brother needs to cultivate. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me." "Okay, this concubine understands." Dui Qimeng nodded with a smile and turned back. And, asking Senior Sister Dui to bring the storage pouch over is the same as you bringing it over yourself. This guy obviously wants to compromise, but he still wants to save face. Really? Xiao Hua closed his eyes again and sneered in his heart, "This young master is still your senior brother. Since you have such intentions, this young master will understand." Dui Qimeng relayed Xiao Hua's words to Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan nodded, indicating that he understood. He then sat down cross-legged and controlled the flowing cloud-flying boat with Zhen Minghui. Rooster Crow Mountain was not too far from Sky Patrol City. With the speed of the Thunder Boat, it would only take more than half a month. The flowing cloud-flying boat was not as good as the Thunder Boat, but it would only take about 20 days to fly there. However, Cui Hongshan was not in a hurry. After flying for more than 30 days, they arrived near Sky Patrol City. When Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui saw the snow region city in the distance, which was like a pillar supporting the sky, they lowered the drifting cloud boat and shouted, "Junior brothers, the Sky Patrol City is right in front of us. We're going to abandon the boat and fly." "Yes." All the disciples responded and disembarked from the flowing cloud-flying boat. Xiao Hua waved his hand and kept the flowing cloud-flying boat into the space. "Let's go." Cui Hongshan waved his hand and did not stay there. Alas, 30 days have passed in the blink of an eye. This young master's cultivation growth is really limited. Xiao Hua's thoughts were still different from the others. He had to face a nascent soul cultivator, so he could not be without pressure. Seeing that Sky Patrol City was just around the corner and they might really meet immortal Jingru, he could not help but sigh, "How good would it be if I could cultivate in seclusion for more than 10 years. Stop. Which sect are you from? The snowy scenery near Sky Patrol City was naturally different from the left side of Rooster Crow Mountain. Cui Hongshan and the others flew and talked as they looked at the jade trees and jadeite branches. Snow covered the ground. Suddenly, a shout came from the sky, and more than 10 armored cultivators appeared. Cui Hongshan looked at the slightly older cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment at the front and frowned slightly. He stopped and cupped his hands. "Who are you?" "We are the city guards of Sky Patrol City. I am Song Jie." The foundation establishment city guard was not displeased. He looked at everyone's Taoist robes and smiled, "Fellow Taoist, are you a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? But I don't know. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian." Chapter 2266. That's right. I'm Cui Hongshan from the Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm leading the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I was ordered by my master to go to Chicken Crow Mountain for business. Now, I'm returning to Sky Patrol City. I wonder if the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect have arrived at Sky Patrol City? Cui Hongshan replied in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Chicken Crow Mountain? You came from Chicken Crow Mountain? Song Jie was stunned and immediately rejoiced. He hurriedly said, "My Sky Patrol City received news that Chicken Crow Mountain was annihilated by sword cultivators a month ago. Not a single disciple escaped." "How did you all escape?" Chicken Crow Mountain was annihilated by sword cultivators. Not a single disciple managed to escape. Cui Hongshan turned to look at Zhen Minghui. His face also showed surprise, as he said, "We were ordered to go to Chicken Crow Mountain by our master, but," at this point, Cui Hongshan stopped talking and smiled, "We need to report this to our master. Please forgive me, fellow Daoist Song. I can't tell you about this." "Yes, I understand." Song Jia did not intend to force him. He nodded and said, "Senior Qian Maqian from the Imperial Thunder Sect has already entered the meeting hall of my Sky Patrol City. If fellow Daoist Cui wants to report, I can lead the way." Of course, Cui Hongshan did not know what a meeting hall was. However, after hearing what Song Jia said, he could only nod and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Song. Please." Song Jia did not say anything else. He instructed the other city guards to continue patrolling nearby. He and another early-stage Foundation establishment city guard accompanied the 10 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect to Sky Patrol City. After flying for a while, the Sky Patrol City gradually approached. Cui Hongshan asked in a low voice, "From what I know, the patrol area of the 7 major cities in the Kingdom of Xi doesn't seem to be this far. Is it because the sword cultivator's attack is too fierce?" I don't know the specific situation either." Song Jia explained with a smile, "I just received the city lord's order to increase the patrol range. However, as far as I know, the matter is not as serious as fellow Daoist Cui thinks. Other than Chicken Crow Mountain and Clear Cave, 2 small places where sword cultivators killed them inexplicably, my Dao sect and sword cultivators have both won and lost in other places. In fact, my Dao sect even has the advantage." Speaking up to here, Song Jia hesitated for a moment before continuing, "However, the borders of the state of Xi, the state of Lian, and the state of Huan are extremely vast. Unless all the cultivators are guarding the borders at the same time, there is no way to stop the sword cultivators from entering the territory of our Dao sect. Right now, the sword cultivators and my Dao sect's attacks are intertwined and we are in a stalemate. I'm afraid there won't be any special changes in the next few years." Senior Song, did the Sky Patrol City expand the patrol area because they were afraid of being attacked by sword cultivators? Dui Ling couldn't help but ask when he realized that Song Jia didn't explain why the Sky Patrol City expanded the scope of their patrol. Since Dui Ling was a Qi refinement cultivator, Song Jia only smiled and said proudly, "My Sky Patrol City is one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi. Not to mention that the meeting halls of the 3 cultivation countries are located in Sky Patrol City. Just the Snowfield City Lord of Sky Patrol City is enough to intimidate sword cultivators. How dare a sword cultivator cause trouble in my Sky Patrol City? I'm guessing that it's because of the problem at Chicken Crow Mountain. The city lord is afraid that the disciples of various sects and cultivation families who are coming to my Sky Patrol City will suffer losses, so he sent us out. Even the disciples of the cultivation families are coming?" Dui Ling rolled his eyes and smiled, "Wouldn't that be extremely lively?" Cui Hongshan thought more and asked tentatively, "Based on what fellow Daoist Song said, there are sword cultivators appearing near the Sky Patrol City?" This isn't considered a secret. Fellow Daoist Cui will know when you reach the Sky Patrol City." Song Jia saw that there was no way to avoid it and smiled. This time, the sword cultivators launched a large-scale attack on the 3 cultivation countries. They are quite arrogant. Weapon cultivators, beast cultivators, and other rarely seen cultivators have appeared. Their methods are strange and there are always people trying to sneak into my Sky Patrol City every few days. Beast cultivators? Weapon cultivators? Dui Ling's eyes widened and asked curiously, "Sword cultivators live by swords and are sword cultivators. What are beast cultivators and weapon cultivators?" Song Jia raised his eyes and looked at the Sky Patrol City that was still a little far away and explained, "Beast cultivators and weapon cultivators are similar to sword cultivators. They use spirit beasts or magic weapons to attach their primordial spirits and cultivate their bodies with them. From there, they can use the power of the spirit beasts or magic weapons to improve their cultivation. Wow, there's such a magical cultivation method on the Dawn Rain continent? Dui Ling exclaimed. Hehe, it's not that magical. Song Jie replied, we cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cultivate the golden core, and give birth to babies. We emphasize on the Taoist foundation, and it's a magical power that can touch the creation. As for sword cultivators, weapon cultivators, and beast cultivators, they are all unorthodox techniques. They only seek magical powers for a while and do not seek the path of longevity. How can it be magical? Hehe, this junior is just curious. I didn't expect there to be all kinds of cultivation methods in this world. Dui Ling's face was slightly red as he smiled apologetically. Xiao Hua was still flying at the back. He didn't speak, but he was laughing in his heart, this is nothing. This young master has ghost cultivators, Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, and even soul cultivators' cultivation methods. All of them can compete with Dao sections. Sword cultivators, weapon cultivators, and beast cultivators are rare, but in essence, I'm afraid they're not much different from Dao sects. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. Sword cultivators were sword cultivators. To be able to compete with Dao sects until now, it was enough to show that they were extraordinary. Although he had obtained Li Xiubai's sword cultivator inheritance, he didn't carefully comprehend sword cultivators' cultivation methods because he had sword plays the world. Previously, when he fought with sword cultivators at Chicken Crow Mountain, those sword cultivators' strength was indeed very different from Xiao Hua's, but their attacks were indeed unique. This showed that sword cultivators still had their merits. Xiao Hua had obtained a lot of storage bags and flying swords. If he searched among them, maybe there would be some unexpected surprises. Let's wait in Sky Patrol City and find a quiet room to rest. Xiao Hua thought as several people gradually flew closer to Sky Patrol City. Seeing the might of Sky Patrol City, Xiao Hua was extremely emotional. Among the 7 major cities in the country of Xi, except for Tongmu City, Xiao Hua had been to the other 6 cities. These 6 cities really had their own characteristics and lived up to their names. At this time, at the gate of Sky Patrol City, there were more people patrolling. The cultivation of the city guards was also much higher. There were as many as 10 leaders in the middle stage of foundation establishment and the late stage of foundation establishment. It could be seen that the situation in Sky Patrol City was far from optimistic, as Song Jie said. Fellow cultivators, Song Jie led Cui Hongshan and the others to the disciple on duty and said, please take out the token of Imperial Thunder Sect and other things for inspection. Cui Hongshan nodded and took out the token. He activated his spiritual power and injected a spell into the token. Then, he handed it to a leader in the middle stage of foundation establishment. The leader immersed his spiritual sense into it and looked at it. Then, he looked at Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui one by one. Then, he returned the token to Cui Hongshan and nodded, not bad, the first team of Imperial Thunder Sect. The image and imprint of the token are intact. Please. Song Jie also handed his token to the leader for inspection. Then, he raised his hand and motioned for Cui Hongshan and the others to follow him into the city gate. Just as they entered, the dozen or so team leaders all looked at them, as if they were paying attention to them. Cui Hongshan and the others were naturally genuine Dao sect disciples. Even if Xiao Hua was a little strange, his meridians were still filled with vital spirit and would not cause the restriction to move. Only after the 10 of them had entered the city gates did the leaders turn their attention elsewhere. Others might not notice it, but Xiao Hua, who was walking at the back, was extremely sensitive. He had long been uncomfortable being stared at by the dozen or so people. When he knew that they were looking away, he secretly complained, why would a capable sword cultivator come here to walk into a trap? I'm afraid this kind of vigilance is useless. After entering the Sky Patrol City, Xiaofan and the others naturally did not follow to the meeting hall. Under the lead of another city guard, they went to the station of Imperial Thunder Sect. Cui Hongshan was taken to the meeting hall. At this time, the meeting hall was different from before. The futons on the 3 floors were full of cultivators. Some were old, some were young, some were male, and some were female. Everyone's expressions were different. Some were frowning slightly, some were gloating, and some were scratching their chin as if they were thinking about something. Fellow cultivators. A loud voice sounded. It was the middle-aged cultivator sitting on one of the 9 futons in the first row. This middle-aged cultivator was none other than Lu Xinwu, the cultivator in the middle stage of Gold Core realm of Shanghua sect. He was also the representative sent by Shanghua sect this time. What? Fellow cultivator Lu, did you think of something? A hale and hearty old man opposite Lu Xinwu had his eyes slightly closed. When he heard Lu Xinwu's words, he was somewhat displeased and asked. Fellow cultivator Li, sword cultivators are the same as your Changbai sect. They all cultivate flying swords. You should know better than me what they want to do, right? Seeing that you have been silent, you must have thought of something. Lu Xinwu did not answer but asked instead. The hale and hearty old man was Li Jijia, the cultivator in the middle stage of Gold Core realm of Changbai sect. Fellow cultivator Lu's words are really wrong. Li Jijia sneered. Changbai sect is not the only sect in my Dao sect that cultivates flying swords. However, our flying swords are especially famous in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. This is not an excuse for fellow cultivator Lu to slander my Changbai sect, right? Fellow cultivator Li, you are still the same as 15 years ago. You don't even let me make jokes. Lu Xinwu laughed. Your Changbai sect's flying swords are the orthodox of my Dao sect. This is something that no one can erase. How can my words defame it? Of course you can say it in private, but not in front of so many fellow cultivators. Li Jijia still did not hold back his reply. Lu Xinwu was a little embarrassed. A red-faced old man in the second row smiled and said, Fellow cultivator Lu, are there barbs on the praying mat in front? How about I exchange places with you? TCH, even if there are barbs, it is still my Shanghua sect seat. Brother Qian Mo, this is not something your Imperial Thunder sect can sit on. Lu Xinwu knew that Qian Mo was giving him a way out. Although his words were unforgiving, his tone was still warm. Alright, the various sects have reported the current situation. We have also explained the situation in Sky Patrol City. We have been thinking for a long time. Everyone, tell us how we should fight. Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongjue said. He was on duty today. Chapter 2267. Let me share my thoughts first. A scholarly female cultivator in the early Golden Core stage spoke up. She was Jihong from the Clear Leaf sect. Although the war has just started, it feels very chaotic. The sword cultivators are stirring up trouble everywhere, but I can't see what they are up to. I think it should be the same as the previous wars. As long as the sword cultivators plunder some spirit stones, get some resources, and train some disciples, they will retreat. The problem is that they still need to train for a few years, or even 10 years. Yuan Zhongyu smiled bitterly. We are just the vanguard for our sect to stop the attack of the sword cultivators. If the sword cultivators attack too much of the country of Xi and the country of Lian before the arrival of our sect masters, we will lose face. Our sect masters will also reprimand us. Then kill. Li Jijia sneered. Isn't the sword cultivator all about the heart of the sword? We will stop killing with killing. Tisk tsk, aren't we killing every day? Chengming from the Immortal Ascension sect smacked his lips and said, if we want to kill, just line up in a formation and kill them face to face. There is no need to make it so complicated. You guess, I guess, we will rack our brains every day. At this moment, there was another wave of mana fluctuation in the middle of the meeting hall. Seeing this, Yuan Zhongyu frowned and muttered, "Damn it, this is really an eventful period. Could it be that something happened to the sword cultivator again?" As he spoke, Yuan Zhongyu pointed his hand and a mirror appeared in the middle of the crowd. Song Jia and Cui Hongshan's figures appeared. Oh? Disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Yuan Zhongyu glanced at them, then looked up at Qian Mo and asked curiously. "I don't know." Qian Mo obviously didn't know Cui Hongshan. He said, "Let him in." "Why is there a city guard from the Sky Patrol City?" A cultivator in the third row asked, "Do the disciples of the three kingdoms of cultivation need their protection?" Yuan Zhongyu raised his hand and pointed at the mirror. A burst of light burst out like a fountain, and Cui Hongshan and Song Jia's figures appeared in the middle of the meeting hall. Song Jia swept his gaze over, and there was no surprise on his face. He bowed respectfully. However, Cui Hongshan was clearly caught unprepared. Looking around, he realized that he was surrounded by Gold Corps seniors, all of whom were staring at him from above. He couldn't help but feel nervous. When he heard Song Jia salute him, he came to his senses and quickly bowed in greeting. Junior Cui Hongshan of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad offers greetings, seniors. First squad? Thunder Palace's Cui Hongshan? You're still alive? Qian Mo couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. However, he wasn't surprised and stood up from the praying mat. After all, it had been more than a month and the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had started to die. If Cui Hongshan wasn't from the first group, Qian Mo might not have remembered him. Rooster Crow Mountain. Qian Mo immediately understood why the Sky Patrol City's city guard had followed them over. He said anxiously, "Cui Hongshan, tell me about what happened at Rooster Crow Mountain. How did you escape from the hands of the sword cultivators at Rooster Crow Mountain?" Chicken Crow Mountain? The other cultivators naturally understood, and their eyes unconsciously revealed a look of surprise. On the other hand, Seven Possibilities Sect's Wang Ye's face was gloomy. This junior met Brother Chui's group of 10 outside Sky Patrol City. When Song Jia saw Yuan Zhongyu's gaze sweep over, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Because the incident at Chicken Crow Mountain is a recent one, my Lord City Lord is also concerned about it. Therefore, I would like to hear what actually happened so that I can report it to the City Lord." However, Brother Chui insisted on reporting to the Master and refused to tell anyone else. This junior had no choice but to accompany Brother Chui to the conference hall so that he could report back after listening. Yuan Zhongyu was very satisfied when he heard this. He looked at Cui Hongshan with a smile. "Cui Hongshan, tell me. Since the 10 of you are safe and sound, you must have left Rooster Crow Mountain before it was destroyed, right?" Seeing that Yuan Zhongyu actually came to such a conclusion after hearing Song Jia's words, Cui Hongshan was very shocked. He hurriedly bowed and answered, "Senior, that's right." That's not bad." Yuan Zhongyu smiled and asked again, "It's your great fortune to be able to escape from death. Furthermore, since you were able to go to Rooster Crow Mountain before it was destroyed, you should be able to bring us some information. Speak." "Yes." Cui Hongshan bowed, but he still looked slightly at Qian Mo who was wearing the same Daoist robe as him. Qian Mo was even more satisfied. He nodded slightly and motioned for Cui Hongshan to speak. "Senior, please no." Cui Hongshan smiled apologetically. "We were sent to Rooster Crow Mountain by Martial Uncle Qian Mo." Then, Cui Hongshan recounted everything that happened at Rooster Crow Mountain. However, Cui Hongshan only mentioned Han Bing's provocation slightly. After all, Han Bing was already dead and there were 7 Possibilities Sect's masters here. If he rashly mentioned it now, it would only provoke a conflict between the two sects. This was obviously not what Qian Mo of the Thunder Control sect, who was at a disadvantage, wanted to hear. When Yuan Zhongyu heard that the Seven Possibilities sect had actually sent a team of 10, a strange expression appeared on his face. However, he quickly concealed it. We saw that the Seven Possibilities sect's disciples had already broken through the siege of Rooster Crow Mountain and that Rooster Crow Mountain had no intention of keeping us here. Thus, we asked for a token from Rooster Crow Mountain Valley's master, Zhan Xian, and left Rooster Crow Mountain. As he spoke, Cui Hongshan took out Zhan Xian's token and handed it over respectfully. Yuan Zhongyu waved his hand and the token landed in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and handed it to Heng Zhao. Everyone looked at it and nodded. Thus, Qian Mo put away the token and threw a token to Cui Hongshan. He smiled and said, "Cui Hongshan, you're from the first team of the Thunder Control sect. You've completed your first mission so well. This is my token. Take it and go to the Thunder Control sect's encampment to receive your reward." "Yes, thank you, Martial Uncle Qian." Cui Hongshan let out a long sigh and put away the token. He then said respectfully, "However, after we left Rooster Crow Mountain, we encountered a few sword cultivators who were pregnant with swords." "Oh?" Everyone's ears perked up when they heard this, and they listened attentively. Cui Hongshan originally didn't want to say more. However, he was a disciple of the Thunder Control sect after all. He was afraid that leaving this matter out would be detrimental to the Dao sect. After thinking for a long time, he said, "After we killed that sword cultivator, we felt that something was amiss. We were afraid that there were other dangers in Rooster Crow Mountain, so we returned to report or sent a message glyph. However, just as we turned back a few miles, we discovered that there were dozens, no, hundreds of swordsmen flying in the direction of Rooster Crow Mountain. We didn't dare to move forward rashly and prepared to quietly go in another direction. However, there were just as many swordsmen in other directions. I'll let you seniors know that I was really scared at that time. I saw dozens of swordsmen at the 6th layer of the Bright Sword Realm on their swords with my own eyes. I didn't dare to gamble with the lives of several Qi refinement disciples in the team and didn't dare to fly in the direction of Rooster Crow Mountain anymore. I only sent a few message glyph to remind the disciples of Rooster Crow Mountain to be careful. We immediately changed our direction. We were afraid that the sword cultivators would find us. It's fine." Yuan Zhongyu said kindly, "In the face of a great enemy, you need to use your brain. Blindly being rash isn't what a real man should do. You were able to judge the situation and preserve your strength. You brought back the 9 disciples of the Thunder Control sect safely. That's a great merit. What happened next?" "Thank you, senior." Cui Hongshan didn't know Yuan Zhongyu's name and only thanked him by calling him senior. He continued, "We knew that Rooster Crow Mountain was in danger, so we set up an ambush in the distance. When night fell, rumbling sounds began to be heard. I'm afraid that the swordsmen were attacking Rooster Crow Mountain. The rumbling sounds of the attack continued until noon of the second day." Noon of the second day? That long? Yuan Zhongyu was also surprised. He looked at the defensive formation and said, "Based on your estimation, how many sword cultivators were attacking Rooster Crow Mountain?" Cui Hongshan pondered for a moment and said without hesitation, "I saw hundreds of swordsmen in one direction. If we're talking about the area surrounding Rooster Crow Mountain, there should be thousands of swordsmen." "Impossible." Ji Hong of the Bright Leaf sect immediately denied. "Rooster Crow Mountain is just an unknown aristocratic family. In fact, it can't be considered an aristocratic family. How could they have such a powerful mountain protecting array? How could they withstand the attacks of thousands of swordsmen? Whether Rooster Crow Mountain is an ordinary Dao sect or not, this old man can't judge." Yuan Zhongyu said very seriously. "Someone must know about this. However, let's wait for Cui Hongshan to finish speaking. Yes. Cui Hongshan didn't know as much as Xiao Hua. His expression didn't change as he said, when noon of the next day, an extremely powerful sword chi suddenly appeared at Rooster Crow Mountain. Although I was very far away, I could still feel the sword chi beside me. I knew that extremely powerful swordsmen were coming, so I didn't dare to act rashly. Then, there was an earth-shattering sound. Even the place where I was hiding shook. Then, a dazzling sword light appeared in the direction of Rooster Crow Mountain. And then? The corner of Yuan Zhongyu's eyes twitched as he asked. Cui Hongshan thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, since I knew that a high-level swordsman was coming, how could I dare to stay any longer? That sword light was very sharp. I felt that I could be blinded by that sword light. Therefore, I called a few disciples under me to quickly escape. And, do you think that the swordsmen who came later were at cultivation level? Qian Mo asked softly. They transformed into swordsmen. Cui Hongshan answered without hesitation. Huh. Yuan Zhongyu clapped his hands and took out a token. He handed it to Cui Hongshan and said, Cui Hongshan, you are very good. You were able to judge the situation when you were in a difficult situation and brought your fellow disciples out of danger in time. At the same time, you were able to face danger without fear. Under the premise of considering your own safety, you were able to obtain so much information for the cultivation 3 kingdoms. From today onwards, don't say a single word to the outside world. If anyone asks, just say that it was the decision of the discussion hall. Take this token and go to the discussion hall to receive your reward. You have also made a great contribution to the cultivation 3 kingdoms. I will remember it with this token. Chapter 2268. Yes. Cui Hongshan was overjoyed as he bowed and received the token. Song Jia, do you have any other questions? Yuan Zhongyu turned around and asked. This. Fellow Daoist Cui, are you sure that the high-level cultivator was a sword transformation cultivator? What was that sharp sword gleam? Song Jia thought for a moment and asked. This. Cui Hongshan hesitated for a moment. He did see the sword transformation elder's cultivation, but he was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. He only heard Xiao Hua's arrogant shout, so he couldn't be sure that it was a sword transformation cultivator. Besides, he was pretending to be far away, so he couldn't be sure. Of course I can't be sure. Cui Hongshan answered honestly, I also saw that sword gleam, but if it wasn't taken by the sword transformation cultivator, then it must have been taken from Chicken Crow Mountain. Song Jia nodded and cupped his hands respectfully to Yuan Zhongyu, saying, I have no more questions, I will report this to the city lord. Alright, all of you can leave. Yuan Zhongyu waved his hand, and Song Jia and Cui Hongshan's figures disappeared with a wave of light. The meeting hall fell into silence. No one expected that the destroyed Chicken Crow Mountain would have so many stories before the tragedy struck. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and 7 Skills Sect had arrived. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were able to escape and bring back so much information, which was much better than the complete destruction of Clear Cave. The reward and merit for Cui Hongshan was completely worth it. Fellow Daoist Wang Yi, don't you have anything to say? Yuan Zhongyu's voice finally sounded in the quiet meeting hall. I didn't expect that other than the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, your 7 Skills Sect had also sent disciples over. How thoughtful. Hehe, I don't know much about it at this moment. Wang Yi wasn't nervous at all and said with a smile, the Imperial Thunder Sect happened to pass by Chicken Crow Mountain, so of course fellow Daoist Qian knew about it. However, I have always been in Sky Patrol City, and my disciples were also killing sword transformation cultivators outside Sky Patrol City. If Han Bing and the rest happened to receive a message from Chicken Crow Mountain, it would be normal for them to head there. It seems that Han Bing didn't say that. Qian Mo immediately pointed out the flaw. Wang Yi laughed and said, Han Bing and the others are already dead. Everything is said by your Imperial Thunder sect. What can I say? In any case, fellow Daoist Wang has to give an explanation to the three kingdoms of cultivation. Yuan Zhongyu didn't care about Wang Ye's refusal and smiled. Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to explain to everyone. Even if this old man reports to the discussion hall, who would be able to report the matter of Mo Qing Cave? Wang Yi sneered. Fellow Daoist Wang was on duty in the clear cave. Naturally, it's fellow Daoist Wang's turn to worry now. Yuan Zhongyu retorted, I was on duty on the Chicken Crow Mountain. Please explain yourself, fellow cultivator Wang. Fellow Daoist Wang, you don't want to come down from the praying mat, do you? Qian Mo smiled and said, just tell me the truth. Fellow Daoist Wang, don't forget the vow we made before we came to the conference hall. Yuan Zhongyu reminded him bluntly. A trace of hesitation appeared on Wang Ye's face as he said in a low voice, I need to report this matter to the sovereign. Fellow Daoist Wang, why go through so much trouble? Just report it to Immortal Lu Ni here, so that we can report this matter to the sovereign. The Sun of the Tai Ching sect said coldly. Wang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Immediately, Wang Yi took out a ring, activated his magic power and threw it in the air in front of everyone. A ripple flashed in the air, and the ring gradually enlarged into an oval mirror. The mirror was originally dark, but in a moment, it shone brightly and gradually became clear. Immortal Lu Ni's young figure was revealed. Greetings, Senior. Everyone didn't dare to neglect and stood up to salute. Well, what are you waiting for? Immortal Lu Ni said with a smile on his face. Is Sentry City facing a difficult problem? Yes, Sovereign knows. Wang Yi said hurriedly. Rooster Crow Mountain was destroyed by sword cultivators. Just now, the surviving disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect came back. They arrived at Rooster Crow Mountain first and luckily escaped from the sword cultivators' encirclement. Hee, I thought it was a problem. Immortal Lu Ni didn't take this matter seriously and said with a smile, this matter was hidden from others before, but now it's not a big deal. Our 7 skills sect is established for refining tools, so it's normal to have a few secrets. Yes, I understand. Wang Yi bowed and said. Farewell, Senior Lu Ni. Everyone saw Immortal Lu Ni wave his sleeve and knew he was leaving, so they immediately bowed and saluted. When the mirror was closed, Wang Yi explained the matter of Rooster Crow Mountain and explained, this matter was originally a secret of our 7 skills sect. I didn't expect the sword cultivators to know about it. Presumably, they were after the Tai green light. Since our 7 skills sect suffered such a big loss, I didn't want to stick my neck out. But I didn't expect. There's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Nothing can be hidden from others. Yuan Zhongyu nodded and said, if it's for this so-called innate Golden Mother, it's normal for the sword cultivators to launch a large-scale attack. Sigh, fellow Daoist Wang, letting the sword cultivators obtain this item is tantamount to adding wings to a tiger for them. Sigh, what other ideas do I have? Wang Yi stretched out his hand, that item can't be taken from Rooster Crow Mountain, and I can't send many disciples over with great fanfare. I thought that Rooster Crow Mountain is very hidden, so even if it was occupied by the sword cultivators, they might not be able to discover it. But I didn't know where the flaw was, the sword cultivators actually knew about it. It's really fate making fools of people. Sigh, forget it, let's not talk about Rooster Crow Mountain anymore. Yuan Zhongyu waved his hand and raised his head again, what's the matter with Clear Cave? If any fellow Daoist has any twists and turns, please tell us in advance. Don't let our Dao sect be caught unprepared in the battle with the sword cultivators. Unfortunately, the meeting hall was silent again, and no one spoke. Fellow Taoist Yuan, let's leave the matter of Rooster Crow Mountain in Clear Cave as it is for now. Black Heaven Sect's Xiong Huasong reminded, let's discuss the matter of the spirit stone veins. The sword cultivators have launched a large-scale attack on our country of Xi and the country of Lian. The surrounding spirit stone veins must not be occupied by them. Moreover, there are many beast cultivators, weapon cultivators, and giants in the Wind Dream Mountain range. We must deploy manpower and give them a head-on blow. Yes, that's right. I believe that all fellow Taoists already have a plan in mind on how to deploy the troops. Please share it with us. Yuan Zhongyu nodded and said, and looked around again. Thus, according to the distribution of their disciples, the cultivators of each sect began to speak of their plans. Just as the meeting hall was getting busy again, Yuan Zhongyu saw another wave of dermic power in front of his eyes. What's the matter again? Yuan Zhongyu's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, everyone stopped and waited for Yuan Zhongyu to open the mirror, only to see a bloodstained Tao sect disciple appear in the light. What's the matter? Yuan Zhongyu saw that the disciple's Taoist robe was stained with blood and knew that something big had happened. He hurriedly asked, Senior, please no. I'm Fan Qing, a disciple of the Utopia faction. More than 300 disciples of my Utopia faction fell into a trap set up by the sword cultivators near the Swift Wind Ridge. They were all killed by the sword cultivators. The Utopia faction's Heng Ming suddenly stood up and said angrily, when did this happen? Which sword sect was responsible for it? Reporting to Martial Uncle Heng Ming, Fan Qing saw Heng Ming, and his eyes turned red. He almost cried as he said, about 10 days ago, it was done by the Void Heaven Sword Sect. Fan Qing, how do you know it was done by the Void Heaven Sword Sect? Yuan Zhongyu asked curiously. Fan Qing clapped his hands and took out a sword-shaped flying sword. He said loudly, this was left behind by the swordsman of the Void Heaven Sword Sect. He asked me to bring it back to Sky Patrol City. Give it to me. Heng Ming grabbed the flying sword and it fell into his hand. Heng glanced at the flying sword that was almost transparent. He exerted some force in his hand and a brilliant four-colored light shot out from the flying sword. A sword light flew out, surrounded by the light. The sword light condensed into a faint human figure in the air. It was an extremely young swordsman. Fellow cultivators of the Taoist faction. I'm Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword Sect. The war between the Taoist faction and the sword cultivators has been going on for more than a year, but there hasn't been anything special about it. I felt extremely lonely, so I planned to kill these 300 cultivators. TSK. Of course, this isn't just aimed at the Utopia faction. Who told them to be so unlucky? Moreover, from today onwards, I'll set up ambushes from time to time to lure the cultivators of the various factions into the ambush and kill them one by one. I seem to have heard some cultivators say that we swordsmen specialize in killing and don't care about our Taoist foundations. We're crude people. I want to see how many meticulous cultivators a crude person like me can kill. Ha ha ha. Immediately, the sword light dimmed and turned into specks of silver light before disappearing into the air. This is a challenge to the Taoist faction. Heng Ming shouted rudely. If I don't kill Qin Jian, how can I face the disciples of the Utopia faction? You want to kill Qin Jian? Yuan Zhongyu glanced at Heng Ming and took out a jade slip from his storage pouch. He scanned it with his divine sense and said coldly, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Heng Ming won't be able to kill that bastard that easily. You might even die in his hands. Oh. Heng Ming was slightly stunned and a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. He reached out and took the jade slip from Yuan Zhongyu's hand. After reading it, he said angrily, this guy is a third-grade illusory swordsman. His strength is comparable to a late-stage golden core cultivator of the Taoist faction. In terms of attack power, he's comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. Even if he were to fight me, he would definitely win. How could he attack the ordinary disciples of the Utopia faction? Humph, if that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yuan Zhongyu said coldly. One golden core cultivator of us can't compare to this guy. What about 10? What about 20? Didn't this guy say that? In terms of scheming. Why would we be afraid of a barbaric sword cultivator? Let's discuss and set up an ambush for him. 10 of us can attack together and kill him. Everyone applauded when they heard this, but if you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian. Com. Chapter 2269. I suddenly understand. However, Wang Yi suddenly understood and said sternly, isn't the sword transformation swordsman on Foul Crying Mountain Qin Jian? Wasn't the ambush on Foul Crying Mountain set up by Qin Jian? This bastard is really hateful, he actually found out the secret of our 7 skills sect. That's right. Heng Zhao nodded and said, with Qin Jian's attack power, isn't he at the nascent soul stage? In the eyes of the Foundation establishment stage disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, isn't he at the sword transformation stage? Like I said, the war has just begun, how could a sword transformation swordsman appear? This Qin Jian is trying to take advantage of the situation. Humph, barbarians from the barbarian lands. Do you think that you are amazing just because you learned some combination techniques from my Dao sect? To think that you actually dare to show off in front of us. How hateful. If we directly kill this fellow, I'm afraid that we will lose face. An old man in the 3rd row furiously said. Are you Su Zhiqi from Chunfan Valley? An old woman smiled and said, I'm Qing Jiang from Mozong Mountain, long time no see. Fellow Qing. Su Zhiqi smiled. Qing Jiang nodded and said with a smile, according to what fellow Su said, we can't directly kill him, we can only set up an ambush. Wouldn't we fall into Qin Jian's trap again? That's right. Su Zhiqi was slightly stunned and nodded, this barbarian is indeed cunning. He actually schemed against us from the start of the communication. I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it now. Qing Jiang smiled slyly. Oh? Qing Jiang? Fellow Qing? Your Mozong Mountain is also an important part of our Dao sect, why can't you say it? Wang Yi said with dissatisfaction, if it's useful, how can we not use it? Yes, our Dao sect has so many disciples. In terms of cultivation, there's no need to talk about it. From what I know, there must be many extremely intelligent disciples. It's not a big deal that we can kill Qin Jian, and we've fallen into Qin Jian's trap. However, if other disciples use some kind of strategy or secret technique to kill him, wouldn't it motivate our disciples and also suppress the sword cultivators? Qing Jiang spoke out her thoughts. Yes, that's right. De Sun clapped his hands and said, there's another aspect. Those cultivators who didn't respond to the call can also participate in the war and increase the strength of our Dao sect. Ordinary disciples. I'm afraid they don't have that kind of cultivation. Yuan Zhongyu said in a deep voice, that's an attack that's comparable to a nascent soul senior's. We don't have the confidence to take it on. Open and above board. Of course, ordinary disciples are no match for him. Qing Jiqiang laughed, don't underestimate the secret technique of my Dao sect. Who knows which disciple? Maybe a few disciples will be able to kill him. It's just a gimmick. It's good if it works, but what if it doesn't? Great. I agree. Wang Yi raised his hand and said, let's use the reward method. In the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, no matter which sect or clan you are from, even if you are an itinerant cultivator, the conference hall will reward you handsomely if you bring me Qin Jian's head. Our 7 skills sect will take out spirit stones, spirit pills, and a low-grade magic treasure. Our Utopia faction will do the same. Heng Ming clapped his hands and said, I will also take out a cultivation art on behalf of the Utopia faction. Therefore, in the conference hall, many sects agreed and took out spirit stones and other items as rewards. After a while, a reward order was issued in the conference hall and spread throughout the entire Sky Patrol City. Then, it spread from the Sky Patrol City to the entire Xiaoyu continent. Xiao Hua was still keeping a low profile. He followed Zhen Minghui and the others to the encampment of the Imperial Thunder sect under the guidance of another city guard of the Sky Patrol City. This was an extremely large gate. The gate was made of huge green stones. High above the gate, there was a purple-red plaque with the words, Imperial Thunder Sect, written on it. The entrance was naturally guarded by disciples of the lightning-controlling sect, all of whom were in the 12th layer of the aura-refining realm. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others coming over with the city guards, one of the disciples quickly stepped forward and bowed, asking, May I know which squad Senior Marshal Brother is from? Please tell me. Seeing that the disciple didn't take the initiative to report his name and even asked for the name of his team, Zhen Minghui frowned slightly. Obviously, this disciple was on high alert, which was far from what Song Jia had said. I'll take my leave. Seeing that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect had come to inquire, the city guard of the Sky Patrol City took the opportunity to bow his hands and say goodbye. After the city guard left, Zhen Minghui turned back and said, We are the first team, and we just came back from Chicken Crow Mountain. The first team? The disciple's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and then he said respectfully, Uncle, please take out your token. Zhen Minghui clapped his hands and took out his token from the Imperial Thunder sect. He said with a smile, the leader of the first team went to the conference hall to report that we don't have the leader's token. We only have our token from the Imperial Thunder sect. It's okay. The disciple took the token respectfully and scanned it with his divine thought. However, the disciple was stunned and said with a smile, Uncle Zhen, your token is definitely yours, but it doesn't have the mark of the first team. I can't let you in. Mark? What's that? Zhen Minghui was also stunned. He took the token and said, I've never heard of the first team's mark. Since he knew that Zhen Minghui and the others were disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, the disciple on duty did not hide it and said with a smile, Uncle Zhen, as long as we're disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, we must have the mark of the team's token in our token. If we don't have it, we're not disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Oh my! Zhen Minghui scratched his head. So, I can't participate in the battle now? Dui Qimeng smiled and said, when did this rule start? Of course, it started as soon as we arrived at the Sky Patrol City. The disciple suddenly realized and said with a smile, Uncle Zhen, you were sent out before you arrived at the Sky Patrol City? No wonder you're the first team. I understand. Please wait a moment, Uncle Zhen. As he spoke, the disciple turned around and said a few words to another disciple on duty. That disciple hurriedly entered the courtyard. Not long after, Zhen Yun of the Thunder Palace came out of the courtyard with a look of extreme shock and disbelief. When he saw that it was really Zhen Minghui and the others, his face was full of joy. He hurried to the front of the crowd and said with a smile, It's really you guys. You actually escaped from death. This is beyond my expectations. Where's Cui Hongshan? He wouldn't. Uncle Zhen, you know. Zhen Minghui said respectfully, Captain Cui went to the conference hall to report. We came over first. I see. Zhen Yun nodded and said, the impact of the incident at Chicken Crow Mountain is really great. We were all baffled that an aristocratic family would be destroyed just like that. I still feel a little guilty during this period. I thought it was an easy task, so I sent you guys there. Who knew that it would push you into a desperate situation? Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Zhen Minghui was very grateful. Captain Chui is very concerned about us. Under his leadership, we're safe and sound. Moreover, Captain Chui even appointed me as the vice-captain, which made me a little scared. A strange look flashed in Zhen Yun's eyes. He had arranged Zhen Minghui, Zhen Hua, and the others to be under Chui Hongshan and sent to the first squad. Naturally, he had some plans. Of course, he did not tell Chui Hongshan about these plans. Now that he heard Zhen Minghui say it clearly, how could he not understand? Zhen Minghui was telling him that Chui Hongshan was very good, and the first squad was also very good. He would not leave the first squad. Zhenhua was only an Qi refinement disciple, but his face was calm. Obviously, he was not as panicked and embarrassed as he thought. Good. Zhen Yun nodded and said, the first squad just went out and encountered such hardships. It's really been hard on you guys. However, it's good that you guys came back safely. It's also a blessing from heaven. You guys don't know that when my Thunder Palace came to Sky Patrol City, we have already sent out more than 40 squads. Among them, 20% of the disciples were seriously injured or died. You guys were originally counted as dead, but now you can clear your name. And my Thunder Palace's first squad can be used again. Is that so? It's only been a little over a month, and there are already so many disciples. Zhen Minghui was stunned and blurted out. However, he immediately realized that 20% was only 100 disciples. In the Battle of Rooster Crow Mountain, hundreds and thousands of cultivators had perished in an instant, so 100 disciples was really nothing. It was also really normal. If it were not for Xiao Hua's help, the 9 of them would have been included in the 100 disciples. Thinking of this, Zhen Minghui naturally wanted to turn his head, but sometimes he came to a realization and forced himself to hold back. He smiled apologetically and said, alas, a war, it's really a war. It's not the same as an ordinary experience. That's right. Zhen Yun nodded, since you guys came back safely, take a rest in my Thunder Palace's station and wait for the next battle. Then, he looked into the distance and said with a smile, now that my Thunder Palace's disciples have arrived at Sky Patrol City, each of them has been divided into squads. Each disciple's token has a squad mark. This is the rule of Sky Patrol City's conference hall. I'm afraid that some sword cultivator has sneaked into Sky Patrol City, so I can't disobey this order. Since Chui Hongshan is fine, wait a moment and use his captain token to make a mark on your tokens. Yes, we understand. Everyone nodded. However, Zhen Yun then reminded them about some matters in Sky Patrol City and did not ask about Chicken Crow Mountain. This made Zhen Minghui somewhat puzzled, so he found an opportunity and asked, Senior Brother Zhen, Chicken Crow Mountain, oh, let's not talk about Chicken Crow Mountain for the time being. Zhen Yun waved his hand and said, since Chui Hongshan has already entered the conference hall, we'll talk about this when he comes back. Now that we're in Sky Patrol City and in the midst of a war, there are many things that need to be regulated. There are some things that you can only know in your heart and not speak blindly. Chapter 2270. We understand. Zhen Minghui and the others nodded secretly. Not long after, a few Imperial Thunder Sect disciples came out from the courtyard. Many Imperial Thunder Sect disciples checked the token and entered the courtyard. They seemed to have a faint smile on their faces. Zhen Minghui was a little surprised. Just as he was about to ask, Zhenhua whispered, Martial Uncle, Captain Chui is back. Hehe, I saw him long ago. Zhen Yun smiled and looked at Chui Hongshan, who was walking over quickly with an incredulous look on his face. Junior Chui Hongshan greets Senior Brother Zhen Yun. Chui Hongshan followed the direction pointed by the guards of Sky Patrol City and found the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. At a glance, he saw the people guarding the entrance of the encampment and Zhen Yun. Not bad, Chui Hongshan. I didn't misjudge you, Zhen Yun said with a smile as he looked at Chui Hongshan, who was bowing. I wouldn't dare. It's all because of senior brother's favor and the mutual love between junior brothers and junior sisters that we could escape this disaster. Cui Hongshan was naturally humble. After thinking for a while, he said, however, the details of Chicken Crow Mountain are not to be spread out. Forgive me for not being able to say it clearly. Senior brother Zhen, just take it that we left before the incident happened on Chicken Crow Mountain. Well, of course, I know this rule. Zhen Yun nodded and said, take out your captain's keepsake. Yes. Cui Hongshan complied and took out the command medallion. Soon after, Zhen Yun urged his magic power. It seemed to be a kind of strange magic that was cast on everyone's command medallion. When Xiaohua received the token, he felt that there was a lightning bolt in the token, and there was another one. The magic power fluctuation of this one was very strange. It wasn't something that could be written using ordinary methods. Let's go. Zhen Yun waved his hand and said, after entering the encampment, come to my quiet room. Yes. At this time, everyone handed the token to the disciple on duty. After checking it, they filed in. Inside the gate was a vast courtyard with all kinds of snowy scenery and spiritual trees growing in the snowy regions. It was a scenery that the Imperial Thunder sect had never seen before. Zhen Yun's quiet room was under a dark plum tree. Once everyone was seated, Cui Hongshan took out Qian Mo's token and handed it to Zhen Yun respectfully. He said, the leader of the Imperial Thunder sect's first squad, Cui Hongshan, has led the first squad of 9 people to the Crow Rooster Mountain. Today, we have officially returned to the Sky Patrol City and handed the mission back to senior brother Zhen Yun. Oh. Seeing that Cui Hongshan didn't take out the token of the Chicken Crow Mountain but the token of Qian Mo, he couldn't help but be stunned. He took the token and scanned it with his divine perception. Immediately, he was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, great. You actually obtained Martial Uncle Qian Mo's token. Not only did my Thunderclap Palace obtain the title of the Imperial Thunder Sect's #1 team, we even obtained the Imperial Thunder Sect's #1 commendation. Cui Hongshan, you're truly my Thunderclap Palace's lucky star. Qian Mo. Xiaohua is taken aback, and his eyes turned slightly. This guy. Isn't he the disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace who went to the Feather Immortal Assembly together with us? How did he become a Golden Core Cultivator? However, thinking about it, this doesn't seem very possible. Perhaps this Qian Mo isn't the Qian Mo from before. Xiaohua thought to himself. I'll let senior brother Zhen know. Cui Hongshan took out another item and handed it over. He said, it's all senior brother Zhen's good fortune. This disciple has also obtained the commendation from the conference hall. Oh. Zhen Yun obviously didn't expect so many surprises. After thinking about it carefully, he knew that there were some secrets about the Chicken Crow Mountain. He smiled and said, that's great. You all have made my Thunderclap Palace famous, and also brought honor to my Imperial Thunder sect. Any reward is deserved. This old man's disciple will remember your contributions. After the battle, there will be a great reward when we return to the sect. As he spoke, Zhen Yun summoned the disciple on duty and recorded everything in a jade slip. He left a copy in the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment in Sky Patrol City and passed another copy to the Imperial Thunder sect. After everything was done, a disciple handed over a storage bag. Zhen Yun took it and handed it over to Cui Hongshan. He said, this is a routine reward from my Imperial Thunder sect. There should be one in the conference hall too. This is nothing. As long as you all make more contributions in the battle, my Imperial Thunder sect will definitely not forget you. Yes, this disciple understands. Cui Hongshan was a disciple of a cultivation family. His talent in this aspect was far from Xiaohua's. He immediately patted his chest and said countless determined words, which made Xiaohua stunned. After Cui Hongshan finished speaking, Zhen Yun nodded with satisfaction. He ordered the disciple on duty to lead Cui Hongshan and the others out and arrange a quiet room for them to rest. After waiting for Cui Hongshan and the others to leave, Zhen Yun sat on the chair again. He picked up the jade bowl and took a sip of the spirit tea. He smiled and said to himself, "Now that the first team has returned with honor, it will be easy for me to make arrangements. Who knows, I might be able to use them as a benchmark. It can also show the strength of my Thunderclap Palace." But then, he shook his head secretly. However, it's also troublesome. If they were just favored by Martial Uncle Qian Mo, it would be easy to handle. But now that they have received a reward from the conference hall, the other Thunder Palace leaders will be jealous. It's impossible to blindly protect them. Maybe they will be sent out on some dangerous mission. Alas, misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. The ancients really didn't deceive us. Martial uncles, this way please. The aura-refining disciple on duty led Cui Hongshan and the others to a pavilion that was hidden behind a cluster of jade-green trees and embellished with snow. With a hint of admiration in his eyes, he handed a command tablet to Cui Hongshan and said, "This is the place Martial Uncle Zhen Yun arranged for martial uncles to meditate in. Martial Uncle Cui, you only need to insert this command tablet into the captain's command tablet according to the secret method, and all the disciples inside will be able to open the restriction at the entrance." "Many thanks, Martial Nephew." Cui Hongshan took the token with a smile. The compliments he received today were far more than the compliments he received in the dozens of years since he entered the Imperial Thunder sect. However, his attitude was still humble and courteous. After the disciple left, Cui Hongshan took out a jade slip. It was given to him by Zhen Yun. After looking at it for a moment, he took out the captain's token and activated his transcendence energy. The captain's token actually emitted a burst of purple-red light. The lightning on the token seemed to be alive. It suddenly hit the token, and the token rapidly shrank under the lightning and fell on top of the captain's token. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. The token in his storage pouch was indeed emitting a strange fluctuation of transcendence energy. It actually had a slight change, just like the captain's token. "Let's go." Cui Hongshan looked left and right. He waved the captain's token, and the same purple-red lightning shot out. It hit the door of the pavilion, and a burst of brilliance flashed. It was as if a dense fog had been lifted, revealing a flight of stairs that led upwards. Everyone slowly walked into the pavilion. The dense fog once again covered everything, and then it immediately became clear again. It was as if there was no restriction. "Oh, there are as many as 15 quiet rooms." Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and knew. He stretched and said, "You guys can discuss it later. I'm tired and want to rest more." After saying that, he walked towards the smallest quiet room in the back. Cui Hongshan immediately gave Dui Qimeng a look. Dui Qimeng understood and said with a smile, "Junior brother Xiao, don't be anxious. Didn't senior brother Zhen say just now? We've just entered Sky Patrol City, and there are still some things that we don't know. It's not too late for you to rest after Cui Hongshan tells you what to pay attention to. What's more, you're the hero of my first squad. You can't possibly rest in the smallest quiet room." That's right, that's right." Dui Ling grabbed Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, let's wait until we hear about the taboos. Otherwise, you won't know how to deal with any problems you encounter." "All right." Xiao Hua was originally a soft-hearted person. He could ignore Cui Hongshan, but others would be embarrassed to casually refuse. Moreover, he was not familiar with Sky Patrol City, so it was harmless to listen. Everyone entered the hall. There were many chairs in 2 rows, and there was another chair at the top. Everyone was hesitant. The seats of the first team were a little troublesome. Cui Hongshan looked at Zhen Minghui, and both of them smiled bitterly. They did not know where to sit. Xiaohua looked at them and knew that they did not dare to sit at the top. He took the lead and sat on the second chair on the left. He said indifferently, just like before. We're all disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace. There's no need to be so polite. That's great. Zhen Minghui nodded and sat at the top of Xiaohua's seat. The other male disciples sat below Xiaohua, while Dui Qimeng and the other disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace sat opposite them. Cui Hongshan naturally sat at the top. Once they were seated, Cui Hongshan cleared his throat and told them about the rewards in the meeting hall. He then took out a large storage bag from his chest and said with a smile, "These are the rewards we received when we entered Sky Patrol City. I've already thought about it on the way here. Since the first squad is made up of senior and junior brothers, they will be rewarded for their contributions. The senior and junior brothers who contribute the most will be rewarded the most. This time, at Chicken Crow Mountain." Before Cui Hongshan could finish speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand lazily and said, "Fellow Daoist Cui, there's no need to count me in. I'm not interested in these things. You can split them yourself. Of course, if you feel that your share is too little, you can take my share for yourself. If you don't have anything else to say, I'm leaving." You. Hearing Xiaohua's sarcastic tone, Cui Hongshan was slightly angry. Zhen Minghui immediately smiled and said, "Captain Cui, junior brother Xiao is right. He obtained many sword cultivator storage bags and flying swords at Chicken Crow Mountain. The flowing cloud flying ship is also his. I'm jealous. If these rewards are given to him, I'll be the first to be unhappy." Ha ha ha. Ming Mao and the others laughed when they heard this, and the awkward atmosphere suddenly faded away. All right. Since fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't want it, then it's easy. Cui Hongshan also laughed and handed the 2 storage bags to Zhen Minghui. He said, "Senior brother Minghui, thank you for your hard work. There are many spirit stones and elixirs in here. Divide them into 9 portions, 1 for each of us." All right. Zhen Minghui took it and looked at Dui Qimeng. He smiled and said, "Junior sister Dui, if you're free, can you join me? You female cultivators are the most meticulous. That's something that we male cultivators can't compare to." "Why not?" Dui Qimeng agreed with a smile. Zhenhua, Ming Mao, and the others also showed joy in their eyes. Needless to say, there were definitely many things in these 2 storage bags. Yes, according to senior brother Zhen Yun's jade slip. Cui Hongshan said again, "When cultivating in the Sky Patrol City, the disciples of each team can rest in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment without restrictions. If you leave the encampment, you must report to the captain. However, you can only move around in the Sky Patrol City and are strictly prohibited from leaving the city." Chapter 2271. That's all? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked faintly, "What's the use of these?" Ignoring Xiaohua's words, Cui Hongshan continued, "Sky Patrol City is one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi. Now that the cultivators from the 3 countries have gathered, there will be many disputes and grievances. Since you're here, you must abide by the rules of Sky Patrol City. Don't provoke the city guards. Otherwise, my Imperial Thunder Sect will not stand up for you." Hearing those words that were clearly a warning to him, Xiaohua coldly snorted and declined to comment. In addition, Sky Patrol City is the same as other major cities. There are places to refine elixirs, weapons and talismans. If any of you need them, feel free to look for them. Cui Hongshan thought for a moment and said, "In addition, for the war, Sky Patrol City has specially set up a trading center in the center of Sky Patrol City. Disciples from various sects can go there to exchange for what they need. For example, the green crab that we obtained may be able to exchange for something useful." "Oh. That's good. Is there a specific location?" Xiaohua immediately became interested. Cui Hongshan threw a jade slip to Xiaohua and said, "The specific matters and instructions are all in there." "Humph, I knew that I would need this jade slip since I have so many storage bags on me. It seems that you have already prepared it." Xiaohua snorted and thought to himself, "Why didn't you take it out earlier? You waited until now to give it to me." But then, Cui Hongshan's words caught his attention again. "In addition, in the encampment of my Imperial Thunder sect, there are places to refine yellow talismans, refine elixirs and refine weapons. These are all provided by Sky Patrol City. However, to use these places, you need to pay spirit stones. The guards of these places are also the guards of Sky Patrol City. If you want to refine yellow talismans, you can go there." However, Cui Hongshan's words didn't specify the location. He also knew that these places weren't places where the disciples of the Seismic Thunder Palace and the Converted Thunder Palace could go. These places were also reserved for future high-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. "Is there anything else?" Xiaohua had lost his patience when Cui Hongshan mentioned some precautions in Sky Patrol City. "No." Cui Hongshan glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Anyway, this Sky Patrol City is not the Imperial Thunder sect, so we have to be careful. I don't know how long we'll be able to rest this time, but we'll have to return to the base in time for the next mission." "Got it." Xiaohua got up. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a burst of light flashing outside the hall. Moreover, there was a burst of crackling noises. "Oh? Who are you?" Cui Hongshan clapped his hand, and his captain's token appeared in his hand. However, the captain's token didn't have any reaction. Clearly, Zhenyun wasn't looking for him. There must be someone outside the pavilion. The pavilion's restriction isolated divine sense, so Xiaohua didn't release his Buddhist consciousness and only speculated. "Hehe, let's go and take a look. I'm afraid it's a fellow disciple who's looking for us," Zhen Minghui and the others said with a smile on their faces. Xiaohua watched as Cui Hongshan activated his magic power and opened the pavilion's restriction. Then, he turned around and walked into the quiet room inside. Where did these disciples come from? How dare they occupy this daddy's residence? Xiaohua had just turned around and walked a few steps when he heard two angry roars. He then looked at Cui Hongshan and the others and saw them flying back. Their bodies were flashing with light and they fell to the ground, unable to move. Clearly, they were hit by someone's magic. "Oh. Interesting." Xiaohua saw that Cui Hongshan was attacked and frowned. He felt a trace of discomfort in his heart. Unconsciously, he stood still and turned around. He saw two middle-stage Foundation Establishment Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, one tall and one short, wearing the Imperial Thunder Sect's Daoist robes, walking in with gloomy expressions. They coldly looked at Dui Qimeng and the others who were standing in the hall. Their faces were filled with joy and they were somewhat at a loss. "Which Thunder Palace's disciples are you?" The tall cultivator saw that there were actually female cultivators in the courtyard and couldn't help but be stunned. However, the short cultivator's face was filled with hostility as he coldly said, "Senior Marshal Brother Qian Yuan, who cares which Thunder Palace's disciples this dog couple is from? This was originally the residence of our second team. Now that we've returned, we naturally have to rest. They naturally have to scram." "Scram." Immediately after, the short cultivator snorted coldly. His voice was filled with magic power and resounded in everyone's ears. Zhenhua and Dui Ling both trembled and were really shocked. "Senior Marshal Brothers from Heavenly Thunder Palace, we're from the first team of Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm Dui Qimeng, a disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace. Those two are the captains of our first team and disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace." Dui Qimeng's expression changed slightly. She wanted to get angry, but in front of the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace, she still tolerated it and replied, "We've just returned to Heavenly Patrol City after completing our mission and were arranged to rest here. As for who was resting here previously, we don't know. Moreover, even if this place was used by the second team, Senior Marshal Brother Qian's token is no longer useful. Presumably, this residence is no longer yours to rest in. Senior Marshal Brother, please go to the master and ask him what's going on." "Hee, I don't care. This is my place to sleep. How can I let you wait here?" The short cultivator said mournfully, "Out of the 15 brothers of my second team, only the 2 of us have returned. The rest of the junior marshal brothers are buried in the snowfield. How can we let others trample on the place where they rested?" Xiao Hua originally took a few steps forward and wanted to attack the 2. He had seen the domineering attitude of the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace. Qian Diheng was even more powerful than them. Words alone wouldn't be enough to convince him. However, hearing this, Xiao Hua hesitated again. Obviously, the second team was the same as them. They had just arrived at Heavenly Patrol City and were sent out. However, the outcome was different. Out of the 15 disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace, only 2 of them returned. Naturally, Qian Yuan and this disciple's feelings could be understood. Xiao Hua was unwilling to deal with them ruthlessly. Alas, Senior Marshal Brothers. Dui Qimeng also smiled bitterly. "I understand your feelings. My first team is the same. We were lucky to escape with our lives and everyone was saved. Since we are all survivors of a disaster, this concubine feels that we should take everything lightly. The residence here has been arranged for my first team. Senior Marshal Brothers, you should go find the disciple on duty and see if there is any solution." Dui Qimeng's words were very pertinent. She didn't blame them for taking action against Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui. Instead, she expressed a certain degree of sympathy. Of course, she also made it clear that the first team was arranged by someone else. They couldn't just go out like this. If they did, Thunderous Palace's face would be completely lost. Unexpectedly, the 2 disciples sneered. The short cultivator looked Dui Qimeng up and down and said, "How can a disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace speak here? How can a woman give pointers to my matters? Besides, are you the lowly servant of that disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace? Don't the male cultivators of Heavenly Thunder Palace dare to speak?" Hearing this, Dui Qimeng's face turned red. The tears in her eyes swirled and almost fell. Alas, so noisy. Xiao Hua's myriad Thunder Valley's chosen wife was being bullied, so he naturally would not allow it. Walking over, he sized up the 2 of them with the same disdain and asked, "The Heavenly Thunder Palace is the head of the 8 great Thunder Palaces. Are the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace this domineering? Is this how you spout vulgarities? Who do you think you are?" This time, it was Qian Yuan who spoke. He pointed his hand and said, "Do you believe that I will make you roll out? What are you talking to this tramp for? Hurry up and beat them out." The short disciple said very anxiously. He flung his hand and was about to activate a spell. When Xiao Hua saw this, he did not panic as they thought. He only raised his hand and touched his nose. As if he was looking at a dead person, he sighed and said, "This young master did not want to spare you, but thinking that you have a new lease on life, it is somewhat pardonable. Moreover, this young master's brother is also a direct disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace. If this young master taught you a lesson, he would be angry. This is really difficult. TSK. What's so great about knowing a disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace? Now that I have already joined the war, I don't care about any direct disciple at all." The short disciple did not say his name. His expression was very arrogant. "I am also a direct disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace." Xiao Hua really did not want to do anything to them, so he still said with a smile, "If you can compare to Qian Diheng, this young master will get out of here." Qian Diheng? Qian Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It was very obvious that the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace who could be sent out, even if they were surnamed Qian, were absolutely not comparable to Qian Diheng. Senior brother. If you don't do anything, I will. The short disciple said angrily, he only knows junior brother Qian's name, what's so great about that? Can he still fight with you and me for a quiet room? Alas, they really don't know life from death. Xiaofan sighed and secretly said, I'm afraid the second team's disciples were harmed by them. If these Heavenly Thunder Palace dandy habits are not eliminated, sooner or later they will die in the war. Forget it, even if they die in the war, they can't die in this young master's hands. Thinking this, Xiaofan said with a smile, how about this? Since the two senior brothers insist on staying in this quiet room, then my first team will naturally consider it. However, if you want us to get out of the quiet room like this, it's impossible. What? Do you want me to throw you out? The short disciple sneered, there's no condition to talk about in front of me. Hee, if it's a normal time, naturally we can test the cultivation realm. Even if it's the Heavenly Thunder sect, we can also choose to compete in the Thunder Field. However, since we're in the Sky Patrol City and we're facing sword cultivators, we can't have internal friction for no reason. Xiaofan said with a smile, therefore, this young master will make the decision. As long as the two senior brothers can take out more flying swords than this young master, my first team's disciples will immediately get out of here. Saying this, Xiaohua's face suddenly turned cold, as if there was frost hanging on it. He clapped his hands and more than 10 flying swords were thrown out. Clank clank clank, they fell on the ground. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for recommendation and monthly votes. Chapter 2272. Qian Yuan's eyes swept over the flying swords, and his pupils immediately shrank as he cried out in alarm. He saw that the flying swords were all damaged. Some of them had their tips cut off, some were split open in the middle, and some had many holes. However, all of the flying swords were flowing with light and vibrant colors, as if there was a hidden brilliance that the flying swords couldn't suppress and revealed. This was obviously the flying swords cultivated by the sword cultivator's primordial spirit. The hidden brilliance was the sword cultivator's primordial spirit that hadn't been erased. The short cultivator naturally also cried out in alarm. Although he and Qian Yuan survived, they had escaped from the sword cultivator's hands. Not to mention collecting 10 flying swords, it was impossible for them to even take out one flying sword at this time. How could they compare with Xiaofan? However, the short cultivator's eyes turned slightly, and he sneered, it's really easy to pick up so many flying swords in the middle of a battle. Why would I compare flying swords with you? Could it be that you killed all these sword cultivators? How could it not be? Dui Ling was anxious. Just as he was about to speak, he was pulled back by Ming Mao, who used her hand to cover his mouth. Xiaofan didn't pay attention to them. With a wave of his hand, he collected the flying swords and coldly said, this young master has already given you face. This is also for the sake of the more than 10 people of the second team who died unjustly. If you all continue to be long-winded, you all can't just roll out of here. At that time, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. As he spoke, Xiaofan waved his sleeve and attacked Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui at the same time. They didn't see any magic power fluctuations on Xiaohua's sleeve, but when his sleeve touched the two people, they were immediately able to move. They jumped up from the ground with anger in their eyes. However, Zhen Minghui was glaring at Qian Yuan, while Cui Hongshan was glaring at Xiaofan. Nonsense, it was clearly done with a wave of his sleeve, yet he was so long-winded. Wasn't he doing it on purpose? Seeing Cui Hongshan glaring at him, Xiaofan didn't care. He turned around and walked towards the quiet room, as if the matter here had nothing to do with him. Senior martial brother. The short disciple was somewhat embarrassed. He saw the sword cultivators flying swords and then saw Xiao Hua's universe creator. Although Xiao Hua didn't really attack them, that slap on their faces. And it wasn't light at all. Xiao Hua had already said that if they continued to be long-winded, then he would make them fuck off. At that time, they wouldn't just lose face in front of the first group, they'd lose face in front of the entire lightning-controlling sect. So this junior brother is a good friend of junior brother Qian Diheng. Qian Yuan immediately cupped his hands and said, Qian Diheng is this elder brother's best friend. So we misunderstood. Not to mention other things, just by relying on junior brother Qian's face, I can't make things difficult for you. I'll go look for the disciple on duty and see what went wrong. It's good that you know. Xiao Hua had already walked for a while, but he didn't look back. He raised his voice and said, just leave by yourself. However, you've offended this Zhao's junior sister with your words just now. Just wait and see how you're going to apologize. Yes, junior sister Dui. I went a little overboard just now and my words were really unpleasant. Please forgive me. Qian Yuan cupped his hands and smiled apologetically at Dui Qimeng without hesitation. This. Dui Qimeng's face reddened, but she hesitated. Xiao Hua's words were obviously taking advantage of Cui Hongshan. She also knew that Cui Hongshan cared a lot about the identity of this senior brother. If she agreed to apologize, of course, she would admit that Xiao Hua was Cui Hongshan's senior brother. But what if she didn't agree? That was, she wouldn't accept Qian Yuan's apology. Fine. Cui Hongshan took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand. 2 senior brothers, please stand up. Since we're from the same sect, and we've all come to Sky Patrol City to fight with sword cultivators, let's put aside some common etiquette and trifles. We feel very sorry for the second group. 2 senior brothers, please hurry to see your teacher and see how to arrange it. Thank you for your magnanimity, junior brother Cui. After Qian Yuan and the short disciple were defeated by Xiao Hua, they seemed to have come to their senses. They seemed to regret their impulsiveness just now, and their faces showed an apologetic expression. Let's go, I'll send you 2 out. Cui Hongshan raised his hand and pulled the 2 of them with a smile. This guy really has some tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and quietly watched. A trace of disdain appeared on his face, but there was a trace of a smile in his heart that he didn't want to know. Soon after, Cui Hongshan returned while Zhen Minghui, Dui Qimeng, and the rest discussed how to distribute the rewards. The hall was filled with cheers and laughter, and everyone was happy. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in the quiet room, tempering his spirit pills while pondering. After 3 days, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly jumped, and it seemed that a feeling came from the primordial spirit of the karma hand. Could it be that something happened? Xiao Hua's mind entered the space, and he saw that the karma hand, which originally seemed to be boundless and ethereal, was different now. The magic formula on the karma hand was extremely mysterious, and it made Xiao Hua dizzy, but the karma hand seemed to be traceable, and there was even a feeling that the karma hand was in his heart, and everything in the karma hand was everything in his heart. Moreover, the primordial spirit in the karma hand did not grow stronger under Xiao Hua's grand primordial spirit secret technique. Instead, it swam slowly in the karma hand, like a small fish swimming in the boundless Kuai-He Sea. Every time it swam, the primordial spirit would grow a little. This kind of growth seemed to be enlightenment, but it also seemed to be growth. However, this growth was too small, and only Xiao Hua's main primordial spirit could feel it. Well, something should have happened. Xiao Hua had already understood the function of the karma hand, and he thought to himself, I just don't know if it's good or bad. However, since there is no palpitation, I'm afraid there won't be any danger. Anyway, I don't go out of Sky Patrol City, what danger can there be? After thinking, Xiaohua stood up and came out of the quiet room. As soon as he walked to the entrance, he saw Zhenhua sitting cross-legged at the door. When Zhenhua saw Xiaohua come out, he immediately jumped up and said with a worshipful smile, "Martial Uncle Xiao, you've come out of seclusion? Where are you going?" "I'm not in seclusion at all, how can I come out?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Why are you sitting here instead of cultivating in the quiet room?" "Okay, Martial Uncle knows. I'm on duty today, so I'll stay here. If there's anything, I'll immediately report to Captain Chui." Zhenhua replied respectfully. "Okay." Xiaohua knew what Chui Hongshan meant and nodded, "I'm going out for a walk." "You can report to Captain Chui." "Yes, I know." Zhenhua replied, "Martial Uncle Xiao, go and come back early. Be careful. I heard from Captain Chui that Sky Patrol City is also a little unstable." "Hee, don't worry." Xiaohua waved his hand and walked to the front of the door. He clapped his hand and took out his token. He activated his magic power, and a small bolt of lightning shot out and hit the empty door. Just like when he came in, there was a burst of light ripples and a layer of white mist appeared, then disappeared. The door became clear again. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and stepped out of the door. After exiting the pavilion, Xiaohua strolled towards the outskirts of the Imperial Lightning Sect's estate. However, he stopped after a few steps. He raised his head and saw an aura-refining disciple on duty passing by. Xiaohua called out to him. "Martial Uncle, what's the matter?" The disciple bowed respectfully and asked. "There are pill rooms, refining rooms, and other quiet rooms in our encampment, right? Where are they?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. The disciple was a little surprised and smiled apologetically, "I only know the approximate location. I've never been to that place. It seems that no disciple in the sect has been there." "Oh?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He wanted to ask, but in a flash, he remembered that Chui Hongshan had said before that the disciples who came to Sky Patrol City were all disciples below the Golden Core realm. How many of them knew how to refine weapons and pills? Most of them could refine yellow talismans. However, if he wanted to refine yellow talismans himself, he might as well go to EG and exchange with spirit stones. There was no need to do it himself. "Tell I the location?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked. "Yes. I'll lead you there." The disciple was well behaved. He did not simply tell Xiaohua the location, but instead, he led him there. The encampment of the Imperial Thunder sect was really big. The refining room provided by Sky Patrol City was in a corner of the encampment. It covered a large area and was a huge spherical bluestone building. However, just as the disciple said, this place was deserted and there was no trace of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. "Martial Uncle Xiao," the disciple pointed to the triangular door in front of the building and said, "The disciples on duty in Sky Patrol City are usually in the door. If you need anything, you can go there. As long as you have the token of the Imperial Thunder sect and the required spirit stones, you can use the pill rooms and other things inside." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded and smiled, "I just want to see. If I want to refine yellow talismans myself, I might as well go to EG and exchange with spirit stones." "Yes, Martial Uncle is right." The disciple was deeply touched. Junior's talisman refining technique is rusty and the grade of the yellow talismans I refine is not high. It's better to exchange directly. By the way, does Martial Uncle know where EG is? Do you need me to take you there? Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "You're on duty. I already know where EG is. I'll go out for a walk and see what I can find." "Hee, I've been to EG before. There are all kinds of things." The disciple explained with a smile, "It's much more interesting than the EG in Xi." As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the encampment. Xiaofan nodded and walked out of the courtyard. The disciple on duty just looked at him and did not pay attention. In fact, Xiaofan did not have to go to e.g. So, after leaving the encampment, he looked around and randomly chose a direction to go. The streets of Sky Patrol City were very spacious. It was the same as the 5 major cities that Xiaofan had seen before. However, the only difference was that there was snow on the ground. The snow was neither thick nor thin. It was exactly 4 or 5 fingers deep. When one stepped on it, it was just enough to cover one's feet. When he lifted his foot, there would be a clear footprint on the snowy ground. Chapter 2273. Hee, but it's interesting. Xiaofan tried to step on it a few times, leaving a trail of footprints behind him. It looked quite interesting. Moreover, the falling snowflakes were very dense. It didn't take long for the footprints to be covered and disappear. However, the snow on the street didn't increase. It was still 4 or 5 fingers deep. Xiaohua's body was originally surrounded by a protective brilliance, blocking the snowflakes outside of his body. At this moment, he was in high spirits again. He actually withdrew the protective brilliance. He felt the snowflakes falling on his eyebrows and cheeks, quickly turning into water droplets. The trace of coolness coming from his face and neck actually made Xiaohua feel very close to it. Alas, I've been a cultivator for a long time. I only know how to use magic, and I've lost the fun. It's really boring. Xiaohua took a deep breath of the refreshing air. The moist cold air entered his mouth, and he thought to himself as he looked at the many cultivators floating in the air beside him. He couldn't see their feet on the snowy ground at all. As for himself, he took one step at a time, following the direction of the street, walking forward aimlessly. Xiaohua was free and at ease after getting rid of his unruly fetters. He was like an ordinary person walking on the side of the road, releasing his mind, minding his own business. However, in the eyes of others, it was extremely strange. Many cultivators passing by him had disdain in their eyes. They thought Xiaohua's magic power was shallow, and he was unwilling to waste his magic power, which was why he did such a thing. Xiaohua naturally sensed it, but he didn't care. His understanding of the ghost cultivator Huang Yi's tens of thousands of years of suffering had gradually taken effect. Xiaohua was already indifferent to these so-called views. He had a feeling of doing things his own way, and didn't change because of the thoughts of others. He walked like this for half a day. Along the way, Xiaohua also saw many yellow talisman shops, magic tool shops, and medicinal pill shops. However, Xiaohua didn't stop. He wanted to rely on his own senses to find out what the primordial spirit in the hand of karma had discovered. However, just when he reached an intersection and was about to turn around and walk in another direction, a voice came from the opposite side. "Fellow Taoist who's walking alone, can you stop your lonely footsteps?" "Me?" Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He raised his head and saw that there was a rather large tea house across from him. Just outside the tea house, there was a scholar who wasn't very tall. He was wearing brocade clothes and looked very delicate and pretty. He was smiling as he cupped his hands and spoke to Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked left and right. On this snowy street, he was the only one for the time being. There were no other cultivators flying by. Helpless, Xiaohua slowly walked over, cupped his hands, and said, "Fellow Taoist, may I know why you called me?" "Hee, fellow Taoist, you sure are interesting." That person's hand didn't lower, and it swayed in front of his chest a few times. In such a snowy scene, I saw fellow Taoists winding path from afar, and it really moved my heart. It's been a long time since I've seen such an emotional scene. Therefore, I ask fellow Taoist to wait for a moment. Can you follow me to the top floor so I can sweep the bed and invite fellow Taoist? Puchi. Xiaofan immediately covered his mouth and laughed. This scholar's tone was really refined and his words were elegant. At first, it was difficult to listen to, but after listening carefully, it was comfortable. What's so funny about fellow Taoist? Could it be that I'm presumptuous? That scholar's face was slightly red, and it was somewhat unnatural. Xiaofan said anxiously, fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. I've been a layman all my life, and I'm far from being as refined as fellow Taoist thinks. Just now, when I heard fellow Taoist's words, I felt somewhat ashamed of my inferiority, so I couldn't help but cover it up. How could that scholar not hear it? His face was rather red, and he said somewhat bashfully, I've always spoken like this. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. Immediately, the scholar raised his eyes to look at Xiaohua's hair and shoulders, which had long been covered by snow, and said somewhat desolately, alas, I emphasize refinement in speech, but I've fallen behind again. Compared to fellow Taoists' unruly behavior and sublimated spirit, I'm far inferior. This humble one's cultivation. Oh. Xiaohua was puzzled. His primordial spirit was currently comprehending the Confucian cultivation method. Although he hadn't succeeded yet, he still knew a little about it. He had never heard of cultivating while doing things. However, Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, fellow Taoist, aren't you falling behind again by being so concerned? Great. Hearing that, the scholar seemed to have been enlightened. He clapped his hands, and his eyes flashed with surprise. You're indeed an extraordinary person, please accept a bow from me. Don't. Xiaohua hurriedly stretched out his hand to block that scholar, and he said with a smile, you've just awakened, why are you leaving traces now? Isn't it better to be unruly, unrestrained, rude, and without vulgarity? The scholar's eyes were really surprised. Not only did he fail to bow, but Xiaohua's words really touched his heart. Please, sure enough, the scholar didn't speak anymore, and he just raised his hand, indicating for Xiaohua to enter the restaurant. Damn it! Xiaohua was speechless. He originally wanted to use these words to send the scholar away. He was doing it for karma, why would he waste time here for no reason? Seeing that the scholar actually used his own words to invite him, he could only smile bitterly. Xiaohua turned his head to look at the snowy sky patrol city. The array in the city didn't hide the sky, and the gloomy dark clouds pressed down on the city, as if pressing down on people's hearts. The snowflakes were like the gloomy dark clouds, and even though they were pure white, they were also gloomy. This gloominess covered the entire sky patrol city, and it seemed to be endless. Forget it. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. I met this scholar for no reason, and I'm afraid he's the source of karma. Please. Thus, Xiaohua didn't say much, and he cupped his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and the brilliance around him flickered slightly, and all the snowflakes disappeared. The tea house was very clean, and if he went in with snow, wouldn't he be chased out? Outside the tea house, Xiaohua felt that the world was so quiet, and his mind was very pure. However, as soon as he stepped into the tea house and entered the layer of restriction, he heard a slight noise. Although this noise was not as messy as the taverns in the mortal world, Xiaohua still frowned when he came here from a quiet place. The scholar was very sharp, and he was even more delighted when he saw Xiaohua frowning. He whispered, fellow Taoist, please follow me. The people below the tea house are all ordinary people, but there's a quiet place above the tea house. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward and led Xiaohua up the stairs of the tea house. Ordinary people? I'm afraid I'm the most vulgar person. Xiaohua laughed secretly and looked around. He saw that the tea house occupied a large area, and there were probably dozens of tea tables as far as his eyes could see. Now, there were people at every tea table, either sipping tea or whispering. There were all kinds of expressions. Suddenly, Xiaohua understood. During the war, the Sky Patrol City was where the meeting hall of the three kingdoms of cultivation was located. All kinds of people gathered here to get some opportunities. Even the cultivators who did not participate in the war were willing to come here. It was nothing more than spirit stones, flying swords, and other things. After a fierce battle, as long as they could survive, they would have some gains. Of course, they could get the elixirs they wanted in the Sky Patrol City. These cultivators provided elixirs, spirit herbs, yellow talismans, and so on, which were several times the price in other places. How could there be no one in such a place? Moreover, this tea-house was the gathering place of information, so there were even more people here. Fellow Daoist Kwang, 3 days ago, the meeting hall just issued a reward. It's the first reward this time. Have you heard about it? Xiao Hua just took 2 steps forward, and at a tea table next to him, an old man in the foundation establishment stage said to a thin middle-aged cultivator. Nonsense, of course I know about the reward 3 days ago. The thin middle-aged cultivator was also in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. He looked disdainful, as if he was unhappy to be looked down upon. And it's the first reward. Who in the Sky Patrol City doesn't know about it? Damn, I don't know about it. Xiao Hua sweated slightly, paying attention to what the two said. How about it? Are you interested? The old man said with a smile. The reward didn't announce the number of spirit stones. However, as far as I know, the number of spirit stones is extremely large, and there are also some magic weapons. Really? The middle-aged cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. Just how big is it? That's a secret of the meeting hall. I don't know about it. The old man's face was full of resentment. However, this reward is jointly issued by all the cultivation sections. How can the number be small? The money grubber Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Sigh, I'm interested. However, I don't have the guts to do so. Qin Jian is a third-grade illusory swordsman, and his attack power is comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator. I boast that I can't compete with him even if I practice for another 100 years. The middle-aged cultivator sighed and shook his head slightly. TSK, how would you know if you don't try? The old man took a sip of spirit tea and smiled. Liao Ping and the others have already gathered hundreds of people to go to the Wind Dream Mountain range 2 days ago. That guy is really bold. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked. He's only at the peak of the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. He's only a little higher than me, and he dares to go? Fishing in troubled waters? Who knows? If you want to go, I can invite a few more friends. The old man's voice became smaller and smaller. He seemed to be observing the middle-aged cultivator's expression. Since he heard that it was a third-grade illusory swordsman, Xiao Hua's heart immediately lost interest. He was interested in spirit stones, but he wasn't interested in a nascent soul swordsman. Fellow Daoist, this way please. The handsome scholar had already walked to the stairs and said very respectfully. Hee, this little guy. Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at him. He was somewhat amused in his heart. It wasn't that this scholar didn't have a cultivation base, but it was pitifully low. He was only at the 10th level of the qi refining stage. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't take him seriously. However, when ordinary qi refining disciples saw him, they would call him senior, but this scholar directly called him fellow Daoist. However, when he thought about this scholar's somewhat pedantic way of speaking, Xiao Hua felt relieved. There were too many people in the world with different backgrounds. He himself might not be stronger than others. He also didn't have the qualifications to criticize others. Chapter 2274. Please. Xiao Hua's expression was indifferent. He nodded and followed the scholar up the stairs. Xiaofan originally thought that he would be able to reach the second floor, but who knew that the scholar would take him all the way to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was completely different from the first floor. As soon as he stepped on the stairs, he was greeted by a dark plum tree. The dark plum tree had a lot of branches and a huge crown. It seemed to cover the entire fourth floor. On the branches, between the green needle-like leaves, there were fist-sized dark plum blossoms that were as black as ink. The faint fragrance of the plum blossoms that seeped into one's heart unknowingly entered one's nose. What made Xiaohua's eyes light up the most was that the layers of snow on top of the dark plum tree were not obstructed, falling down and covering the emerald green. The three colors of snow white, emerald green, and pitch black were extremely striking, untainted, and extremely moving. Moreover, in this extremely quiet place, there was no other sound. The sound of falling snow was the main melody of the entire fourth floor. Seeing Xiaohua's shocked expression, the scholar was happy again. He knew that he had met a soulmate. He didn't make any sound and walked to a branch that was heavily pressed down by the snow. He pointed at the dark plum tree and a black light flashed, revealing a door. The scholar said softly, "Fellow Taoist, this way please." His voice was extremely soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing the sleep of the snow. "Okay." Xiaohua didn't hesitate and walked into the door first. Outside the door was another grotto heaven. It was a green grassland surrounded by a gurgling stream. Next to the stream was a huge mirror. Looking from the mirror, one could see the snowy scene of Century City covered in dark clouds. TSK, fellow Taoist really knows how to enjoy life. Next to the stream, there was a tea stove with a small fire boiling water. The steam was gurgling. A futon and a jade table were placed in front of the tea stove. Young master. Seeing that Xiaohua was the first to enter, the scholar also followed him in. The dozen or so robust men who were originally standing in front of the door immediately bowed and shouted. "Oh! These strong men!" Xiaohua scanned them with his divine sense. He knew that the strong men's cultivation was different, but most of them were at the foundation establishment stage. There were even two at the foundation establishment stage. However, Xiaohua had a feeling in his heart. It was an effective and familiar feeling. However, if he were to describe it in detail, he might not be able to explain it clearly. The scholar waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, you can all leave now. Young master, this cultivator's skills are very formidable. I'm afraid, it's not appropriate for you to be here alone." The brawny man in the lead glanced at Xiaohua and spoke very bluntly to the scholar while bowing. See, that brawny man's gaze swept past Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart trembled. Not because of anything else, but because he seemed to feel that the brawny man's eyes slightly flashed like lightning, as if he suddenly had no emotions. "It's all right." The scholar smiled and said, "This fellow Taoist is an expert. He is the first person I've seen in my life. Didn't you see it just now? Walking alone in the snow, one step at a time, which cultivator in the entire Sky Patrol City can do that?" "Young master." The brawny man still shook his head. "It's better to be safe than sorry." "Ha ha ha." Xiaohua laughed and gestured with his hand. "Fellow Taoist, I've already come, so why haven't you served the spirit tea yet? After talking for so long, I'm already thirsty." "Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment." The scholar glared at the brawny man and quickly walked over. The brawny man waved his hand and the dozen or so people left, leaving only the two with the highest cultivation. Seeing that the scholar had come over, Xiaohua waved his sleeves and sat cross-legged on the grass beside the jade table. He looked up at the mirror beside him. Sure enough, the view here was very good. The scenery within a radius of several miles could be seen at a glance. In particular, the street that Xiaohua had just walked through was right below this tea house. Looking at the empty and white street, Xiaofan smiled. It was impossible for him to not attract people's attention by walking like this. He didn't know how many people had scolded him for being stupid along the way. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed carefree. Seeing that Xiaofan was sitting on the ground, the scholar's face showed excitement. He also waved his hand and moved the praying mat to the side, sitting on the other side of the jade table. In addition to a jade cup, there were several plates of spirit fruits on the jade table. The scholar took out a sparkling and translucent jade cup from his storage bag and placed it on the table. He reached out and picked up the tripod-shaped teapot on the small stove. Xiaofan had already seen that this small stove was a magic tool, and the fire on the small stove was the true samadhi fire. Fellow Taoist, please. The scholar personally tilted the teapot. A stream of water that was greener than grass and thinner than grass poured out from the teapot and fell into the jade cup in front of him. An indescribable fragrance suddenly drifted out from the spirit tea. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, the emerald green color in the jade cup rose little by little and finally turned into a piece of jade. Good. Although Xiaofan wasn't particularly knowledgeable, seeing such an interesting scene, he couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please have a taste. The scholar poured the water for himself and raised his hand to signal Xiaofan. Xiaofan did not hold back. He extended his hand and picked up the jade cup. He blew on it a few times in a very habitual manner and took a small sip. Immediately, a faint sweetness flowed from his mouth into his heart and lungs. Then, the sweet aroma fermented and instantly filled his entire body. The most inconceivable thing was that he felt that his own origin spirit was about to be infected by this sweet aroma. Another cup. Xiaofan couldn't help but put the jade cup on the jade table and said. When the scholar saw that Xiaofan didn't use magic to drink tea like the others, his eyes lit up. When Xiaofan blew on the spirit tea, he was even more delighted. When Xiaofan drank it all in one gulp and asked him for more spirit tea, his heart was bursting with joy. He really hadn't seen such a cultivator. Didn't that cultivator put the spirit tea in his mouth with a flick of his hand? Which cultivator would care about the heat of the spirit tea? And which cultivator would be so impolite to ask for more? Alas, he still didn't know how stingy Xiaofan was. Such a delicious spirit tea, naturally, he should drink more. If he could get the spirit tea seeds, that would be even better. The scholar's jade cup was already at his lips. He said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you still have to wait a bit. This fragrant demon can only be drunk 2 cups at a time. After half a meal's time, you can drink it again. As he said that, he also drank the spirit tea in small mouthfuls. Fragrant demon. Good, this name is really good. Xiaofan put down the jade cup and said with a smile. Just the name is good? The scholar put the teapot on the cauldron again and said with a smile, is this tea not good? Hee, this Xiao's mouth is clumsy and can't say anything to praise. However, this Xiao feels that this spirit grass is really much better than any spirit wine. Xiaofan thought for a moment, if I have to praise it, then there is only one word, fragrant. If there are 5, then it is incomparable fragrant. Fellow Taoist Xiao, that's 6 words. The scholar smiled and said with cupped hands, after talking for so long, this little one still hasn't introduced himself. This little one is called Ziyi. May I ask for fellow Taoist Zhao's great name? Seeing that Ziyi only reported his name and didn't reveal his origin, Xiaofan understood in his heart that he was probably a direct descendant of some sect or family who came out to gain experience and didn't want to reveal himself. Ziyi? Good name. Xiaofan was really jealous. He cupped his hands and said, this little one is called Xiaofan. This name is really vulgar. Xiaofan. Ziyi raised his eyebrows. He hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, is your surname Xiao? Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a smile, "Of course my surname is Xiao. This Xiao doesn't have any other surname." Then, Xiaohua told Ziyi his specific name. Ziyi's face showed a trace of understanding. "What? Fellow Taoist Ziyi, is there something wrong? Or, has fellow Taoist heard of this Xiao's name?" Xiaohua asked somewhat strangely. "He, no." Ziyi's face returned to normal. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhao's name is similar to the name of a close relative of mine. This is why I'm surprised." Then, Ziyi said with a smile, "Actually, a name is just a mark for others to call. Who cares if it's good or bad? In this world, there are more than millions of people with the same name. Just do whatever you want." Xiaohua stopped feeling strange and nodded. Fellow Taoist Ziyi's words are indeed reasonable. Then, Xiaohua looked down at the street where there were already some cultivators flying quickly. He said with a smile, "This Xiao has let fellow Taoist Ziyi see a joke. This little one didn't expect to attract fellow Taoist's attention just by walking down there. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know." When Ziyi heard this, the expression on his face became slightly exaggerated. He pointed with his finger and said, "Just now, this little one was tasting tea. Fellow Taoist Xiao came alone from the wind and snow and almost turned into a piece of snow. This little one was immediately startled. But which cultivator doesn't come and go? Are you afraid of getting dust on the ground or stepping on snow? Fellow Taoist Xiao, on the other hand, is just the opposite. You're like a naughty child playing around, wanting to leave a graceful impression on the snow. Fellow Taoist Xiao is such an elegant person. This is the first time this little one has seen someone like you. That's why I took the liberty to come downstairs and invite fellow Taoist upstairs for a chat." Fellow Taoist Ziyi is wrong. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "This Xiao is just an ordinary person. When I saw the wind and snow, I was secretly delighted. That's why I came all the way here, wanting to see what kind of snow I could step on. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist would take me as an expert. I'm really ashamed. Whether it's ordinary or elegant, since I met fellow Taoist Xiao in the wind and snow, it's naturally fate." As Ziyi said this, he poured the spirit tea again. Xiaohua drank it again without any trace of politeness. Seeing Xiaohua drink it again, Ziyi was somewhat puzzled. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you must be thirsty from the first cup. Shouldn't you carefully taste the second cup?" This Xiao is still thirsty," Xiaohua said without hiding anything. "Moreover, this Xiao actually doesn't know how to taste tea. If fellow Taoist Ziyi wants to experience it, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Sure enough, Ziyi was really somewhat disappointed. He asked again, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't you feel that the sweetness of this fragrant demon person is faint at first? This faint fragrance gradually gathers, and when it reaches a certain level, it suddenly erupts. If you drink it one mouthful at a time, the feeling will be even more obvious." Chapter 2275. Xiaohua was happy in his heart. He immediately thought of Qian Diheng. That guy was a hedonistic son of rich parents, so he was a bit particular about these things. If he was put together with this Ziyi, he would be able to chat with him at that time. Xiaohua was just a layman, so how could he have such thoughts? Xiaohua said very apologetically, "Let fellow Taoist Ziyi know that I don't like the mellow fragrance of spirit wine, and prefer spirit tea. Actually, it's just a kind of preference, and it doesn't mean anything. There are many spirit teas in my Xiaoyu continent, and each kind of spirit tea has its own uniqueness. I also like all of them. Although fellow Taoist's fragrant spirit tea is different, and the spirit energy in the spirit tea is faint. It's not beneficial to cultivation, but the fragrance is unique. It's a kind of fragrance that almost penetrates the soul. I can't say anything else. However, Xiaohua clearly felt that it was a common language, but in Ziye's ears, his eyes lit up again. He gave a thumbs up and said, "The big voice is silent, the big elephant is formless. Fellow Taoist Xiao, your words are like pearls, I admire you. Damn it, why didn't I feel it before?" Xiaohua rubbed his nose. If he wasn't a mere foundation establishment cultivator, he would really think that Ziye's flattery had ulterior motives. Moreover, when he thought about how he was unhappy in front of Cui Hongshan, this kind of aristocratic family disciple, and how he was praised so highly in front of Ziyi, this kind of extraordinary bearing, he felt a little proud. "Come, fellow Taoist Xiao, drink another cup." Ziyi raised the teapot again and said with a smile, "However, fellow Taoist Xiao must taste this cup carefully." "Don't." Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he blocked the teapot. "What?" Ziyi was slightly surprised. Xiaohua sighed and said, "2 cups is enough. It also gives me something to think about. If I drink more, I'm afraid I won't drink any other spirit tea in the future." No matter." Ziyi laughed, and turned to the brawny man and said, "Fu Lu, take some spirit tea and bring it to fellow Taoist Xiao." "Yes, young master." The brawny man cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Better not." Xiaohua still shook his head. "The spirit tea has to be finished in the end." So it's like this." Ziyi slightly hesitated. "Young master." The burly man reminded him in a low voice. "This fragrant demon. It's fine." Ziyi seemed to have made a decision. He clapped his hands, and without any magic power fluctuations, he took out a small pouch from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. "This is the fragrant demon's tea seed, as well as a jade slip for planting it. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please accept it." "Oh. Fellow Taoist Zai really knows me well." Xiaohua unceremoniously reached out his hand and took it, smiling as he said, "From now on, this Xiao won't lack spirit tea." "Young master." When the robust man called Fu Lu saw that Xiaohua was so rude, he was slightly annoyed and reminded him. When Ziyi saw Xiaohua rudely take away the bag, he didn't even say a word of thanks. At first, he was stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He turned to Fu Lu and said, "You don't need to say anything. Fellow Taoist Xiao is so magnanimous. He's a rare cultivator, so he'll definitely be fine." "Yes." Fu Lu was helpless. Looking at the bag that Xiaohua had already taken away, he seemed to sigh and lowered his head in silence. Seeing the robust man so cautious, Xiaohua felt uneasy in his heart again. He liked this extremely fragrant spirit tea, but it definitely wasn't to the extent that he liked it. It was purely a natural reaction of being petty. He wanted to take whatever he liked, especially spirit grasses and the like. At this moment, seeing the other party's reaction, he already knew that this spirit tea was definitely not a small matter, or there was something precious about it that he didn't know about. Xiaohua hesitated, but he didn't put the bag into his space. Ziyi keenly sensed this and smiled. He waved his hand and said, "This spirit tea is very precious. In the entire Dawn Rain continent, I'm afraid that only my family has it. Moreover, it's impossible to grow it in ordinary places. This is all recorded in the jade slip. Therefore, my servant is somewhat worried. However, since this Xiao Sheng was able to meet fellow Taoist Xiao and even benefited greatly from it, this bit of spirit tea is nothing. Of course, if fellow Taoist Xiao has the heart, you can keep this thing to yourself." In the face of Ziye's magnanimity, Xiaohua's heart suddenly lightened. He reached out his hand and said, "It's a deal." "Oh." Seeing Xiaohua's outstretched hand, Ziyi hesitated again. Then, he reached out his hand and hit Xiaohua's palm. He smiled and said, "It's a deal." Ziye's hand was very cold, like ice. However, Xiaohua didn't care. He scratched his head and thought for a moment, then asked, "Fellow Taoist Ziyi, do you need any spirit grasses or medicinal pills? Perhaps this Xiao can be of help." "No need, no need." Ziyi said with a smile. Needless to say, this Xiao Sheng doesn't need any spirit grasses. Even if I did, I can't take them right now. Otherwise, wouldn't this Xiao Sheng take the opportunity to blackmail you? How boring that would be. He he. Xiaohua smiled and put away the small bag. He then took out a messaging talisman and said, "This is this Xiao's messaging talisman. If fellow Taoist Ziyi has time, you can contact this Xiao." However, Ziyi looked at Xiaohua's messaging talisman and didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you saying goodbye?" Xiaohua touched his nose with his other hand and smiled bitterly. He didn't have time to drink tea with this young master of an aristocratic family here. Not to mention looking for the feeling of the hand of karma, even returning to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment to cultivate would be better than this. Seeing Xiaohua's bitter smile, a trace of disappointment flashed through Ziye's eyes. However, he shook his head and said, "Life is like a long river, turbulent without end. The number of people we meet every day is countless. To be able to meet fellow Taoist Xiao here today is fate. The waves of fate are splendid here. If we force ourselves to wait for tomorrow, it might not be the same as today. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if we are fated, we will definitely meet again in the future." Ha ha ha, exactly. When Xiaohua heard Ziye's words that were similar to his own nonsense, he laughed loudly in his heart. He withdrew his hand and put away the messaging talisman. He stood up and said, "Then this Xiao will disturb you. This Xiao will take his leave. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to be so polite. May I know where fellow Taoist Xiao is going?" Ziyi stood up and asked. "I will go into the wind and snow and become a man of wind and snow again. I will patrol the sky without a trace. I will return in the snowy night." Xiaohua said loudly and walked away. Ziye's eyes showed reluctance when he heard this. It seemed that these words were very much in his favor. However, Fu Lu's eyes were full of sharp swords. He only treated Xiaohua as a swindler who would leave after swindling the spirit tea. The moment Xiaohua stepped out of the grassland, Ziyi suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I want to go to the EG of the Sky Patrol City later. Do you have time?" "EG?" When Xiaohua heard this, he hesitated slightly. He was interested in the EG plan, but he was afraid that it would be inappropriate to bring someone with him. However, Xiaohua immediately thought of Ziye's magnanimity. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Ziyi has a request, how can I not comply?" "Okay." A smile appeared on Ziye's face. He instructed Fu Lu, "You pack up and wait for me in front of the EG." "Young master." Fu Lu naturally didn't feel at ease letting Ziyi go alone. "It doesn't matter. Fellow Taoist Xiao is here." Ziyi waved his hand and said impatiently. Unfortunately, Fu Lu was worried about Xiaohua. He hurriedly stepped forward and was about to speak again. "Bring him along." Xiaohua said with a smile, "In a while, when fellow Taoist Ziyi bids too much, there will be someone to help carry things." He, that's good." Ziyi was stunned. He immediately understood what Xiaohua said, and a smile appeared on his face. After leaving the tea house, endless snowflakes greeted them. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Do we still have to walk in the snow?" "Of course." Ziyi clapped his hands and said, "I was just about to experience fellow Taoist state of mind just now. Sigh, what a spoiled child of an aristocratic family." Xiaohua secretly shook his head. Then, he thought of Cui Hongshan. Unfortunately, Cui Biao doesn't have Ziye's bearing. He only has a silly air. Just as Xiao Hua was secretly comparing them, Ziyi raised his head and looked left and right. Then, he clapped his hands together and gradually formed a rhythm. Then, along with this rhythm, an extremely sad and heroic song came out of Ziyi's mouth. The cold wind rustles, the flying snow drifts, the long road is long, I walk in song. Looking back at the stars, the past is like smoke and clouds, I still remember the time when we parted, leaving only love in the snow. Good boy. Xiao Hua's blood spurted as he listened. It was as if he saw Ziyi parting with a beautiful woman in the snow, alone in the snow region. No wonder this guy felt so much when he saw I walk in the snow alone. It turns out that he is also a sad person. However, he must be of noble birth. Why would he be sad? Sigh, that might not be the case. Everyone has their own troubles, everyone has their own worries. Unconsciously, Xiao Hua also thought of Fairy Hongxia, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and Xue Xue, who had yet to come out of seclusion. Unconsciously, Xiao Hua also clapped his hands and said, "What a good song. Let I join you in a song, walking in the snow." Immediately, Xiao Hua also began to clap his hands. The rhythm was similar to Ziyi's. Love in the snow, dreams in the snow have yet to wake, infatuation in exchange for a lifetime of tears. Walking in the snow, I walk alone in the snow. No matter how many heroic feelings I have, I still can't dream of you. Only by walking with you can I pursue my dreams. Good, good, good. When Ziyi heard this, he was overjoyed. His face flushed red, and he reached out to grab Xiao Hua's clapping hands. He said loudly, "What a good song! What a good song! What a good song! Only by walking with you can I pursue my dreams." Boom! Xiao Hua's mind heated up. Dreams! Dreams! Chasing dreams! He seemed to have thought of something. You really made me sigh with emotion. Ziyi still didn't notice Xiao Hua's abnormality, and said to himself, I came across these lyrics by chance, but I didn't think of a suitable next verse. Not only did fellow Taoist Xiao think of the next verse, he even matched the wonderful song, Love in the Snow and Walking in the Snow. This trip to Sky Patrol City is indeed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Xiao. Oh, it's nothing. When Xiao Hua heard Ziyi's call, he woke up from his confusion. He didn't remember anything. You're crazy. At this time, several early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators flew past them. Seeing the two people singing like this, they unconsciously threw down these two words and flew far away. Chapter 2276. I'm sick. Ziyi looked up to the sky and laughed. Only Taoist Xiao and I are sick. That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua held Ziyi's cold hand and walked forward quickly on the snow. Behind them, Fu Lu had a worried look on his face as he quickly followed. Is this E.G.? Xiao Hua was very curious when he saw the huge archway overflowing with people more than 100 feet in front of him. This lively scene was completely different from the deserted streets they walked through earlier. Needless to say, this must be E.G. Ziyi sneered. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. Even in the Sword Dao War, those who pursue profit are still the same. Sweat. Xiao Hua secretly wiped his sweat. Am I not that kind of person who pursues profit? E.G. was naturally different from the streets. There was a huge restriction on it. Not only was it bright, but even the snow was blocked outside the restriction. After paying a considerable amount of spirit stones, Xiao Hua and Ziyi entered E.G. Inside E.G., one's divine sense was restricted, one could not go too far. Xiao Hua looked as far as he could and felt that E.G. was probably a few li big. The crisscrossing paths formed a grid of the same size. Some of the grids were empty while some of the grids had cultivators sitting inside. In front of them were all kinds of spiritual herbs, medicinal pills and other items, waiting for others to inquire about them. What are you looking for, Taoist Ziyi? Xiaohua glanced and smiled. Ziyi shook his head. There's nothing important. I'm just walking around and looking around. Good, this Xiao also has the same idea. Xiaohua nodded and casually pointed. Let's go this way. I'll listen to Taoist Zhao's instructions. Ziyi returned to his humble and polite appearance. However, Xiaohua was not the Xiaohua in Jinghua City now. How could he take a fancy to ordinary things? However, Xiaohua looked at them with great interest. He looked at one grid after another. Occasionally, he would stop and transmit a few words to the owner of the grid. However, what made Ziyi feel strange was that after walking for nearly the time it took to eat a meal, the two of them hadn't walked far, and Xiaohua hadn't exchanged anything. Midnight couldn't help but feel impatient. Oh? Fellow Taoist Zai, do you want to go somewhere else to take a look? Xiaohua sensed something and turned around to ask. That's not it. Ziyi was very frank. I feel that since there's nothing I need, I can leave. It won't be too late to ask for more when I find what I want. Fellow Taoist Zhao's actions are very puzzling to me. Fellow Taoist Zai, I'm just a layman. I'd like to see if there's anything I can take advantage of here. Xiaohua chuckled and said, especially, things that others think are useless, this Xiao was able to get them at an extremely cheap price. I am very happy in my heart. I don't understand. If it was something useful, it should be given a corresponding amount of spirit stones. Useless things don't need spirit stones. Then wouldn't you lose the joy of coming here? Of course, Xiaohua also didn't understand Ziyi's thoughts. How about this? Ziyi looked ahead and said, after 4 hours, there will be a bidding on the central bidding platform in front. I'll wait for fellow Taoist Xiao at the southwest corner. All right. Xiaohua also smiled and nodded in agreement, but he still lowered his head and looked around. Young master. This guy is obviously a low-level foundation establishment cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. Looking at his greedy look, he's not an elegant person at all. Why did you personally come downstairs, personally serve tea, and even befriend him like this? After walking far away, Fu Lu whispered. Sigh, Fu Lu, how would you understand? Not to mention that Xiaohua is a foundation establishment cultivator, even if he's an itinerant cultivator, even if he's a layman, if he has the spirit of walking in the snow and the sadness of love in the snow, then he's my soulmate. Soulmate. Do you understand? Ziye's mouth revealed a trace of strangeness. I didn't expect to meet a soulmate in this Sky Patrol city. If it weren't for this Xiaohua, I really only know the meaning of a soulmate, but not the taste of one. But, young master. He's just. Fu Lu still wanted to say. However, Ziyi waved his hand and stopped him, saying coldly, although I don't know much about Xiaohua, I feel that in this Xiaoyu continent, I'm afraid that he's the only one who can be my soulmate. It's enough for me to have this soulmate in this life. You just need to know about this matter. If it's leaked out, be careful of your lives. Ziye's calmness and decisiveness, where was the pedantic image of Xiaohua? Yes, I don't dare. Fu Lu's face changed slightly as he bowed and said. Let's go and see what's so good about this Sky Patrol city's e.g. As Ziyi said, the image of Xiaohua arguing with the stall owner but not buying appeared in his mind, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. Xiaohua didn't feel that he was Ziyi's soulmate, he just felt that Ziyi was very frank. He was originally a rogue cultivator, so it was normal for him to be stingy. Oh, why are there small white bones in this grid? Xiaohua's gaze turned, and he was a little surprised. He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, I don't understand." "Oh, so it's a fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect, please speak." The owner of the grid replied with a smile on his face. "These white bones, what's the use? Does anyone want them?" Xiaofan pointed with his finger. The cultivator suddenly understood and looked up and down at Xiaofan. "The Imperial Thunder sect has just arrived in Sky Patrol City. I'm afraid that fellow Taoist hasn't left the city to fight, right?" "Yes, that's right." "So what?" Xiaofan was slightly stunned. "Let me tell you, fellow Taoist, these white bones should be something from Million Meng Mountain. When we Tao sect disciples attack sword cultivators, other than their medicinal pills and spirit stones, there would naturally be something from Million Meng Mountain in their storage bags." "Huh, indeed. I really didn't expect that." Xiaofan suddenly realized, and then he thought of the many storage bags he had captured. Along the way, time was tight, and Dui Ling and the others were also by his side, so he really didn't have time to organize those storage bags. Moreover, the owners of these storage bags were only Liang Jian's cultivation base, which was far inferior to Li Xiubai, so Xiaofan was less eager to plunder. Now that he heard this, he knew that there might be some good things in the storage bags of sword cultivators. "Fellow Taoist, how much are these white bones?" Xiaofan asked directly without any politeness. "Since you're a fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect, we can be considered to have fought side by side. This white bone can be considered as a chief cattail pill." The early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator said very generously. Hearing this, Xiaofan didn't say anything and turned around to leave. "Oh, fellow Taoist, what's wrong? You're leaving just like that? If you think it's too expensive, then 2 white bones and 1 chief cattail pill." Seeing that someone suddenly asked about the white bones that no one had ever asked about, how could that cultivator let Xiaofan go? Xiaofan turned around and grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, "Fellow Taoist really knows how to deceive me. Since sword cultivators can't use this thing, my Tao sect's cultivators can't use it even more. It's not even worth half a spirit stone, yet you actually asked for such an exorbitant price. How do you want me to open my mouth?" He, that cultivator saw Xiaofan turn around. Knowing that there was still hope, he smiled apologetically and said, "No matter what, this thing is still my spoils of war from killing sword cultivators. I can't give it away for free." "All right." When Xiaofan heard the words, "for free," he naturally stopped and walked back, saying, "I'll give you 2 spirit stones for these white bones." Only 2 spirit stones?" Hearing this, the cultivator shook his head with all his might. "Fellow Taoist, you should continue on. I'll keep this thing for myself as a souvenir." Xiaofan smacked his lips and said with a smile, "What's the point of you keeping it for yourself? Why don't you let me take a look? How about this, 1 chief cattail pill? This is my bottom line. If you don't agree, I'm really going to leave." Chief cattail pills were obviously more useful than spirit stones. Although that cultivator was somewhat unwilling, seeing that Xiaofan really didn't have any intention of hesitating, he could only nod and wave his hand, saying, "Fine, I'll do as fellow Taoist says." "And, don't be so unwilling." Xiaofan threw out a chief cattail pill and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't fought sword cultivators and haven't seen these white bones, I wouldn't give you this chief cattail pill." As he said this, Xiaofan waved his hand and put all the white bones into his storage pouch. Then, he turned around and left. "This idiot." The cultivator secretly laughed and happily put the chief cattail pill into his storage pouch. "This idiot." Xiaofan turned around and also secretly laughed. "You guys don't understand this thing, but this young master does. Maybe there's a soul cultivation technique inside. Sigh, they're all idiots." "Who's the idiot?" After walking for a while, Xiaohua saw a few more white bones in one of the boxes, and even a shabby palm-sized flag. White skeletons were engraved on the flag. Needless to say, this was another item from millions of Meng mountains. Damn it, could it be that there's a lot of this junk in EG? Xiaohua thought as he walked up and continued his conversation with that idiot. Sure enough, Xiaohua's guess was correct. There were really a lot of bones in Meng mountains, and they were all seized by cultivators from the hands of swordsmen. Cultivators didn't understand this, and the spoils of war for almost a year were all placed here. No one would use medicinal pills or spirit stones to exchange for it. Only Xiaohua was interested in checking it out. But Xiaohua, in addition to medicinal pills, also had a lot of spirit herbs and spirit stones. It was as easy as flipping his hand to exchange for them, and the price gradually became lower. Just as he handed over the spirit stones to the cultivator in the first grid, the next grid had white bones or cultivators from Meng mountains, and the price they gave was naturally low. Damn it! This won't do. Seeing that the cultivators along the way were looking at him, Xiaohua scratched his head. Collecting things from Meng mountains like this will definitely attract the attention of others. It's better to use bewilderment. Chapter 2277. Immediately after, Xiaohua pretended to shake his head, ignoring them as he hurriedly walked away. After passing a dozen or so grids and finding a secluded place, he put on the camouflage robe and continued to collect white bones. Another 2 hours passed. Xiaohua gradually went deeper into EG. The millions of items in Meng Mountain gradually decreased, but the number of demonic artifacts increased again. Seeing the demonic artifacts, Xiaohua was even more delighted. Compared to white bones, he needed these demonic artifacts even more now, especially hammers, spears, and other extremely heavy demonic artifacts. These were the materials he fused into the Great Wisdom Sword. Currently, he didn't know the forging method of the 5 elements Wishful Heaven Staff. He only wanted to refine this Great Wisdom Sword as heavy as possible. However, the price of this demonic artifact was different from white bones. Could it be that it required spirit herbs and spirit stones? Sometimes, it even required a lot of spirit stones, and the age of the spirit herbs was also very old. But what did Xiaohua have? Naturally, it was spirit herbs. Wherever spirit herbs were, the demonic artifacts would automatically fly up and enter his space. Haha, Xiaohua was very happy. Damn it, I never thought that spending large amounts of spirit stones would also be so refreshing. In the future, if anyone says I'm stingy, I'll definitely be angry with them. Oh, this is a demonic slip? Xiaohua was feeling proud when his eyes lit up. It was a pitch-black demonic slip with a missing corner in the grids in front of him. Fellow Taoist, Xiaohua quickly walked over and cupped his hands. Just as he was about to ask, another slightly hoarse voice sounded at the same time. What is this pitch-black thing? How many spirit stones? Xiaohua stared blankly and turned to look. A cultivator similarly wearing a camouflage robe was pointing at the demonic slip. Without waiting for the owner of the demonic slip to speak, Xiaohua hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist, I saw this thing first. After I ask, it won't be too late for you to ask. Huh. That cultivator let out an unpleasant laughter from the camouflage robe. You didn't seem to have said it. Yes, I didn't say it, but I was about to say it. Xiaohua glanced at the owner of the demonic slip. It was a gray-haired late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, don't you think so? The female cultivator didn't have any special expression on her face. She just raised her head and indifferently said to Xiaohua, You spoke, but you didn't say what you wanted to ask. Which fellow Taoist, although you were late, you directly pointed at this thing. She then said to another cultivator, When I obtained this item, it was together with a demonic tool. That demonic tool has already been traded away, leaving only this item. This item is similar to my Tao sect's jade slip. I can't see through it with my spiritual sense, so I guess it's a demonic cultivator's jade slip. Then he looked back and forth between Xiaohua and the cultivator and said, "You guys wait for the bidding. If it's enough, I'll let you guys have it." Looking at the female cultivator's indifferent appearance, Xiaohua felt extremely regretful. If he had been here a moment longer, he feared he would have been able to obtain this devil slip with just a few spirit stones. This was a great bargain. Xiaohua didn't know what was inside the MO slip, but what he lamented was the passing of a cheap price. "All right." The cultivator pondered for a moment and said, "For the sake of silence, I want to set up a silence restriction. What do you two fellow Taoists think?" "Up to you." The female cultivator was slightly stunned and casually waved her hand. "That's exactly what I want." Xiaohua's heart thumped. He knew he had met someone who knew what was good for him. Sure enough, after the cultivator set up the silence restriction, he asked the female cultivator, "Fellow Taoist, how much are you bidding?" "I already said, up to you." The female cultivator seemed to have seen something fishy. She didn't say anything and only pushed the matter to Xiaohua and the cultivator. "Fellow Taoist? How many spirit stones do you think this item is worth?" The cultivator looked at Xiaohua again. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the cultivator's confusion restriction. He couldn't see through the cultivator's cultivation. He understood in his heart that this cultivator's confusion restriction was either a high-level cultivator or his cultivation wasn't inferior to a golden core cultivator. Seeing the cultivator ask him, he smiled and said, "This is also what I wanted to ask fellow Taoist." Seeing that Xiaohua didn't seem to have any flaws, the cultivator slightly muttered, "I bid 10 spirit stones." "I bid 11. Xiaohua followed without hesitation. "Fellow Taoist, listen carefully. It's not 10 high-grade spirit stones, it's 10 top-grade spirit stones." The cultivator said neither hurriedly nor slowly. "I also said 11 top-grade spirit stones." Xiaohua also said neither hurriedly nor slowly. The two bid neither hurriedly nor slowly, but the owner of the magic slip couldn't help but cry out in surprise. This junk that had been thrown in the grid for several days actually rose to the price of 11 top-grade spirit stones all of a sudden. She really couldn't imagine it. 20. 21. 200. 201. 20,000. 20,001. Fellow Taoist, you aren't joking with I, right? The cultivator was a little angry. Xiaohua only added 1 spirit stone each time, wasn't this teasing him? Fellow Taoist, that's a piece of top-grade spirit stone. Xiaohua was extremely distressed. He did have a lot of spirit stones in his space, but to take out tens of thousands of spirit stones all of a sudden, he was still reluctant. However, he heard him say, "If you add less, I can also throw 1 less spirit stone." Unfortunately, the magic slip had already changed his voice, others couldn't hear it. "Forget it." The cultivator said to the female cultivator, "I also won't add more spirit stones. As long as this fellow Taoist offers more spirit stones, I will pay 10 more spirit stones than him. Yes, I also won't add more. No matter how much this fellow Taoist offers, I will pay 1 more spirit stone than him." Xiaohua basically said word for word. "Fellow Taoist? Fellow Taoist?" The magic slip saw that the female cultivator didn't speak and reminded her. The female cultivator didn't want to speak. It wasn't that she hadn't seen top-grade spirit stones before, but she had never seen this item bid 20,000 top-grade spirit stones at once. She was really stunned. She didn't know what to say. 40,000 spirit stones. After a moment, the female cultivator finally came back to her senses and shouted with a stutter. She finally understood why the magic slip laid down the magic slip. However, after the female cultivator finished speaking, she didn't see Xiaohua and the magic slip competing. She was quite confused. Looking at the two of them, her tone flickered as she probed, Is this old woman asking for too much? If it's not possible, then 30,000 spirit stones is also fine. Xiaohua's heart was bleeding. This was 30,000 spirit stones. He didn't know how long it took him to save up. However, he still forced himself to be calm and said with a smile, This fellow Taoist spoke first, I will wait for him to bid first. No matter what, I will pay 10 more spirit stones than him. Then what else can I say? The cultivator said slowly. Good, good. Xiaohua clapped his hands, I will also do the same. No matter what, I will pay 1 more spirit stone than him. Then what else can I say? This. Although the female cultivator was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, she could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but she couldn't help but worry. Looking at Xiaohua and the magic slip cultivator, she also understood in her heart that someone who could take out tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones was not a simple person. She didn't know that after foundation establishment was golden core, and she didn't have any magic slip cultivators. If she wasn't careful, she would offend the two of them. The consequences were a bit serious. Thinking of this, the previous ecstasy turned into bitterness. The female cultivator smiled apologetically and said, Don't let me make the decision. Can you two fellow Taoists discuss a solution? You are the owner of this thing. What do you want us to discuss? The cultivator was slightly angry. The female cultivator still smiled apologetically, Isn't there nothing I can do? Although I want the spirit stones, I can't offend you two fellow Taoists. Seeing the female cultivator speak the truth, the magic slip cultivator didn't ask any more. He thought for a moment and said, How about this, since this thing can't be valued with spirit stones, then let's use something. What does fellow Taoist need? You can say it, any magic tool, medicinal pill, or cultivation method, as long as I have it, I can exchange it. Oh. The magic slip cultivator didn't mention spiritual herbs. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he said with a smile, That's right, if fellow Taoist needs any cultivation method, spiritual herb, or magic tool, you can say it. Even if it's a cultivation method, I have it here. Really anything? The female cultivator probed, How about a magic tool? Fellow Taoist, you are a bit greedy. The magic slip cultivator sneered, However, if it's a low-grade magic tool, I can consider it. It doesn't matter, magic tools are fine too. Xiaohua waved his hand generously. Naturally, he didn't have any magic tools, but he couldn't lose to the magic slip cultivator in terms of momentum. However, he still hoped that the female cultivator would ask for some 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. Of course, he still had some face-retaining pills in his space. He wanted to mention it at this time, but when he saw the female cultivator's wrinkled skin and white hair, he held back. If he showed off for no reason, he might anger her, and it would be difficult to get the magic bamboo slip. I don't want any magic tools, cultivation methods, or spiritual herbs. The female cultivator thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and said, I came to Sky Patrol City because I want the spring rejuvenation pill that has just been auctioned. Fellow Taoists, who can take out the spring rejuvenation pill, I will immediately give it to you. You want the spring rejuvenation pill? The magic slip cultivator was stunned, but when he saw the female cultivator's expression, he nodded and said, I understand what you mean. However, the spring rejuvenation pill is only auctioned once a month in Sky Patrol City. I'm afraid that the second pill will be auctioned today. How can I take it out? Moreover, the price of the spring rejuvenation pill is not something that you can compare with. You'd better change it. Xiaohua hesitated. He didn't want to ask, but he couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of pill is the spring rejuvenation pill? How come I've never heard of it? You've never heard of it? The magic slip cultivator sneered, and said to the female cultivator, look, this fellow Taoist doesn't know about the spring rejuvenation pill, so naturally, he doesn't have it. Fellow Taoist, why don't you see what else you want? Sigh, I said I wanted the spring rejuvenation pill. Other things are not interesting to me. The female cultivator said sadly, I'll accept this item. The auction will begin in a while. If the two fellow Taoists can take out the spring rejuvenation pill, I'll immediately exchange it with this item. Chapter 2278. Damn it, this guy actually raised the price. Although Xiaofan didn't know what the rejuvenation elixir was, he knew it was not a trivial thing when he saw the surprise of the Meiji practitioner. Seeing the female practitioner's behavior, he knew that she had grasped the mentality of the two people and wanted to use this thing to threaten them to help her bid for the rejuvenation elixir. Seeing that the female practitioner took the magic slip, the Meiji practitioner was still unwilling and asked, you really don't want other things? For example, the cure elixir? The Lingli elixir? This moved the female cultivator, but she hesitated for a moment before saying, fellow Taoist, I also want it. But, even if I have reached the Jindan realm, I still can't restore my appearance unless I am pregnant. But the road from the Jindan realm to the nascent realm is long. How can it compare with the rejuvenation elixir? You are not a female practitioner, so you don't understand the importance of the rejuvenation elixir to me. Fellow Taoist, you must know. The Miho cultivator said coldly, it seems that, only the two of us are bidding for this item. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. In the future, if someone else comes, this item won't even be worth a few spirit stones. This. The female practitioner hesitated again. The Meiji practitioner was right. At this time, the magic slip was very hot, but if there were no Xiaofan and the Meiji practitioner, who would want the magic slip? A few spiritual stones were not worth it, let alone tens of thousands of top-grade spiritual stones. However, she also understood that she couldn't bid for the rejuvenation elixir with only tens of thousands of top-grade spiritual stones, and she might offend either of Xiaofan and the Meiji practitioner. Forget it. The female practitioner smiled apologetically, the auction will be held in a while. If you two can't bid for the rejuvenation elixir, you can bid for the Lingli elixir. If you can offer the Lingli elixir, I will give it to you. You really have a big appetite. The Meiji practitioner sneered and glanced at Xiaofan. He was about to remove the mute inhibition, but Xiaofan stood there thoughtfully. Seeing that Xiaofan didn't leave, the practitioner stopped again. He wanted to see what Xiaofan would do. May I ask, what does the rejuvenation pill look like? What are its effects? Xiaofan was puzzled. He could be considered a cultivator who could refine pills and had seen countless spiritual grasses. However, he had never heard of a rejuvenation pill. Moreover, from the female cultivator's words, this rejuvenation pill could actually restore one's youth. This made him even more curious. This. The female cultivator hesitated for a moment, and a trace of admiration appeared on her face. She explained, I only know the name of the rejuvenation pill. I've never seen it before. Oh. Xiaofan was helpless. He knew that he might really have to go to the auction to see what the rejuvenation pill was. Moreover, there was only one in the entire Sky Patrol City. It was unlikely that he would be able to bid for it. However, according to the fellow cultivator, the rejuvenation pill is different from ordinary pills. It doesn't have any medicinal fragrance and looks a little ugly. There are slight bumps on it, which seem to be some talismans. The female cultivator's next words made Xiaofan quiver. His grandmother, wasn't this the pill that this young master refined? Then, what is the effect of this rejuvenation pill? Xiaofan anxiously asked. The rejuvenation pill, as the name implies, is naturally a pill that restores one's youth. The female cultivator's eyes lit up. I really don't know which alchemy master is able to refine such a magical pill. It can actually restore the female cultivator's appearance from 10 years ago. Even the blemishes on her face have disappeared. Oh my! It seems to be the face-retaining pill. The more Xiaofan listened, the more familiar it sounded. He couldn't help but be surprised. Since he only saw the face-retaining pill, Xiaofan really had it in his space. However, he never thought that the face-retaining pill could actually restore youth. It could restore a female cultivator's youth. Therefore, Xiaofan had to ask again, how old is the female cultivator who bid for the rejuvenation pill? What's her cultivation? Fellow cultivator, why are you asking so many questions? Could it be that you have the rejuvenation pill? The Mi Lu cultivator said coldly. Do I have any relationship with you? Xiaofan retorted and said, I still have such a pill in my storage bag. However, I don't know the name. You, really have it? The female cultivator was wild with joy. Her eyes fervently looked at Xiaofan. Xiaofan flipped his hand and took out a face-retaining pill. He said with a smile, I occasionally got a pill in the market. I heard from that destitute cultivator that it was some face-retaining pill. I didn't care. After all, although that guy is indeed young, his cultivation is ordinary. This kind of thing can't be taken seriously. Can I take a look? The female cultivator asked cautiously. Of course. Xiaofan didn't care at all. He stretched out his hand in front of the female cultivator. He didn't take this female cultivator seriously at all. Sure enough. The female cultivator's hand was trembling. She said, this is very similar to the legend. Can I try it? Xiaofan stretched out his hand and said, how can there be such a cheap thing? If this pill isn't the rejuvenation pill, wouldn't you have eaten it for nothing? Fellow Taoist. It was the female cultivator's turn to plead. The temptation of regaining her youth was really irresistible for an old woman like her. That's right. If fellow Taoist takes it and there is no effect, it doesn't match what we said before. The Mi Ho cultivator said coldly. I didn't make any hard oath. The female cultivator said without hesitation, this thing is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. For the sake of her youth, the female cultivator wasn't even afraid of offending the Mi Ho cultivator. Fellow Taoist wants to exchange with I? Xiaofan said with a smile. Yes. The female cultivator realized her impulsiveness and hesitated for a moment before answering, yes. The Mi Ho cultivator naturally saw it. He sneered and pointed with his finger. In the market of Sky Patrol City, this old man followed the rules of Shuyu Taoist. You also have an agreement with this old man. Although we didn't make any hard oath, this old man knows you. If you insist on going your own way and forget about the agreement just now, not only will this bullshit pill not be a rejuvenation pill, but your youth will also be gone. I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your life. Then he glanced at Xiaofan and said, this fellow Taoist took out an unknown pill and cheated you of your things. He patted his butt and left, but he left you behind. You, think about it carefully. The Mi Ho cultivator's words hit the female cultivator's heart. If Xiaohua's pill wasn't the rejuvenation pill, she would lose both her life and her. Only Xiaohua would benefit from it. However, Xiaohua wasn't sure if this pill was the rejuvenation pill. People were like this. If Xiaohua didn't benefit from it, the female cultivator might take the risk. However, after thinking about it carefully, Xiaohua might benefit from it and she wouldn't gain anything. She immediately hesitated. Does fellow Taoist have anything else? Xiaohua glanced at the things in the grid and asked with a smile, if I think it's suitable, fellow Taoist can take it on the spot. If it's not the rejuvenation pill, then exchange it for this pill. Actually, fellow Taoist hasn't seen the rejuvenation pill, but could it be that you haven't seen the ageless pill? Alas, I'll let fellow Taoist know. I naturally know about the ageless pill, and I also specially went to Twilight Tong City. However, the ageless pill's medicinal fragrance is overflowing. How can this pill's essence be compared to it? This pill's appearance is so strange. I can't be sure. The female cultivator smiled bitterly. She thought for a moment and patted her storage pouch. I obtained an incomplete jade slip here. It's a cultivation method for alchemy. There are many pill recipes for qi condensation cultivators inside. However, these pill recipes don't have a specific refining method. What's the use of that? Xiaofan shook his head with all his strength. The female cultivator smiled bitterly. I can only exchange this now. Moreover, with the pill recipe, I can at least know what kind of spiritual grass is used to refine the pill, right? Ouch! Xiaohua's eyes brightened. These words were like lightning flashing through his mind. It seemed to make him think of something. Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. He extended his hand, took the jade slip, and said with a smile, since fellow Taoist loves beauty so much, how can I not fulfill your wish? If this item isn't the rejuvenation pill, then I'll exchange this jade slip with fellow Taoist. Of course, if the medicinal pill is the rejuvenation pill, I won't return this jade slip to you. Okay. The female cultivator was overjoyed. She simply didn't think of bargaining. Well, the greedy Xiaohua got another jade slip. He was sure to make a profit and not lose. Taking a deep breath, the female cultivator glanced at the ageless pill again. She opened her mouth and swallowed it. As the medicinal pill entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a strong fragrance. It was the fragrance of the ageless grass. The female cultivator's heart immediately settled down. She knew Xiaohua hadn't deceived her. This medicinal pill was at least the ageless grass. The jade slip exchange wasn't unjust. Immediately, the medicinal liquid of the ageless pill entered her body. A trace of numbness, like a tiny electric light, came from the medicinal liquid and flowed through her meridians along with the spiritual energy formed by the medicinal liquid. The female cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. However, she also didn't dare to completely refine the spiritual energy. She only controlled her true essence to refine a part of the spiritual energy. Sure enough, a miracle appeared. In just half a meal's time, the female cultivator's snow-white hair gradually began to turn black. The wrinkles on her face were also somewhat flat. Humph! The bewildered cultivator kept staring at the female cultivator. The changes of the female cultivator were naturally seen by his eyes. His eyes flashed with a strange color. How could he not know that this ageless pill was the rejuvenation pill? He coldly snorted, raised his hand to remove the mute restriction, turned around, and walked away. It really is the rejuvenation pill. Xiaohua was both surprised and seemed to have expected it. He didn't refine many medicinal pills, and the ageless pill definitely accounted for the largest proportion. Moreover, he only gave the ageless pill to Qian Diheng to exchange for spirit stones. However, what made Xiaohua puzzled was, how could the ageless pill he refined have the miraculous effect of restoring youth? I'm rich, I'm rich. Xiaohua didn't have time to think about the reason for this matter. His mind was immediately filled with pleasant surprise. The spirit stones in his mind were piled up like a mountain. Chapter 2279. Wasn't it obvious? The face-retaining pill could be exchanged for the enthusiasm of young female cultivators. Wouldn't this rejuvenation pill capture the enthusiasm of all female cultivators below the nascent soul realm? For example, this female cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment and those female cultivators in the gold core realm had this opportunity. Who wouldn't bid for this rejuvenation pill and bring back their long-lost looks? Tao. Fellow Taoist. The female cultivator's heart was obviously overflowing with joy. She waved her hand and displayed the mirror technique. Looking at the face and black and white hair reflected in the mirror, she stuttered and extended her hand to give the magic slip to Xiaofan. Her hand was trembling. This is really the rejuvenation pill. I am really grateful to fellow Taoist. This item belongs to fellow Taoist. Xiaofan took the magic slip and put it into his space with a flip of his hand. He smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist is really lucky. To tell you the truth, I am also a little regretful at this time. I didn't expect this lousy medicinal pill to really be the rejuvenation pill. Fellow Taoist, this medicinal pill looks very unremarkable, but spiritual pills don't show off. How can ordinary medicinal pills compare to it? The female cultivator laughed even more and retorted, I don't know which alchemy master made this medicinal pill. Although it's only famous in Century City now, sooner or later, it will be famous in the entire Dawn Rain continent. It's just so. Seeing the female cultivator praising him in front of his face, Xiaohua's first reaction was to be modest. As soon as he said this, Xiaohua felt that it was inappropriate. Sure enough, the female cultivator asked, could it be that fellow Taoist has seen a medicinal pill more magical than this rejuvenation pill? No. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't say anything more to her. He quickly waved his hand and then said with a smile, since this inexplicable medicinal pill is really the rejuvenation pill, our deal is completed. I'll take my leave. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. The female cultivator quickly stopped Xiaohua and said with a smile, I've really taken advantage of you by exchanging these 2 jade slips for the rejuvenation pill. If the value is not much different, I'll be at ease. However, this rejuvenation pill is too rare. If I don't compensate fellow Taoist, I'll feel sorry. Oh? Fellow Taoist still has this kind of jade slip? Xiaohua was overjoyed. The female cultivator shook her head and said, I don't have any more jade slips, but I still have a few bulky demonic tools. Those things are too heavy, so I don't feel like carrying them with me. If fellow Taoist needs them, you can come to my sect. You only need to pay the right amount of spirit stones to exchange with fellow Taoist. Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, if it's convenient for fellow Taoist, you can leave behind a messaging talisman. That's exactly what I was thinking. The female cultivator flipped her hand and handed a sound-transmitting talisman and a jade slip to Xiaohua. She smiled and said, fellow Taoist seems to be a secluded cultivator. I'm afraid you don't know much about my sect. Take this jade slip and sound-transmitting talisman. If you come to find me, I'll prepare a devil artifact for you. Okay. Xiaohua received the jade slip and sound-transmitting talisman, then cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again someday. As Xiaohua continued to move forward, the number of cultivators gradually decreased, and the number of empty grids also increased. Xiaohua took a careful look and understood. He saw that there were some cultivators sitting cross-legged in the grids in this area. Most of these cultivators were dressed in camouflage robes, and there were some things placed in front of them. Some of these things were flying swords, some were magic tools, and even some were damaged magic weapons. Looking at the front of these things, there was a bright jade tablet with flickering words written on it. Some were rare refining materials, some were rare medicinal pills, some were magic weapons with certain effects written on them, and there were even some damaged flying swords and so on. And the things that are being traded here are things that the owner of the grid especially needs. The other things are not being traded at all. Xiao Hua looked at the few cultivators that were silently walking through the crisscrossing grid and thought to himself. He immediately turned around. There were some grids that required 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. He did have them, but unfortunately, he couldn't use the things in the grids, so much so that he didn't even take a fancy to them. He didn't take out the spirit herbs. When he turned around and wanted to leave, he hesitated for a moment and turned around to look. He also found a grid and sat down. He stretched out his hand and patted it. The flying swords he obtained at Chicken Crow Mountain, except for 2 identical azure swords, all flew out and landed on the empty space in front of him. He then stretched out his hand and wrote 2 large words on the jade tablet in front of him. Then, he took out the pill recipe he just exchanged, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into carefully examine it. The 2 large words Xiao Hua wrote on the jade tablet were also, pill recipe. The jade slip that the female cultivator gave him was just as the female cultivator said. It was abnormally damaged. Although there were many pill recipes inside, such as the Peiyuan pill, marrow cleansing pill, Jiu pill, Mo-Jia pill, smoke feather pill, clear fragrance pill, Giji pill, yellow sway pill, and even the foundation building pill, these pill recipes only listed in detail the types and quantities of spirit herbs or spirit fruits needed to make these pills. There were no specific refining methods. To an ordinary alchemist, these were absolutely chicken ribs among chicken ribs. However, the more Xiao Hua looked, the more delighted he became. A bold idea was born in his mind. Although this Xiao doesn't know the refining methods of these pills, this Xiao has a refining method of my own. As long as I know the quantity of spirit herbs in the pills, I can refine them. That high thunder pill, ageless pill, and so on are all like this. Moreover, this Xiao also knows the Qi Huang technique, the Tao of monarch and minister, and the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements. Therefore, even if I only know the types of spirit herbs used in the pill recipes and don't know the specific quantities, I'm afraid I can still refine the pills. Furthermore, as long as this Xiao knows the main ingredients used in the pills, I can also try to concoct the supplementary ingredients. Wouldn't this Xiao be able to create his own pill recipes? The more Xiao Hua thought, the more excited he became. He took out the pill recipes for the high thunder pill, ageless pill, and so on for reference. It really is like this. Xiao Hua said with a smile, the spirit herbs in each pill recipe follow the Tao of Yin and Yang, the Tao of monarch and minister, and the principles of the 5 elements. In fact, some of the supplementary ingredients can be replaced by other spirit herbs with similar medicinal effects. While Xiao Hua was meditating on the pill recipes with his eyes closed, there were many cultivators surrounding him. After all, the flying sword that Xiao Hua took out was really attractive. Xiao Hua's flying sword was different from the flying swords of other cultivators. Most of the flying swords that Xiao Hua took out were in good condition. Even if they were damaged, the damaged parts were still there. In particular, the quality of these flying swords was extremely good. After all, they were the flying swords of high-level sword-nurturing swordsmen and drawing sword swordsmen. This was really rare in EG. There were many cultivators who came to EG. Other than wanting to trade some spirit stones and spirit herbs, there were even more cultivators who didn't participate in the battle who came for the flying swords of sword cultivators. Xiao Hua took out so many flying swords at once, how could it not attract the attention of others? However, there were many people looking, but not many people asking. After all, what Xiao Hua wanted was the pill recipes. A single pill recipe could support a small sect. This was not something that flying swords could compare to. Thus, everyone whispered for a long time, but no one came forward to ask. I'm afraid there's no hope. Xiao Hua already knew that the pill recipes couldn't be obtained so easily. He sighed and calculated the time. Just as he was about to get up, a cultivator dressed in camouflage opened his mouth. Fellow Taoist, what kind of pill recipe do you want? Oh. This fellow Taoist has a pill recipe? Xiao Hua was delighted and said with a smile. If I didn't have a pill recipe, how could I come to ask? That cultivator was not polite and asked back. This. Xiao Hua was actually hesitant. He wanted all the pill recipes of the Dawn Rain continent. The pill recipe of the Azure Spirit pill. Hee, fellow Taoist, you're really not polite. That cultivator wasn't astonished. He swept his gaze and said, did fellow Taoist obtain these flying swords by killing swordsmen? Xiao Hua nodded. I was passing by a place and happened to encounter several sword cultivators. I killed them in passing and obtained these flying swords. Fellow Taoist intends to exchange pill recipes with me like this? The cultivator asked calmly. Oh. You really have the pill recipe of the Azure Spirit pill? Xiao Hua was really overjoyed. However, he wasn't anxious. Instead, he paused for a moment and said with a smile, does fellow Taoist think this exchange is appropriate? Although these flying swords are very good, they're the best quality that I have seen in this year. That cultivator said in a deep voice, unfortunately, the pill recipe of the Azure Spirit pill is even more precious. Even if you take out all these flying swords, it's still not enough to offset the pill recipe. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid you'll have to take out some spirit stones. Hee. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, I only have these flying swords. If fellow Taoist wants them, then take out the pill recipe to exchange. I'm afraid it's not possible for me to take out some spirit stones. Then it's difficult. That cultivator naturally wouldn't give in. How about this? Xiao Hua looked at the people at the side and transmitted his voice, since fellow Taoist has the pill recipe of the Azure Spirit pill, then you also have the pill recipes of the Origin Foundation pill, Dry Separation pill, and High Separation pill. I don't need the complete ones. I only need the types and quantities of the spirit herbs used to refine the medicinal pills. A broken flying sword for 2 incomplete pill formulas, and a perfect flying sword for 5 incomplete pill formulas. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Oh. Fellow Taoist is very interesting. That cultivator was slightly taken aback and also transmitted his voice. To tell fellow Taoist the truth, I do have these pill recipes. However, I don't know if fellow Taoist only wants the Foundation Establishment pill recipes, or both the Qi Refinement and Golden Core pill recipes. There's no need for the Qi Refinement pill recipes. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if fellow Taoist has the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core pill recipes, it's fine. That cultivator said again, even if it's an incomplete pill recipe, it's still a secret to the sect. This old man can't easily reveal it. According to this old man's thoughts, a broken flying sword in exchange for a damaged Foundation Establishment pill formula, and a perfect flying sword in exchange for 2 damaged Foundation Establishment pill formulas. How about it? Seeing the Miho cultivator haggle, Xiao Hua was delighted. He pretended to think for a moment and said, what fellow Taoist said is reasonable. However, this flying sword of eyes is indeed not bad. There's no reason to sell it cheaply. Furthermore, this poor Taoist has also taken a look at EG just now. This poor Taoist has never seen a flying sword of this grade. Chapter 2280. As he spoke, Xiao Hua casually took out a flying sword and said with a smile, didn't fellow Taoist see? The sword cultivator's primordial spirit is still inside this flying sword, it's really fresh. Hee, erasing the primordial spirit of a flying sword naturally depends on cultivation. Nascent soul cultivators can do it with a wave of their hand, golden core cultivators can do it in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, but Foundation Establishment cultivators? I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort. Fellow Taoist doesn't use this thing, so there's no need to erase them one by one. This doesn't mean the flying sword is very good. That cultivator knew Xiao Hua wanted to raise the price and said with a low laugh. Hee. Xiao Hua was slightly embarrassed, but he didn't relent and said, then I won't say much. A golden core cultivator's pill formula for a complete flying sword, 3 foundation establishment pill formulas for a complete flying sword, 3 foundation establishment pill formulas for 2 incomplete flying swords. It can't be lower, after all, that incomplete pill formula of yours doesn't have any real use. How about this? That cultivator pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice. This old man agrees to your request, but you have to honestly answer this old man's question. Moreover, you have to swear a hard oath. This. Xiao Hua hesitated and shook his head. If this question doesn't involve I's privacy, I can naturally answer, but if, no. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, that cultivator waved his hand and said, it has nothing to do with that. You'll naturally understand when you hear it. All right. Xiao Hua nodded, but he didn't lose out and said, however, I also have a question, I hope fellow Taoist can answer. Do I need to swear a hard oath? The cultivator said with a smile, can this old man decide after listening? Of course. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, fellow Taoist, estimate yourself how many pill formulas can you take out? Hee. That cultivator's divine sense swept over those flying swords, patted his hand, and took out a jade slip from his storage bag. He erased some of it with his divine sense and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, take a look, is it compatible with your flying sword? Great. Xiao Hua took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine thoughts. His face was full of ecstasy. Although there were many prohibitions in the jade slip, each of them had the name of the elixir prescription, such as the Piyuan elixir, the Qianli elixir, and the Lingli elixir. There were also some elixir prescriptions that Xiao Hua was not very familiar with. There were even 2 elixir prescriptions for practitioners of the Jindan realm. That's right, that's exactly the case. Xiao Hua briefly examined it. It was exactly the same as the flying sword in the grid. He smiled and returned the jade slip to the cultivator. Fellow Taoist, you can undo the restriction and take the flying sword away. Good. Awesome. The Mo cultivator was obviously happy. He raised his hand, and all the flying swords were sucked into the space. Then, he unlocked the restriction on the jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua checked it with his divine sense and also sucked the jade slip into the space. The surrounding practitioners saw that the Mo cultivator took the flying sword after the 2 of them talked for a long time. Their faces were full of astonishment, and they whispered to each other. They must be guessing the origin of the cultivator who took out the elixir prescriptions in exchange for the flying sword. Fellow Taoist, can you tell me why you want so many elixir prescriptions? The Mo cultivator asked with a smile. This question doesn't involve your secret, right? Of course it involves. Xiao Hua answered without the slightest hesitation, but then he changed the topic. Of course, since fellow Taoist is so straightforward, this poor Taoist has no choice but to be frank. This poor Taoist wants to collect these pill formulas and see if he can concoct pills with similar medicinal effects but different spiritual herbs. Or I can figure out how to refine the elixir prescriptions according to the different spiritual herbs used in the elixir prescriptions. Xiao Hua's words were right. He really had this idea in his heart. Oh, I see. The cultivator nodded. It seems that fellow Taoist is an alchemist, and an alchemist with lofty ambitions. I really can't compare to you. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I don't dare, I was just curious. I also have a question, I hope fellow Taoist can answer truthfully. Fellow Taoist, please, see if it's convenient to answer. The cultivator didn't dare to relax. Fellow Taoist has a lot of elixir prescriptions, you should also be an alchemist. Moreover, several of the elixir prescriptions are also precious. According to Ai's thinking, it's not possible to exchange them with the flying sword so easily. At least, if it's Ai, it's definitely not so easy. But fellow Daoist almost agreed without hesitation. I want to know the reason. Xiao Hua was of course very puzzled. He just came to take a slot, but he didn't expect that someone would be willing to take out the elixir prescriptions. Moreover, the number of elixir prescriptions far exceeded his expectations. People are too curious. The cultivator laughed and said, if I didn't exchange, you wouldn't ask anything. I exchanged with you, but you're curious. This question, on the contrary, doesn't make I suspect that you have other ideas for exchanging elixir prescriptions. You really want to find a new way to refine elixirs. However, if this old man told you the real reason, would you regret it? Of course. This old man is an alchemist. Xiao Hua didn't expect that this question would actually dispel the cultivator's doubts. He said very proudly, how could this old man regret obtaining these elixir prescriptions? What if I told you that these elixir prescriptions were taken from other people? The cultivator asked. To be able to take so many elixir prescriptions, fellow Daoists' methods are really amazing. What could Xiao Hua say? He could only choose to believe. Actually, this old man exchanged with you for 2 reasons. The cultivator was frank and said after thinking for a while. There are actually 2 reasons? Xiao Hua stared blankly. First, it's very simple. Fellow Daoist is also clear that elixir prescriptions without refining methods can't be considered elixir prescriptions. Fellow Daoist can't refine real elixirs. And incomplete elixir prescriptions can be exchanged for flying swords, why wouldn't this old man do it? Second, there's nothing to hide. Fellow Daoist may not understand now, but in a few short years, or at most several decades, fellow Daoist will definitely understand. These elixir prescriptions are precious now, but when the day comes that fellow Daoist understands, you'll discover that these elixir prescriptions won't be worth a single spirit stone. The cultivator said frankly, since that's the case, why don't this old man take advantage of the time when these elixir prescriptions are useful to exchange for more spirit stones? Fellow Daoist's words make this old man even more confused. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, why would these elixir prescriptions be useless in a few years? Since fellow Daoist is an alchemist, could it be that you haven't discovered that the current spiritual herbs are increasingly different from before? The spiritual herbs suitable for refining elixirs are increasingly fewer? The cultivator sneered, unless fellow Daoist isn't an alchemist. That's exactly the case. Xiao Hua's mind lit up, and he slapped his head, saying, I've long heard of the changes in heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Isn't it because of this spiritual energy that there are increasingly fewer suitable spiritual herbs? Since there are fewer suitable spiritual herbs, and the newly born spiritual herbs can't be used, I'm afraid these elixir prescriptions will all become trash. Since this old man knew about this, why didn't I think of it? Fellow Daoist, fellow Daoist. As he spoke, Xiao Hua reached out to grab the cultivator's Daoist robe, his mouth still muttering, this old man won't exchange with you, return the flying sword to this old man. Go. That cultivator turned around and left, saying as he walked, this old man already said that you'd regret it, but you still won't admit it. This flying sword has already entered this old man's storage pouch, how can I return it to you? No. Xiao Hua said anxiously, you didn't say it clearly just now. Ha. That cultivator laughed extremely happily, if this old man said it, would you still exchange? Immediately, that cultivator ran extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hua pretended to chase, standing there laughing until his belly almost split open, damn it, this young master really didn't think of anything else. Xiao Hua saw that the cultivator was scared away by him, so he turned around and walked towards the center of the gathering place. As he walked, he laughed in his heart. The changes in heaven and earth's spiritual energy actually have such a big impact. Not only did the mortal's rice change, but even the spiritual herbs of cultivators also changed. This elixir also needs to change. If I take another step, won't the cultivation methods also change, and even the cultivation methods of the Taoist sect also change? Won't the method of selecting disciples also change? Is this also the reason why there are so many Qi refining disciples entering Foundation establishment in the Imperial Thunder sect recently? Is it also because of this that many disciples of cultivation aristocratic families awaken their true bloodlines? What a pity, that cultivator only thought of these changes, but he didn't know that the spiritual herbs in this young master's space are different from those in Xiaoyu continent. With the original elixir prescriptions, they can still be refined. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiaohua laughed again, but before he could finish laughing, he quivered. The rice in this young master's space is useful for mortals, then, what about spiritual herbs? Can this young master's spiritual herbs also replace the spiritual herbs in Xiaoyu continent? In this way, won't this young master make a fortune? Become the richest cultivator in Xiaoyu continent? Good, don't let others find out. Xiaohua immediately stuck out his tongue, thinking of the consequences. He could tell his name to the mortals of the secular world, but how could he dare to tell cultivators? If others found out, wouldn't there be thousands of methods waiting for him? This secret was a secret that could control the cultivation direction of the entire Xiaoyu continent. This matter needs to be carefully considered. Carefully planned. Xiaohua inwardly pondered, I can't not take out the spiritual herbs and other things, but I definitely can't let others know that they came from this young master. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao is fair. Perhaps Xiaohua's actions were unknown to others, but the heavenly Tao knew. Those golden threads in Xiaohua's Buddhist fire became increasingly dense. Admittedly, they were fine and couldn't be seen, but the color gradually deepened. Xiaohua naturally didn't know this. He was still shocked that he discovered such a big secret, and didn't even have time to carefully look at the elixir prescriptions he just exchanged. He followed the crowd and walked towards the center of E.G. Don't you all feel that letting Xiaohua go now is a bit of bullying? Or even an unfair victory? Wait a bit. Chapter 2281. Not long after, the crowd gradually became noisy, and the noise pulled Xiaohua out of his contemplation. When Xiaohua looked up, he saw a huge oval-shaped light shield not far away. It stood in the air and covered an area of about 10,000 feet. Moreover, vaguely, under the milky white light shield, there seemed to be a purple disk floating casually. When Xiaohua got closer, he could clearly see that the disk was a platform. There was a square protrusion on it. At this time, there was no one on it. It was flying up, down, left, and right inside the light barrier. Everyone had already rushed to the left side of the light shield, but the light shield was not open, and their divine sense couldn't penetrate it. They could only see that it was empty inside. Xiaohua removed the fog and pulled a cultivator next to him to ask for directions. He then walked towards the southwest corner. Before Xiaohua arrived, there was a loud bang sound, and a voice sounded from the light shield, "Fellow Taoists, I am Si Sinyu, the ruler of this auction in Sky Patrol City. After 10 breaths, the auction's restriction will be opened. If you are a cultivator sent by the 3 cultivation countries to Sky Patrol City, you can enter with your token. If you are not participating in the battle, please take 5 high-grade spirit stones with you. When you pass through the restriction, use them as the entrance fee. Fellow Taoists without tokens and spirit stones can't enter the auction venue." Shua. As Si Sinyu's voice fell, it was like the sound of water falling 1,000 feet. A milky white brilliance poured down from the top of the light barrier. In an instant, the light barrier became transparent, and a thin old man could be seen standing on the platform within the light barrier. "Let's go." The cultivators around Xiaohua were like flowing water again. They either took out their tokens or spirit stones and walked towards the light shield. This was also a good thing. Everyone entered the light barrier in an orderly manner. Xiaohua looked for Ziyi and saw him. From far away, he could see the figures of Ziyi and good fortune behind the tide of people. Xiaohua quickly walked over and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist, Ziyi has been waiting for a long time. I came late." "Not too late, not too late." Ziyi smiled humbly. "Now is just the right time. If we had to squeeze with them earlier, wouldn't that be bad?" "Fellow Taoist, you're right." Xiaohua looked ahead and said, "Let's go in as well." "Of course." Ziyi didn't move. Instead, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, weren't you fascinated by the auction? Or did you not even change out of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Taoist robes? I won't hide it from you, fellow Taoist. This Xiao hasn't participated in many auctions, and I've always gone alone, so I naturally have to wear the mystic robe." Xiaohua said honestly. "This is the first time I've accompanied fellow Taoist Zai on such a mission. I don't even know if I'm wearing camouflage. I'm really lucky." Ziyi smiled. "In order not to cause any trouble, let's put on the camouflage." As he spoke, Ziyi slapped his storage bag and took out a camouflage robe and put it on. Fu Lu also took out a robe, but he held it in his hand and didn't put it on. He should be waiting for Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua naturally didn't hold back. He put on the camouflage robe again and said with a smile, "This way, this Xiao's heart seems to be a lot more at ease." Not bad." Ziyi sighed and said, "Although there will be good things in the auction, people's hearts are hard to fathom. There will always be people who are greedy. Our cultivation is shallow, so we can't not make plans. Let's go. If we don't go, the auction's restriction will close again." The two of them walked quickly. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Ziyi, did you find anything?" "Nothing useful." Ziyi shook his head. "Don't look at how many cultivators and things there are in EG. If it's something useful, I didn't find even half of it." "What about fellow Taoist Xiao?" This Xiao can't compare to fellow Taoist Ziyi." Xiaohua replied, "This Xiao has to search for all the things I need, so everything I see is useful. In these 4 hours, this Xiao really did find a few useful things." Ziyi was very tactful and didn't ask what they were. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then I really have to congratulate fellow Taoist Xiao. In addition, this Xiaohua also hopes that fellow Taoist Xiao can obtain something in the auction later." "Ha ha ha. Forget it. Fellow Taoist Ziyi, didn't you see? There are many cultivators participating in the auction, and the number of things in their storage pouches is innumerable. This Xiao can't compare to them, so I didn't think about anything else. I just want to broaden my horizons." As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the light barrier. Xiaohua took out his command medallion and looked at Ziyi and Fu Lu. Sure enough, they each took out 5 spirit stones. Xiaohua passed through the restriction, and a strand of milky white light flew out from the light barrier and entered his command medallion. Then, it flew out again and covered Xiaohua's body, disappearing in a flash. Xiaohua smoothly stepped into the light barrier. However, Ziyi and Fu Lu were different. The milky white brilliance shot directly into the spirit stones in their hands, and with a slight twirl, the 10 spirit stones disappeared. The brilliance then completely enveloped the top of their heads, and appeared to be slightly slower. When the brilliance disappeared beneath their feet, there were no abnormalities, and the two of them also entered the magic array. However, unlike Xiaohua's calmness, Ziyi and Fu Lu's expressions were slightly nervous. It was not until they entered the array that the faintly discernible worry in their eyes disappeared. Inside the array, there were so many people gathered that it was almost impossible to see the end. The lively scene was no different from the previous auction that Xiaohua saw. The only thing that made Xiaohua feel strange was that there were no seats in the auction in Sky Patrol City. Everyone was just standing there. Damn it, this Sky Patrol City is really stingy. Xiaohua smacked his lips a few times and thought to himself, entering EG requires spirit stones, and entering this auction also requires spirit stones. They don't even give out a futon, so I don't think there will be anything rare. Moreover, they don't even give out any number plates. It will be chaotic when the auction starts later. This scene, TSK. However, Xiaohua was still overthinking. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the round platform that had been quietly floating in the air suddenly blossomed with a layer of milky white brilliance, and slowly descended, exactly at the same level as everyone. Si Xinyu said in a clear voice, "Fellow cultivators, I welcome all of you to my Sky Patrol City. Regardless of whether you are participating in the battle or coming to support, I will bring my Sky Patrol City's City Lord, Immortal Xueyu, to welcome all of you." Then, Si Xinyu respectfully cupped his hands to the people around him. When everyone saw this, they knew that the auction had begun, so they all shut up and quietly looked at the high platform. I won't mention those who have participated in the previous auction in Sky Patrol City. However, there are many cultivators who have come to my Sky Patrol City during this period of time, so I have to spend some time talking to them. Otherwise, when these cultivators see that my Sky Patrol City's auction is so simple, I'm afraid they will criticize us. They might even compare this place with the other 6 cities. This old man can't afford to bear such a crime of neglect. Ha ha ha. A few people who were closer to Si Xinyu had already laughed. Oh? Is it funny? As expected, Xiaohua cursed in his heart. This young master is very suspicious that the few people who were secretly laughing just now are the disciples of Sky Patrol City. Those who have participated in the auction in Sky Patrol City during the Sword Principal battle must know that the number of people who can participate in the auction in Sky Patrol City has always been limited. The restriction and layout here are not like this. What you see in other big cities is the same in Sky Patrol City. However, because the battle has already begun and there are many cultivators who have come to Sky Patrol City, if we limit the number of people who can participate, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the cultivators. It is also unfair to those who are going to fight with the sword cultivators. Therefore, Sky Patrol City changed the rules here. No matter who it is, as long as they are a disciple of Path Sect, they can enter. Of course, since all of you are standing here safely, it is enough to show that you are all disciples of Path Sect and there are no sword cultivators. Huh, that's right, that's right. The few people who were laughing also clapped their hands and shouted. This made Xiaohua even more suspicious. Alright, I've roughly explained the reason why our Sky Patrol City is so slow. I'm sure the fellow Taoists who don't know what's going on already have an idea. I'd like to apologize to all of you. It's our fault for not treating you well. After Si Xinyu finished speaking, he bowed again. When he got up, he said, in order to express our apology, since the Sword Principal battle began, all the items in the auction in Sky Patrol City had to pay half of the spirit stones. Chapter 2282. But, that's not right. There are no nascent soul or spirit severing seniors in this auction. Who can repair the spiritual weapon? Hee, I understand now. All of this is just a gimmick. Sure enough, everyone thought the same as Xiaohua. The cultivators around just whispered for a moment and changed the topic from the spiritual weapon to something else. They didn't care at all. Fellow cultivator. Ziye's strange voice came, could it be that this Sky Patrol City really has a spiritual weapon? If so, I didn't come here in vain. Xiaohua turned his head to look at Ziyi, who was under the bewildering insect. Ziye's cultivation was really nothing much, yet Xiaohua was actually able to see through his bewildering insect. However, Ziye's bewildering insect seemed to be a high-level item. Xiaohua actually couldn't see Ziye's true appearance. "Fellow cultivator," Xiaohua said earnestly, as if he was looking at a prodigal son who squandered his spirit stones, "didn't you see that there isn't even a nascent soul cultivator here? How can there be a spiritual weapon? Even if it's a broken spiritual weapon, it's impossible. In this old man's opinion, it's probably just a fragment of a spirit tool that they're using as a gimmick. You'd better not climb up the pole. At that time, you'll have wasted your spirit stones and your life." "Huh. I understand." Ziyi liked the feeling of being cared for. He smiled and said, "I was wondering why the cultivators next to me didn't say anything. I see, I'm still inexperienced. That's right. If it's I won't even look at this spiritual weapon. When the auction is about to end, I'll immediately turn around. Or I'll just watch from the side and watch others fight to the death." Xiaohua replied with a smile, "You want me to waste my spirit stones for nothing? No way." While they were talking, the auction began. It was no different from the other auctions. Most of them were elixirs and spirit herbs. There was nothing new about them. However, Xiaohua's keen senses told him that the price of these elixirs and spirit herbs was obviously higher than the previous auctions. However, the price wasn't much higher. It was far from the gap that Xiaohua thought. Strange. Could it be that the Sky Patrol City didn't notice the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? This is impossible. Xiaohua felt a little strange. Even this young master knows that spiritual herbs and pills are gradually becoming rare, it's impossible for them not to know. As for the following items, there were also some damaged magic tools, which made Xiaohua even more puzzled. The price of magic tools seemed to be lower than normal, and in many cases, the amount of pills or spirit grasses requested for exchange was actually higher. What's going on? Xiaohua scratched his head. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua boasted that he didn't have much experience, so he turned his head and asked, "Fellow Taoist, this old man is somewhat puzzled. Why is the price of this magic tool not as high as the spiritual grass?" He remembered that the price of the previous magic tool was more than that. Could it be that now that there are flying swords for sword cultivators, everyone has switched to flying swords? Fellow Taoist, you're probably in the middle of the situation and can't see the crux of the matter. Ziyi seemed to have known all along. He smiled and said, "Since the price of the magic tools is low, it naturally means that these magic tools are not worth that many spirit stones. On one hand, it could be that no one liked the artifacts, but on the other hand? Is it because spirit stones are too precious?" Ouch. That's right. Ziye's words were like a wake-up call. Xiaohua woke up from his daze and secretly pondered, this young master previously thought of the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the spiritual grass and medicinal pills would change, but I didn't expect that spirit stones would also change. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spirit stones is originally there. Every piece consumed is one less piece, so it must be more precious. Unless there's a real need for medicinal pills, no one would take out spirit stones to consume. No wonder many things only ask for spirit stones during the bidding and nothing else. So much so that the 3 sects of the state of Xi would send out disciples to forcefully seize the spirit stone veins of other sects. The result of the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the influence is really too great. Alright, fellow Taoists, now we're bidding for a batch of medicinal pills used by Foundation establishment cultivators. Azure Spirit Pill, Chief Cattail Pill, Bright Flower Pill, Foundation Pill, etc., please place your bids. Si Sinew waved his hand, and a brilliance flashed on the table in front of him. Suddenly, a dozen jade bottles appeared. He said again, "This batch of medicinal pills only requires high-grade spirit stones, please place your bids." Hee, this young master saved money this time. Xiao Hua's purpose in coming to the auction was actually the Azure Spirit Pill. He wanted to get more Azure Spirit Pills to improve his cultivation, but he had obtained the incomplete pill formula of the Azure Spirit Pill and knew the scarcity of spirit stones. Naturally, he wouldn't take out any spirit stones to waste. This time, he really became a spectator of the auction. Bored, Xiao Hua looked at Ziyi again. To his surprise, Ziyi didn't bid from the beginning to the end, not even once. It's not strange. Everything about this guy's cultivation is probably prepared in his family. What's the point of him bidding? He's just here to watch the fun. Xiao Hua thought with a smile. After a while, the medicinal pills were all snatched up by a group of cultivators. Si Sinew appeared again. Speaking of the changes in the auction in the Sky Patrol City, not only are there more fellow Taoists, but the items for bidding have also changed. Now, the items that can appear in the auction, in addition to medicinal pills, magic tools, and other items, are flying swords, sword techniques, and other items for sword cultivators. Next is to bid for a batch of flying swords and sword techniques. As Si Sinew waved his hand, a row of flying swords of different shapes appeared on the table, as well as some sword-shaped jade slips. Great! Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he saw the sword slips. Although the orthodoxy left by Li Xiubai an immortal bright sword was very precious, after all, it was the sword intent left by a nascent soul cultivator. It required Xiao Hua to comprehend the sword intent to step into the hall of sword cultivators. Xiao Hua only took a fancy to the sword heart elemental seed technique and didn't comprehend any sword intent at all. Moreover, with Xiao Hua's current flying sword cultivation, he couldn't comprehend any sword intent at all. If he wanted to accept the 9 stars illuminating the sun or even immortal bright sword's dear sword intent, he still had to start from the most basic sword cultivator. If he could find some sword slips here, he could solve the problem of cultivation. If I had known earlier, I would have looked through the storage bags of sword cultivators. Xiao Hua was a little regretful at this time. He wanted to improve his magic power and didn't think much about sword cultivators. Can I take a look at these flying swords? A cultivator not far from Xiao Hua raised his hand and shouted. I also want to take a look. At the same time, several people raised their hands and shouted. Of course, many of the cultivators here had flying swords as their magic tools. They also wanted to get a sword cultivator's flying sword from this auction in Sky Patrol City. Please. Si Sinew slapped his hand and the circular platform flew to a place not too far away from the cultivators. Then, he channeled his magic power and several milky white rays of light shot out from the edges of the circular platform. Like a rainbow bridge, they landed before the cultivators. I also want to take a look. Xiao Hua hesitated a little and also raised his hand. A similar rainbow bridge fell in front of him. Xiao Hua stepped on the rainbow bridge and the rainbow bridge automatically shrank, bringing Xiao Hua and the other cultivators to the high platform. Fellow Taoists, please take a look. Si Sinew waved his hand and a trace of brilliance flashed on the flying swords and sword slips, removing the restriction that protected them. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and knew that the quality of these flying swords was not much different from what he had obtained before. He was too lazy to look at them. He watched the other cultivators reach out and pick up their flying swords, then he waved his hand and a palm-sized sword slip fell into his hand. When Xiao Hua's divine sense entered it, he saw that there were some restrictions that blocked the contents. He could only see some so-called names, such as Yin-Yang Sword Technique, Green Bamboo Sword Technique, and so on. Xiao Hua looked at it for a moment, then put down the sword slip and continued to look at the others. In fact, there was no difference whether he looked or not. It was just that the sword slips were different and the names inside were different. Xiao Hua thought. Since the captured flying swords are similar, then the things in the storage bags of sword cultivators should be similar. Moreover, this young master also obtained the storage bags of a few 6th-grade swordsmen. This young master doesn't believe that there are no sword slips in those storage bags. After a moment, the cultivators looked at all the flying swords. Like Xiaofan, they each picked up a sword slip and looked at it. Naturally, they looked at it again and put it down. After Si Xinyu sent Xiaofan and the others off, he said, "Fellow Taoists, these fellow Taoists have already looked at the flying swords and sword techniques. They don't have any objections. These flying swords and sword techniques are no different from those of sword cultivators. The fellow Taoists who captured the flying swords have already bid. They only want spirit stones and spirit herbs of equivalent value. They don't want any magic tools or magic treasures. If any fellow Taoist is interested, you can bid." As he spoke, Si Xinyu flicked his sleeve and some words were found on the flying swords. It was precisely the starting price of these flying swords. "Huh, fellow Taoist, what are you doing?" Below the round platform, the crowd of cultivators had already begun to bid, the voices of bidding rising and falling one after another. Meanwhile, Xiaofan took out his storage pouch with a lowered head. Midnight couldn't help but ask. "If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can tell this young one. This young one still has some spirit stones here." "No need, I want to see how many spirit stones there are in the storage bag." Xiaofan waved his hand. The storage bag he took out was naturally a sword cultivator's. Moreover, for the sake of insurance, he first took out the storage bags of the 2 twin swordsmen. Fortunately, he saw a green wooden staff-like sword technique in the first storage bag, so he didn't need to take out the second one. "Not bad, I don't need to spend spirit stones." Xiaofan clapped his hands and put away the storage bag. A charming smile appeared on his face as he quietly watched the competing bids. Under the Miho, Ziye's eyes had a somewhat strange expression. Because others might not notice, but he clearly saw that Xiaohua's storage bag belonged to a sword cultivator. It was different from the storage bag of a cultivator. After waiting for the bidding of the flying swords and sword techniques to end, Xiaohua slightly relaxed. Not for anything else, but the price of these flying swords was not much different from the price he sold them to the Miho cultivator. Even if he suffered a loss, it wasn't too big of a loss. The bidding of the sword cultivators' items is over. Next should be the equipment cultivators and beast cultivators. Unfortunately, the war has been going on for more than a year, and their items are still rare. The fellow Taoists present can work harder and kill more equipment cultivators and beast cultivators in the war, so that we can obediently give our spirit stones to fellow Taoists. Si Xinyu said with a smile. Chapter 2283. Ha ha ha! There was a burst of laughter in the hall, as if tool cultivators and beast cultivators were a piece of cake. Hee hee, tool cultivators and beast cultivators. Interesting. Xiaohua's heart itched when he heard this. He wanted to see these two strange cultivation methods as soon as possible. Just when Xiaohua was laughing secretly, Si Xinyu said again, "Of course, in addition to tool cultivators and beast cultivators, there are also soul cultivators items from Meng Mountains. However, as everyone knows, soul cultivators items are very rare and mysterious, and they don't look good. They are either bones or skeletons, and some are even poisonous. In the previous auctions, no one bid for soul cultivators items, so this time, I didn't take out any ordinary soul cultivators items. Now, what we are bidding for is a soul tool." "Oh? Soul tool? Take it out quickly." A few impatient cultivators shouted, "I have heard of soul tools, but I have never seen one before." "Good." Si Xinyu clapped his hand, and a bright light flashed on the table, and an extremely ugly toad appeared on the table. This is a soul tool. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone scanned the toad with their divine sense, and they knew that this shriveled toad was a toad without any magic power fluctuation. If it wasn't a soul tool, they would have thought it was a toad's corpse. Fellow Taoist C. A cultivator asked, "Is there a way to use this soul tool?" "No." Si Sinew said without hesitation, "This soul tool must be obtained by a sword cultivator from a soul cultivator. If they don't know how to use it, how can I know? This old man took it out to bid because I want to see which sect or family has a secret technique that can use it. Isn't it just a toad?" Many cultivators shook their heads, and they were not even interested in going on the stage. On the other hand, Xiaohua's spirit was roused. His primordial spirit was in the depths of the dark clouds, trying to comprehend soul cultivation techniques. He hadn't made any significant progress so far, so if he could get this soul armament, he might be able to reap some benefits. Of course, Xiaohua was not stupid enough to go out to check at this time. He just stood quietly and watched the development of things. Sure enough, Si Sinew smiled bitterly, flicked his sleeve and said, "Since no fellow Taoist is interested, this old man will take it. In the future, when there are more disciples from aristocratic families, perhaps." "Don't worry," Xiaohua said with a smile, "how do we bid for this item? If the number of spirit stones required is too low, this old man will take it." "Oh?" Si Sinew was taken aback. He glanced at Xiaohua and hurriedly said, "This is the first soul tool to be traded in my Sky Patrol city. The price is not high, just 1,000 top-grade spirit stones." When Xiaohua heard this, he waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist C is asking for too much. This old man is curious and wants to play with it. Not to mention 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, even if it was 100, this old man still wouldn't pay. The current Xiaohua's technique of loosening the reins only to grasp them better is truly adept. Haggling wasn't like cutting at the waist, it was like cutting at the foot." "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking." Si Sinew answered, "Putting aside the fact that this soul item is a mysterious treasure from millions of Meng mountains, even if fellow Taoist had risked his life to capture it, there is no way we can offer such a low price. If fellow Taoist really wants it, 800. Seeing that Si Sinew actually said that he was going to risk his life for the sake of his fellow Taoists and didn't even mention the base price of this soul tool, Xiaohua knew that he was the only one who had inquired about this item. The price offered by the Sky Patrol City wasn't high at all. "How about this?" as fellow Taoist C said, "For fellow Taoist who risked his life on the battlefield, this old man will offer 300 spirit stones." Xiaohua sighed, "If 300 top-grade spirit stones are not enough, then I will have to ask fellow Taoist C to keep it for the next bid." "Okay." Si Sinew nodded, then looked around and asked, "Which fellow Taoist wants to raise the price?" Unfortunately, the whole place was silent. After all, this soul item was useless. 300 top-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 30 foundation establishment pills. For most of the cultivators in the qi refining and foundation establishment realm, this was already a high price. How could anyone raise the price? "This soul item is yours." The round table flew to Xiaohua. Si Sinew flicked his hand, and the toad flew to Xiaohua. "Thank you, fellow Taoist C." Xiaohua reached out and grabbed the toad, looked at it with disdain, and then threw it into the storage bag. Then, he took out a small storage bag and threw 300 spirit stones into it and handed it to Si Sinew. When Si Sinew flew away again, Zi asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, this thing is a waste, and how high can a soul item be obtained from a sword cultivator?" If this young man guessed correctly, this must be the most basic soul item. Fellow Taoist took out 300 top-grade spirit stones at once. "It's a bit of a loss. AI, how can I not know?" Xiaohua sighed, but this was also obtained by fellow Taoist who risked his life. If I bid for this soul item, wouldn't that fellow Taoist have an extra 300 top-grade spirit stones? Wouldn't he use these spirit stones to bid for the medicinal pills and magic tools he needs? Wouldn't he be able to kill more sword cultivators? Fellow Taoist, sometimes you can't just look at the value of this thing, you also have to look at the story behind it. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Ziyi was so excited that he actually called out Xiao Hua's surname. This young man really didn't expect that you could actually think so much. This young man really didn't know you in vain. Hehe, I have always been very low-key. If it weren't for fellow Taoist forcing me, I would definitely bury these words deep in my heart. Xiao Hua said rather shamelessly. At this time, Si Sinew on the round platform laughed loudly again. The most difficult soul item to bid for has been auctioned today, which is an excellent sign. Next is the treasure of today's auction. This is also the purpose of many fellow Taoists coming to my Sky Patrol city to bid for it. Rejuvenation Pill. Rejuvenation Pill. A female cultivator's voice sounded like madness. Hehe, before this old man can say it, some fellow Taoists already know what this old man is going to say. Si Sinew's face revealed a smile. However, this old man still has to introduce this rejuvenation pill. I believe that all fellow Taoists know about Tongmu City's face-retaining pill. That is the spirit pill that many female qi refinement cultivators yearn for day and night. That is a miraculous medicine that can retain the youth of a young female cultivator. To tell you the truth, when this old man was young and handsome, he had also been to Tongmu City. Unfortunately, this old man was no match for those delicate female cultivators. I was kicked out of Tongmu City by them with a single kick. They even said that this old man was a pretty boy, so how could he compare to their delicate looks? Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall laughed loudly. At that time, this old man also felt that it was reasonable in his heart. A female cultivator's appearance is the love of the heavens. How could this old man, a pretty boy, compare to them? Si Sinew still said seriously, however, after this old man became a pretty boy, I realized that something was wrong. Youth, that is what every cultivator should have. Whether it is a pretty boy or a pretty girl, they have the right to retain their youth and beauty. If time could turn back, this old man would definitely bid for that face-retaining pill. Phew, some cultivators laughed mockingly. Fellow Taoist C has already become a pretty boy, so don't think about the face-retaining pill anymore. You can bid for this rejuvenation pill and become a pretty boy again. Ha ha ha, that's right. Si Sinew laughed and said, this old man also has the same intention. However, looking at so many pretty girls, this old man can't help but feel soft-hearted again. Let's give this opportunity to them again. What a pretty boy. A female cultivator laughed coquettishly and said, this favor, we will remember it. Ha ha ha. All the cultivators laughed again. Fellow Taoists, you all know that the face-retaining pill is very miraculous. Moreover, the miraculous thing is not the pill formula, but the rare face-retaining grass. This thing is extremely difficult to grow. Many cultivators with heaven-defying methods are unable to cultivate it. It can only rely on the natural growth of the Dawn Rain continent. Si Sinew said again, Tongmu City also has some kind of secret technique that allows them to bid for one face-retaining pill every month. For so many years, this secret has never been leaked, which really makes this old man surprised. However, since a few years ago, perhaps due to the change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, Tongmu City can only bid for one face-retaining pill every year. That face-retaining pill has almost become an extinct item. Fortunately, the heavens didn't cut off our Dawn Rain continent's female cultivators' love for beauty. Our Sky Patrol City is fortunate enough to obtain a secret technique that allows us to refine this rejuvenation pill. Not only can it retain the beauty of young female cultivators, but it can also restore the beauty of female cultivators who have lost their looks, allowing them to regain their youthful radiance. What? Is this true? Ziyi, who was beside Xiaohua, stuttered. He wasn't asking Xiaohua, but looking at Si Xinyu on the high platform who was trying his best to bluff, he muttered to himself in a low voice. Of course it's true. Even if Xiaohua didn't say it, a cultivator refuted, fellow Taoist, didn't you see that the people gathered in front are all female cultivators? When they were bidding before, they never bid. They were just waiting for this rejuvenation pill today. When Xiaohua heard this, he looked as far as his eyes could see. Indeed, the people in front of him were all female cultivators. Most of them were dressed in camouflage robes, and a few of them were young and didn't have high cultivation. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over them, but none of the camouflage robes could penetrate. Obviously, their cultivation was at Foundation Establishment and Golden Core. According to the situation of the female cultivator that Xiaohua met before, these female cultivators were probably all at Golden Core realm. Even those young female cultivators were entrusted by their masters to come and bid. Youth is fleeting. Radiant splendor is difficult to retain, time is like water, the years are like songs. The face-retaining pill in this world is already a blessing from the heavens. Now, a rejuvenation pill has actually appeared, which can bring back youth. This is simply the jealousy of the heavens. Ziyi clearly felt that it was inconceivable, and he muttered. Seeing such an arrogant aristocratic family's disciple become infatuated, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel proud. His little tail was raised higher than anyone else's. Sigh, I don't know which alchemy grandmaster is so generous. Xiaohua sighed and said, this kind of thing is something that I can't even dream of. Chapter 2284. Xiaohua, that hypocrite. He was afraid that people would associate this rejuvenation pill with him, or proudly show off in front of others. Unfortunately, Ziyi only muttered to himself. Looking at the high platform, Si Xinyu carefully took out a small jade bottle from his storage pouch. That jade bottle was also out of the ordinary. It was milky white in color, and there were golden threads entwined inside. Sweeping it with his divine sense, the magic power fluctuations in the golden threads were very abundant. Obviously, there was an extremely powerful restriction. Looking at the surface of that milky white jade bottle, a lifelike woman in palace attire was sitting in front of a bronze mirror. She seemed to be dressing up, and in that bronze mirror, the woman's beautiful and picturesque features were reflected. What was special was that in that bronze mirror, not only was there the face of the female cultivator, there was also a reflection of the window frame. In the reflection, there was a ray of sunlight outside the window, a few peach blossoms, and half of a green tree faintly dancing in the wind. Wonderful! Isn't it the spring scenery dancing in the spring breeze, the spring lady shyly dressing up? Ziyi couldn't help but clap his hands again. Just based on this jade bottle, I don't know how much thought that pill refining grandmaster put into it. Even if I don't look at that rejuvenation pill, my curiosity has long been aroused by this item. Yes. This grandmaster's thoughts are really ingenious. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't give Qian Diheng any jade bottle, and he never thought of doing anything with it. However, in his heart, he admired Qian Diheng's methods. If it was just his ugly face-retaining pill, perhaps it could cause some sort of commotion, but it would definitely only be taken seriously after it was consumed. How could there be this? The rejuvenation pill hadn't even appeared yet, and just this jade bottle that was nothing had already caused everyone to go crazy? I'm afraid this is the legendary, buying the casket and returning the pearl, Xiaohua secretly said. Even this jade bottle cost a lot of spirit stones. Alas, only this kind of ingenious jade bottle is worthy of the rejuvenation pill. However, this was only the beginning. Si Xinyu threw the jade bottle into the air. Si Xinyu flung his robe and the jade bottle emitted a layer of green light. The jade bottle suddenly enlarged and the woman in the palace dress in front of the bronze mirror slowly stood up and flew out of the jade bottle. Moreover, as the woman flew over, the wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and so on continued to attack. The woman's face gradually aged under the attack of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The traces of time were deeply engraved in her face. Her cloud-like hair gradually turned snow-white. Hua! However, there seemed to be anger in the woman's eyes. She waved her hand and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all fell into her hand. It was a bright and sunny day, but this sunny day couldn't hide the loneliness and regret in her eyes. At this moment, the woman raised her head again and looked at Haruai. She raised her hand, and a rainbow-colored brilliance appeared on her bark-like hand. That brilliance was directed at Haruai. When the light faded away, an extremely ordinary medicinal pill appeared in the woman's hand. Seeing this, how could the cultivators not know? This medicinal pill must be the rejuvenation pill. Sure enough, the woman's eyes were filled with joy. She waved her hand and the medicinal pill entered her mouth. Immediately, the woman's body was covered in a boundless green light. Tens of thousands of flowers had descended from the sky, and when they were all floating around the woman, they actually became her flowery clothes. As the flowers bloomed like brocade, the woman turned her head around again, and no one was able to see her face. However, when everyone was puzzled, a bronze mirror appeared in front of the woman's chest. The bronze mirror overflowed with brilliance. When the brilliance fell on the 10,000 flowers, the woman's abnormally shy face appeared in the bronze mirror. It seemed to be angry and happy at the same time. This face was exactly the same as the one in the mirror. It was even more delicate. What was even more different was that the joy in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Wonderful! Even if this rejuvenation pill was refined by Xiao Hua, he, the initiator, was also fascinated by the scene in front of him. His heart tightened along with the woman's displeasure. When the woman became happy again, his heart relaxed and he couldn't help but praise. When the word "wonderful" came out, Xiao Hua realized that the spell on the jade bottle actually had the effect of bewitching people's hearts. Damn it! This Qian Diheng. How many spirit stones did he spend? Xiao Hua couldn't help but scream in his heart. However, before he finished sighing, he heard a female cultivator shout hysterically, "This concubine offers 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. This rejuvenation pill, this concubine must have it today." Well, Xiao Hua didn't need to think anymore. Qian Diheng's method finally showed its effect. 70,000. Immediately, another female cultivator shouted. 100,000. 120,000. There was no need for Si Sinew to say another word. Those female cultivators, especially the middle stage and early stage gold core female cultivators, they all walked into the trap one after another. Good. I'm rich, I'm rich. No one knew better than Xiao Hua how many rejuvenation pills Qian Diheng had in his hands. He simply didn't dare to calculate. Even if Xiao Hua counted the 10 fingers of his 2 hands and the 10 fingers of his 2 feet, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to calculate how many spirit stones he could earn. Hearing the number of spirit stones continuously rising, Xiao Hua's eyes also continuously emitted golden flowers. He simply didn't see Ziyi beside him, who had been trying to raise his hand. However, just as Ziyi raised his hand, before he could say the number of spirit stones, he was immediately cut off by another female cultivator. Ziyi had no choice but to open his mouth again, but he still didn't have time to do so. Another female cultivator intercepted him again. Every time he was a little late, and every time he called out a price, it was a little less than the others. 250,000. Ziyi was simply hysterical. With great difficulty, he raised his hand and raised the price of the spirit stones by more than 30,000. Young master. Fu Lu immediately panicked. He immediately pulled Ziyi and said, "We came here, how can we have so many spirit stones?" However, without waiting for Ziyi to answer, a female cultivator immediately dispelled Fu Lu's worries. 260,000. 270,000. Ziyi didn't hold back and called out while the iron was hot. 280,000. At this time, there were fewer and fewer female cultivators who could bid. Clearly, many female cultivators still underestimated the temptation of this rejuvenation pill, and the spirit stones they brought were still not enough. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over those female cultivators who didn't wear camouflage clothing, and he knew. 300,000. Ziyi still called out. "Young master," Fu Lu was anxious and said in a low voice, "Young master, this servant really didn't bring so many spirit stones. If you bid so high, what will you give them? Don't you still have that thing? If you can't do it, then give it to them," Ziyi said without care. These words scared Fu Lu so much that his heart suddenly flew to the sky. He wanted to stop Ziyi's hand, but he didn't dare. After thinking for a moment, he had no choice but to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua naturally didn't want Ziyi to spend spirit stones for no reason, but he didn't know how to stop Ziyi. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua sighed and said, "Alas, it's enough to have I as a gigolo in this world. Why does fellow Taoist also want to be a gigolo? Even if you want to be a gigolo, you don't have to fight for this rejuvenation pill, right? I heard that Tongmu City has a face-retaining pill. It's good that you bid for it. There's no reason for you to fight for it with these Gold Core Realm women. Can you fight for it with them? I have no choice but to do it." Ziyi naturally understood that Xiaohua was talking about him. He took the time to explain and shouted again, 320,000. "Alas, it's my fortune to obtain it, but it's my fate to lose it. Fellow Taoist still can't see through it." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said, "The feelings of traveling alone on a snowy night have long disappeared." Ziyi hesitated for a moment, and the remaining 3 female cultivators raised the number to over 350,000. Ziyi stretched out his hand, and his fingers trembled in the air a few times. He put them down again and sighed. "Forget it. This thing can only be found by chance. Even in my dreams, I really didn't expect to encounter this thing here. If I had been prepared earlier, this thing would be extremely useful to me." "So it's like that." Xiaohua nodded, but didn't ask too much. He said, "You can't do it this time, but there's still a next time. Didn't you hear what the Chancellor said? There will be more every month. Alas, let's not talk about whether or not I can come next time. Just by looking at these gold core female cultivators, I don't know how many female cultivators will come next time. I didn't have a chance this time, and I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future." "Then forget it," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Maybe you'll be able to get this thing in the future even if you don't bid." Hee, not every cultivator is as lucky as fellow Taoist, to be able to obtain a youth-retaining spirit herb when they were young. Ziyi said with a smile. "I've become a gigolo, but fellow Taoist is still a gigolo. No wonder you didn't bid. TCH, even if I wasn't a gigolo, I wouldn't bid for this rejuvenation pill. Isn't it better if we go to Tongmu City to look for the youth-retaining pill?" Xiaohua said disdainfully. "Didn't you hear what the Chancellor said? Tongmu City's youth-retaining pill is already auctioned once a year." Ziyi said with some regret. "Oh? Isn't that right? That slut Chen Yi's youth-retaining grass was destroyed by Sun Qian. Although I saved it, it was still damaged. Isn't this related to Tongmu City's youth-retaining pill?" Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization, and he pondered in his heart. Then, this flower burial manor is surely related to Dawntree City. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get revenge. Moreover, I have to be careful not to let Tongmu City find me. That Chen Yi might find trouble with me. Just as Xiaohua and Ziyi were chatting, the rejuvenation pill finally fell into the hands of a bewildered cultivator. The final price was actually 380,000 top-grade spirit stones. At this time, this huge number could no longer attract Xiaohua's attention. The more spirit stones there were, the more it was just a number. It was far from being able to attract Xiaohua's attention when it was a pile of spirit stones in front of him. "Are we going to leave?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 2285. When the auction ends, people will rush out and it will be crowded. I have no interest in bidding for some bullshit spiritual weapon, so it's better to leave early. Hehe, that's right. Ziyi knew that although the auction in Sky Patrol City was a little simple, there would be no problem in terms of crowding. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, he nodded and smiled, and I also feel a little aggrieved, so it's better to walk in the snow now. Okay. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and grabbed Ziyi's sleeve. I have the same idea. Just as Xiaohua and Ziyi turned around, they heard Sinyu's loud voice from the high platform. The famous rejuvenation pill finally has a happy ending. I'm sure many of you have regrets, but it's okay. The most famous alchemy master in Dawn Rain Continent has reached an agreement with my Sky Patrol City. He will provide a rejuvenation pill every month at this time. Those who didn't bid for the rejuvenation pill can come to my Sky Patrol City a month later, and your wish will definitely come true. And this is the last item in my Sky Patrol City's auction. Sinyu said mysteriously. In fact, this item may not be as expensive as the rejuvenation pill. However, it is indeed very rare, and most of the cultivators here have never seen it before. They have never even heard of it. This is the reason why I put it last. This is the original body of the beast cultivator from Han country. Everyone, please take a look. This is a cultivator who fought with the beast cultivator from Han country. After the beast cultivator was injured, the beast cultivator transformed into a spiritual beast. As Sinyu spoke, he patted the storage bag at his waist, and a holy light flashed. A spiritual beast of a few feet in size with a shining body appeared in the air. Isn't this the commonly seen duck? A female cultivator who was slightly closer couldn't help but laugh. How did this become the original body of the beast cultivator? Hehe, fellow cultivator, is your duck so big? Does your duck have a demon core in its body? Your duck's soul is extremely condensed, comparable to a cultivator? Sinyu asked 3 questions in a row, which made the female cultivator blush. This is... Xiaohua had just turned around with midnight. When he heard the commotion on the stage, he also unintentionally turned around to take a look. However, when he saw the spirit beast on the high platform, he could not help but feel astonished. It was a spirit beast that was slightly bigger than an ordinary child, and its body was covered in milky white fur. On its large head, there was a flat and wide beak. Its eyes were very large, but they were slightly closed. Occasionally, there would be a flash of light in its eyes, reflecting bits and pieces of light. Its body was not much bigger than its head, but it also had 2 short and thin legs. Above the legs were 2 duck feet with webbed feet. Wasn't this a duck commonly seen in the mortal world? And it was an underage duckling. However, for some reason, when Xiaohua saw this duck, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. How is this possible? When have I ever seen this duck? Xiaohua felt that it was inconceivable. Although that sense of familiarity was vague, just a trace, Xiaohua still shook his head slightly. But at this time, the duckling opened its eyes slightly, as if it was looking around. Its sad and helpless eyes were like human emotions, sweeping across everyone. Although the duckling's eyes did not stop on Xiaohua's body, the primordial spirit in Xiaohua's hand of karma suddenly rippled. Could it be the thing I sensed in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment, was this duckling? Xiao Hua was baffled. What kind of karma does this beast cultivator have with me? Fellow Daoist? Are you not leaving? Midnight was originally walking, but when he saw Xiao Hua standing there in a daze, he could not help but ask. Oh, there's no hurry. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I have never seen any beast cultivator before. I want to see what exactly this beast cultivator is. AI, how can this be a beast cultivator? Midnight said disdainfully, after a beast cultivator is injured, it is still a human. Even if the beast cultivator's realm is very high, it is still in a half-beast, half-human state. It can't be a complete spirit beast. It's a little strange. Oh. Fellow Daoist, you seem to be very familiar with beast cultivators. Xiao Hua replied casually. It's nothing. I have dabbled in a lot of things, but I don't know much about them, so my cultivation is not high. Midnight's eyes hidden in the maze looked at Xiao Hua with concern, but Xiao Hua did not care and asked casually, I see. Fellow Daoist, you seem to have found something strange? Seeing that Xiao Hua was not paying attention, Midnight said with a smile, the ruler of Sky Patrol City has some skills. This duckling's soul is said to be solid, comparable to a 7th grade or 8th grade spirit beast. If the soul can be extracted, it may be possible to refine a spirit weapon. Well, the most interesting thing is that this 8th grade spirit beast was seriously injured and did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Xiao Hua said with a cold snort, it can only let others extract its soul. Oh. Fellow Daoist, you seem to have the slightest sympathy for this beast cultivator. Midnight was slightly stunned and smiled, it doesn't match your identity as a cultivator at all. This has nothing to do with Dao sect and beast cultivators. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I just don't want to see this kind of cruel situation. Oh. Even sword cultivators and beast cultivators can't do it? Yes, no one can. Xiao Hua said with a smile, however, please don't provoke I. If you provoke I, even if you poke I with a sword thousands of times, I won't sympathize. Ha ha ha. Midnight laughed, fellow Daoist, you are really sincere. Fellow Daoists, everyone saw it. Si Sinew pointed with his finger and said, there is no restriction on this beast cultivator's body at all, and there is no magic power in its body. Fellow Daoist who wants to refine a spirit weapon, or who has a secret method to use souls, please bid. This is a soul comparable to an 8th grade spirit beast. If not for this sword cultivator battle, no beast cultivator would come knocking on our door, how could we see it? Fellow Daoist, do you think anyone will bid? Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to bid, but asked Midnight. I'm afraid there won't be anyone. Midnight laughed, the higher the grade of the spirit beast, the more solid its soul, and the more powerful the magic power and method to extract it. This spirit beast is about to die, and from what I see, its soul is already showing signs of dissipating. I'm afraid that in a few days, this spirit beast will die. During this period of time, not to mention preparing to extract the soul, it will be difficult to even leave Sky Patrol City. Besides, the soul of a dying spirit is not easy to extract. If it's not done well, the soul of the person extracting it may be implicated. Oh? What do you mean? Xiao Hua did not understand. Cough cough, Fu Lu coughed twice, as if his throat was swollen. Hee, I don't really understand this, but it seems to be related to the destination of the soul. Midnight ignored Fu Lu and said with a smile. Ghost manor? Xiao Hua thought. He had seen ghost cultivators, and also encountered evil spirits. Naturally, he knew that the soul went to a mysterious place. This ghost manor was only a title, and even cultivators did not know where it was. The soul has its own destination. If it is blocked, of course, there will be something wrong. If it is not for great magic power, who would dare to do it? Xiaofan nodded and said. Actually, that's not necessarily the case. Midnight said with slight hesitation, it is said that many devil cultivators also extract the souls of mortals or cultivators, so there is nothing wrong with it. Huh, who cares? Xiaohua laughed, I don't want to extract the soul of others, so why think so much? Fellow Taoists, see, this thing, is there a reserve price? A female cultivator said with overflowing love, if it is not too high, I will take it. Look at how pitiful it is. I'm afraid it won't live for long. Huh, this fellow Taoist's kindness is naturally good. Si Sinew clapped and said, unfortunately, you forgot that it is a beast cultivator. A beast cultivator who killed countless cultivators of my sect. According to that fellow Taoist, if it were not for the fight between fellow disciples, he would not have been able to injure it to this extent. Because of this, in order to sympathize with those fellow disciples who died early, that fellow Taoist took out this thing to bid. Otherwise, he would have killed it long ago. Well, it is related to the battle and the cultivators who risked their lives. The price of this spirit beast is definitely not low. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips and thought about whether he should participate in the bidding. There must be a price. The female cultivator said, fellow Taoist, see, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly say it. Huh, this thing is the body of a beast cultivator for the first time. In order to encourage fellow Taoists to kill beast cultivators in the future, my Sky Patrol City cannot set the price too low. Si Sinew said seriously, this beast cultivator, the reserve price is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. As long as it is spirit stones or spiritual herbs of equivalent value, it is acceptable. Damn, no way. So high. Xiaohua immediately retreated, damn it, who knows what this spirit beast is for? There is no reason for me to spend so many spirit stones. Just for a trace of karma enlightenment? It is really not worth it. The miser Xiaohua's little abacus was once again making pitter-patter sounds non-stop. Fellow Taoist, see, are you mistaken? Another female cultivator also felt indignant and said coldly, for the rejuvenation pill just now, let's not talk about it. Fellow Taoist C did not even mention the reserve price and raised the number of spirit stones so high. This little thing is so pitiful. Even if it is a beast cultivator, its lifespan is nearing its end. Your Sky Patrol City just let it go, it is also a merit. There is no reason for such a high reserve price, who will bid? Hee hee. The experts see the artistry, the laymen see the excitement. Si Sinew also retorted without holding back, fellow Taoist C, since you don't understand, don't say so much. I am afraid that all the fellow Taoists here who know the secret technique know that the price I quoted is definitely not high. You see, in the end, the price of this thing will definitely surpass the rejuvenation pill. Chapter 2286. Impossible. The female cultivator said angrily, if, unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, an indifferent voice rang out, this old man bids 110,000. There's really a sucker. The female cultivator looked up at a cultivator who was dressed in a mesmerizing robe and only said the first half of the sentence. She did not dare to say the second half. Look, I know that someone must be able to see the extraordinariness of this item. The soul of this beast cultivator is really precious. Si Sinew clapped his hands and urged the round platform to fly to the opposite side. Since someone is bidding, I won't be polite. 120,000. A cultivator on the other side also spoke. Everyone looked over and saw that one of them was dressed in a mesmerizing robe. I bid 130,000. Immediately after, an old man in the late stage of foundation establishment followed suit 140,000. Not long after, the number increased to 250,000. Compared to the rejuvenation pill, the bidding of the beast cultivator was a little dull and did not rise one after another. However, it was extremely stable and increased by 10,000 without any hesitation. Hee. No pressure if I don't participate. Xiaohua watched the lively scene from the side and was secretly happy. I don't have so many spirit stones in my storage bag. Let's just watch. Who cares about karma? It's a little strange. Ziyi frowned and whispered as if he thought of something. Cough, cough. Fu Lu's throat continued to be swollen and painful. 300,000. 310,000. Only 2 mesmerizing cultivators were left to bid. Everyone held their breath and waited to see who would be the sucker in the end. However, after another 2 rounds, the mesmerizing cultivator opposite Xiaohua bid 340,000 and took the mesmerizing cultivator, revealing a cultivator in the middle stage of golden core. Marshal Uncle Li. Immediately, a few cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment near that cultivator were terrified and saluted him. Well, wait a moment. The golden core cultivator waved his hand and said, "This is the auction of the Sky Patrol City, don't be so polite." Immediately, the gold core cultivator raised his head and said to the confused cultivator who had been bidding with him, "Fellow cultivator, I am Li Chengxiu from the Immortal Music Sect. I am also the leader of the Immortal Music Sect in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall. This beast cultivator's soul is comparable to an 8th-rank spirit beast. It is precisely what my Immortal Music Sect's Taoist Master Blue Feather wants. He had been searching for a long time, but he never thought that I would meet him here. Therefore, fellow Taoist, please be lenient and give this item to I. I will remember this favor. If you have any errands in the future, please come to me with this item. I will definitely not refuse." With that, Li Chengxiu waved his hand and a crimson token flew toward the Mi-Ho cultivator. It floated in front of the cultivator. Forget it. The cultivator pondered for a moment and sighed. Since Senior Blue Feather wants it, I don't dare to fight for it. Let's do as fellow Taoist Li says. With that said, the cultivator reached out and took Li Chengxiu's token. When Li Chengxiu saw this, he let out a long sigh and cupped his hands. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Then, he cupped his hands and said to the crowd, especially to Si Sinew, "I have been a little rude, but in order to express my apology, I will increase the spirit stones to 400,000, more than the rejuvenation pill just now. I hope Sky Patrol City can fulfill my request." Senior Li didn't do anything wrong. What can Sky Patrol City blame him for? Si Sinew waved his hand and said, "Since it's a senior from Sky Patrol City's conference hall, this beast cultivator's body naturally belongs to Senior Li." Xiaohua had seen Li Chengxiu in the cave residence in Blazing Fire Mountain in Haoming City. He also saw Taoist Master Blue Feather looking for the 8th-rank spirit beast's soul at the Nascent Soul Conference in Xian Kong Pavilion. He knew that this thing was something that Li Chengxiu must have. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't care about any karma, otherwise, at this moment, the spirit beast that had been floating in the air all this time moved, and a clear cry resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was startled, and even Xiaohua's heart shook. Obviously, the spirit beast was very dissatisfied when it saw that it was being auctioned. As the spirit beast moved, there were traces of blood in the depths of its throat. The blood was actually blue. Ouch! Ziyi, who had been frowning and thinking, suddenly whispered at this moment, "I was wondering why this spirit beast was so strange. This spirit beast seems to be a kind of demon." Cough cough cough. Fu Lu coughed hard. However, the 2 words demon struck Xiaohua like a thunder tribulation. Demon. Demon realm. Damn it, I knew it, how could there be any karma for no reason? This spirit beast is the Empress. No, it's definitely not the Empress, it should be It's that Xiaohua almost jumped up, and almost pulled out his hair and even his hair. Fortunately, it didn't delay things. If I gave to others because I was unwilling to part with the spirit stones, and let others extract her soul, how can I face the Empress? Even if the Empress has an accident, I won't have the face to face the world. 500,000. Xiaohua did not hesitate to raise his hand and shouted like a thunderclap. What? Everyone was shocked. The entire auction was silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Li Qingxiu, who had already flown to the edge of the round table with the help of the rainbow bridge released by Si Sinew, also had a big change in expression. Chapter 2287. Well, this rule is fair. Li Qingxiu clapped his hands and took out a storage bag. He said, "This is the storage bag that I brought with me today. Although there aren't many spirit stones in it, there are some spiritual herbs, elixirs, and some magic weapons. The total value of all of them is about 700,000 spirit stones. Of course, the remaining spirit stones, after I bid for this beast cultivator, I will immediately give them to you." Very good. Si Sinew took it, scanned it with his divine thought, and returned it to Li Qingxiu with a smile. It's as what Senior Li said. Alright, since little friend Si has already seen this old man's storage pouch, then this old man would like to let Chancellor Si look at this fellow Taoist who bid against this old man. This old man is extremely doubtful if he has that many spirit stones. Li Qingxiu coldly looked at Xiaohua. Oh. Xiaohua was a little flustered and said anxiously, "There is such a rule in the auction?" "Well, I will let this fellow know." Si Sinew nodded and said, "Now the two fellow cultivators have bid for more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, which is really rare in the auction of my Sky Patrol City. I can only see if you have enough spirit stones to participate in the auction." Humph. Xiaohua sneered. He knew that even if there was no such rule in the auction, with the name of Xian Le sect, the Sky Patrol City would definitely have this rule out of thin air. At this moment, Xiaohua's hand sank. When he looked down, he saw a huge storage bag was stuffed in his hand by Ziyi, and he heard Fu Lu coughing in his ear. Xiaohua's heart was warm. He did not expect that Ziyi, a cultivator whom he had just met for half a day, would take out his storage bag and let him bid. This was something that he did not take out when he bid for the rejuvenation pill. Huh, Xiaohua laughed and did not return the storage bag to Ziyi. He stuffed it into his arms and said loudly, "Since I dare to bid, of course I have spirit stones. However, I just want to know, now that the price has reached 1,000,000 spirit stones, fellow cultivator Li only has 700,000 spirit stones. Where did you get the 300,000 spirit stones from? Fellow cultivator Li will not leave the auction and go back to Xian Le sect to find spirit stones, right? Hee, fellow Taoist, you worry too much." Si Sinew said with a smile, "Once you leave the restriction of this auction, you will immediately lose the right to bid. All the spirit stones must be handed over on the spot." "All right." Xiaohua nodded and pondered for a moment. Then, he reached into his bosom and took out a storage pouch. With a toss, he flew up to the stage. "Fellow Taoist, would you like to take a break on the platform as well?" Si Sinew took the storage bag and asked with a smile. "No need, this old man disdains to associate with poor people who are just here to make up the numbers." Xiaohua confidently raised his head. Unfortunately, this confidence was blocked by the fog, so no one saw it. Pauper? Li Qingxiu almost fainted from anger, but he still looked at Si Sinew. "Fellow Taoist Si." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This storage pouch can only be inspected by fellow Taoist, and it can only be used for this auction. Don't let others see it." Of course I know." Smiling, Si Sinew opened the bag of holding and scanned it with divine will. Instantly, he gaped in shock. but only for a moment. A strange expression appeared on his face as he looked over at Xiaofan. What? Fellow Taoist, see, are the spirit stones inside not enough? Xiaofan said with a smile. Of course, of course. Si Xinyu hurriedly nodded, more than enough, more than enough. Then, fellow Taoist Li, what about the remaining 300,000 spirit stones? This old man is very curious, where did he get them? Xiaofan said coldly, fellow Taoist Li, could it be that you want to keep your spirit stones here? Humph. Seeing Si Xinyu's expression, Li Qingshu's heart chilled, but he didn't seem to be worried. He took a step forward and waved his hand, saying, disciples of Immortal Music Sect, this is the time to test you all. Someone blocked so many cultivators from various sects and provoked our Immortal Music Sect. We absolutely cannot lose this face. Take out all the spirit stones, spirit herbs, and other items you all have on you. This old man doesn't believe that all the spirit stones of our Immortal Music Sect disciples can't compare to him. Yes. Throughout the entire auction, many disciples stood out, and some were even dressed in camouflage clothing. These disciples gathered their spirit stones, medicinal pills, and other items into the hands of a late-stage Foundation establishment disciple, and let this disciple pass it to Li Qingshu on the high platform. Ha! Li Qingshu laughed complacently and raised his hand, little friend Si, how about this, there's no need to bid. My Immortal Music Sect spirit stones are all here. Take a look, if any fellow Taoist can also take out this many spirit stones, then this beast cultivator's body will be this fellow Taoist's. That's right, if Xiaofan alone took out the same amount of spirit stones as all the Immortal Music Sect cultivators present, would Li Qingshu still have the face to bid with him? Everyone looked at Xiaofan, and they quietly waited for Xiaofan to remove the camouflage clothing. Then, with a single call, many disciples came forward and took out spirit stones, spirit herbs, and other items. The two large sects began to fight. Naturally, Li Qingshu also had the same plan. He actually wanted to see which cultivator sect wanted to go against his Immortal Music Sect. Ziyi, who was behind Xiaofan, also had a frown on his face. He couldn't figure out why Xiaofan, this Imperial Thunder Sect's Foundation establishment disciple, would lose his mind like this and suddenly want to fight over an inexplicable spirit beast with a golden core cultivator from Immortal Music Sect. The storage pouch he gave to Xiaofan was all he had. Although it didn't have 1,000,000 spirit stones inside, if Xiaofan really wanted to bid, adding what he gave, it should be close to 1,000,000 spirit stones. However, even if he added his storage pouch, the two of them still couldn't compare to the storage pouches of so many Immortal Music Sect disciples. Xiaofan, by doing this, not only would he not be able to bid for that spirit beast, he would also offend Li Qingshu, a middle-stage golden core cultivator. Should we? Ziyi was somewhat hesitant. Fu Lu, who was beside him, coughed softly again, but he didn't even call out the two words, young master. Looking again at the cultivators present, Ziyi was just about to clench his teeth when he heard Xiaofan laugh loudly. Immortal Music Sect has disciples, does this old man not have disciples? This old man has plenty of spirit stones here. As he spoke, Xiaofan reached out with his hand and took out another storage pouch. Throwing it onto the high platform, he called out, little friend Si, take a look. Inside this pouch, is it worth the spirit stones of Immortal Music Sect? This. Si Xinyu took the storage pouch and swept it with his divine sense. The astonishment on his face was even greater. These are my Immortal Music Sect spirit stones. Seeing Si Xinyu's expression, Li Qingshu's heart thumped and sank. Somewhat apprehensively, he handed the storage pouch to Si Xinyu. Si Xinyu didn't take Li Qingshu's storage pouch. Instead, he turned around and put the spirit beast into his storage pouch. Holding it in his hand, he said to Xiaofan, this senior, please come up the stage. If Senior Li's storage pouch doesn't have enough spirit stones, this beast cultivator is Senior's. And if Senior can't take out more spirit stones, this beast cultivator is Senior Li's. Good. Xiaofan nodded. Sinew waved his hand, and a milky white rainbow bridge stretched out from the edge of the high platform and fell right under his feet. This old man still has a suggestion. Xiaofan stepped onto the rainbow bridge. At the same time, his figure flew towards the high platform, and at a neither fast nor slow pace, he said, "This old man is determined to obtain this item." On the other hand, fellow Taoist Li is also the same. Therefore, this old man and fellow Taoist Li must have a conflict. Previously, if fellow Taoist Li didn't reveal his true face, then it would be easy to deal with. Especially now, fellow Taoist Li actually wants all the immortal music sect disciples to take out their spirit stones. This old man can of course do the same, but that will certainly hurt the relationship between my sect and immortal music sect. Now is the time for a great battle, so it's obviously not appropriate. We should unite our strength to deal with the sword cultivator and the beast cultivator. As he spoke, Xiaofan had already landed on the high platform. Hearing Xiaofan put a big hat on him, Li Qingshu sneered. Xiaohua's words made him seem guilty instead. Although these words sounded dignified on the surface, in essence, it was a retreat and compromise. Li Qingshu's previous nervousness eased a bit. "Senior, you're right." Sinew nodded and said, "The original intention of my Sky Patrol City to set up the auction is to solve the urgent needs of fellow Taoists. Fellow Taoists can find suitable treasures. If there is a rift between fellow Taoists because of this, it is really not what my Sky Patrol City wants to see." "All right." Li Qingshu nodded and said, "This old man understands. If this fellow Taoist withdraws now, this old man will still be grateful. What fellow Taoist did just now, this old man will treat it as a little joke. Hee, this old man has already said that this item is something this old man must obtain. At this time, how can this old man give up?" Xiaofan ignored Li Qingshu and looked at Sinew instead. "This old man means that after this old man wins the bid, I request to leave this auction first. Moreover, this old man doesn't want Sky Patrol City to do anything inappropriate. Otherwise. This is easy, Senior, please rest assured. Whether it is Senior Li or you who wins the bid, you will be sent out first. Moreover, my Sky Patrol City will definitely not have any places to follow or spy on you. If my Sky Patrol City can't guarantee this, how can my Sky Patrol City establish itself in the 7 major cities of the country of Xi?" Sinew answered with certainty. "Very well." Xiaofan waved his hand and said, "Let's do it this way. Let this old man see how many spirit stones fellow Taoist Li can take out and how much more I have to pay. Seniors, please wait a moment." Only then did Sinew catch Li Qingshu's storage bag. He scanned it with his divine sense, but there wasn't the slightest ripple on his face. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshu. "Senior Li, is this all you have?" "Yes." When Li Qingshu heard Sinew's words, he immediately felt that something was wrong and added, "However, this old man still has a magic weapon. Sorry, Senior Li, this beast cultivator is only for spirit stones and spiritual herbs. I don't want any magic weapons or magic weapons." Sinew said expressionlessly, "Since Senior Li doesn't have any more spirit stones, this junior will have to ask this senior." Everyone was watching the excitement, but no one expected that the final result would actually be Xiaohua's highest bid. This was simply a miracle. And at this time, everyone only had one thought. This senior dressed in camouflage, how many spirit stones did he take out in the end? As for which sect Xiaohua was a cultivator from, no one paid any attention to it. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, Xiaohua took the storage pouch and immersed his divine sense into it. After confirming that the duckling was inside the storage pouch, he tied the storage pouch to his waist and cupped his hands, saying, "Many thanks, little friend C." "You're welcome." Si Sinew clapped his hands again and took out a pure white token. He respectfully handed it to Xiaofan and said, "This item is a token of my Sky Patrol City, specially prepared for cultivators like Senior who bid extremely high prices. With this item, Senior can enjoy a lot of convenience in bidding. The specific matters are explained in the token. Senior can take a look and you will know." Very good." Xiaohua unceremoniously took it and smiled. "Little friend C, please send this old man out." "Yes." Si Sinew glanced at Li Chengxiu and didn't rush to return the storage pouch to him. Instead, he formed a seal and hit the high platform. A burst of milky white brilliance gushed out from the ground of the high platform, like a fountain, covering Xiaohua's body. When the brilliance fell, Xiaohua had already disappeared. "Thank you, Senior Li, for coming to my Sky Patrol City's auction." At this time, Si Sinew respectfully handed the storage pouch to Li Chengxiu and smiled apologetically. "I hope Senior can understand my Sky Patrol City's difficulties. I hope Senior can get what he wants next time." "Hee, it's okay." Li Chengxiu felt bitter and reached out to take the storage pouch. Then, he said unwillingly, "Actually, there are some rare items that you can ask the people in the meeting hall to see if my disciple needs them. Then, you can bring them here to bid. I will not take out any spirit stones that the Sky Patrol City is not satisfied with. This way, there won't be an awkward situation today." "Yes, Junior understands. I will definitely report to the city lord later and ask for his decision." Si Sinew respectfully agreed. "Junior will send Senior down." "Okay." Seeing the appearance of a rainbow bridge, Li Chengxiu tactfully stepped on the rainbow bridge and his figure descended from the high platform. Fellow cultivators, this auction has come to a successful end. After more than a month, there will be a rejuvenation pill, or a beast cultivator's body in the auction. I will bring my Sky Patrol City to invite all of you to come to my auction again. With the wave of Si Sinew's sleeves, several milky white halos emerged from the edge of the high platform and rushed to the light shield of the auction. In a moment, the light shield disappeared. Everyone's faces were still filled with excitement. Those who were familiar with each other talked with each other and the auction poured out from all directions. Li Chengxiu's face was gloomy, like a rock standing in the water. He did not move at all. His eyes were looking at the place where Xiaohua stood just now. The faces of the dozens of Xian Lusek disciples around him were also extremely ugly. All the cultivators who walked past them had a face of ridicule, curiosity, or disdain, but their footsteps were all the same. "Let's go." After a moment, Li Chengxiu waved his hand and seemed to have made some decision. He turned around and walked away with the crowd. In the air inside the light shield, the high platform floated in the air, but Si Sinew on the high platform did not immediately leave. Instead, he looked at Li Chengxiu. Looking at Li Chengxiu's back drowned in the crowd, he sighed and looked at the two storage pouches in his hand. His face showed astonishment, and he muttered, "Which senior is this? He actually has so many spiritual grasses. Doesn't he know that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed? Spiritual grasses that are over 10,000 years old have already become treasures. Using one means one less. It's simply more precious than spirit stones. TSK, it's all thanks to Xian Lusect. If it weren't for them, how could this senior take out so many spiritual grasses? This C never even dreamed of it. It's all so strange. It's just a beast cultivator's body." The consecrators only felt that it was strange, so they took it out to bid and opened everyone's eyes. That soul can admittedly be extracted, but how could refining a spirit tool be so simple? I didn't think that Xian Lusec's Taoist master Lan Yu had this intention. Moreover, this senior seems to be in urgent need. He actually actually has so many spiritual grasses. This matter still needs to be reported to the city lord. If Xian Le sect and this senior have any disputes, maybe it's this C's fault. It's a pity that this beast cultivator's body only appeared for a fleeting moment. I don't know when I'll be able to see it again. This spirit stone is not easy to earn. However, the rejuvenation pill was easy to deal with. The mysterious cultivator had made it clear that after these 5 rejuvenation pills were auctioned off, another 5 pills would be sent over. As long as I bid well in the Sky Patrol City, there would be more every month. The effect of this rejuvenation pill is 100 times better than the ageless pill. Coupled with the shortage of the ageless pill in Tongmu City, it's a good opportunity for my Sky Patrol City to make a name for myself and suppress Tongmu City. In the future, when anyone mentions the rejuvenation pill, I'm afraid that they will think of my Sky Patrol City. Si Sinew thought silently. When the cultivators in the auction had all retreated, he activated the array again. The light shield once again appeared and covered the surroundings.